Come on.
Look at the camera, the lights, and the action. Look at the plan, look at the reaction. Look at the way that we taking advantage. You see me now look at me vanish. I see the look in your eyes. It be the look of surprise. That's just a part of the game. You gotta look for the prize.
That was one for the cameras, wasn't it?
Look at the way that we handle it.
I like your style,
I win!
Takes the win here in Barcelona.
Jason Mercier, he went with his instinct, he made the call.
There's the professional level, and there's the Ivy League.
Sebastian Pauli coming to terms with what he has just achieved.
Nicky Corrin has done it! 2 main event titles!
Sebastian Mallets has gone from poker fanboy to poker champion.
This is why people love the EPT.
Hello once again, welcome to Barcelona and the PokerStars European Poker Tour as we kick off our coverage of day 5 of the 5K main event. We're down to 4 tables. By the end of today, 2 tables will remain. We're playing down to the final 16 players today. It's James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Line.
Hello, my babies.
Hello, my babies.
And Maria Ho.
Oh, hello there.
So we've got 2 days to go after this. We're going to play down to 6 tomorrow. We'll play down to a winner on Sunday. And across the 3 remaining days of live coverage, you can get in touch on the live chat on Twitch and YouTube. You can post on X, and you can be across our Facebook and Instagram pages. So before we get into the detail, before we get into the weeds of what is happening on day 5, let's look back at what happened on day 4. We saw 79 players return.
Let's go.
Many accomplished pros and EPT champions still in the mix. Early drama at the feature table. Andre Akkari doubled up against fellow countryman Felipe Boyanovsky. Andre spiking a 2-outer on the river. Patrick Antonius had an up and down day. His luck finally ran out.
Nice playing with you guys.
Robin Olatallo had to play the waiting game on the main stage, but his patience paid off with a big double up through Ka Kwan Lau. But it was Simon Wiciak who ended the day as the big stack, bagging 4.5 million chips. So these are the top 10 players coming into day 5. Wiciak's got more than 110 big blinds at the new blind level, which is 20,000, 40,000, the 40k big blind ante. Carl Shaw is still in the top 5. Santiago Plante, who was chip leader for much of yesterday, still in the top 10. Well, let's take a look at some of the players as they arrived at Casino Barcelona this morning, starting with the last remaining member of Team Pro, Andre Akkari, made the final table here back in 2017. Robin Olatallo is the last former champ, took down EPT London in 2013. There is the start of day chip leader. He cashed the World Series main this year, by the way, for nearly 45 grand.
Ooh. That makes one of us.
The very chatty Walter Belts. Busted Patrick yesterday. Matthias Francolino on the right there. Won the 5k mystery bounty here last year, now going deep in the main. And there is Mercier Fluter, the online qualifier. He's a dentist by trade, satellited him for 27 euros. He says if he wins, he's going to buy a McLaren.
Is that a really fancy dentist chair?
It's a very fancy car. Not sure if you can even get one for 1.5 million. So this is the lineup on the main stage. We've got the chip leader. We've got the last former champ. We've got the longest lasting member of Team Pro, although with just 10 big blinds, Andre Akkari is in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
And looks like we are ready to get day 5 underway. A reminder that there are 5 levels on the slate, but we will stop play when we get down to the final 16. Playing down to 2 tables today. and action is underway. This is level 25, blinds at 20,000, 40,000 with a 40k big blind ante. Hand one of the day being dealt.
And that big blind ante belonging to Andre Akkari, which is 20% of his chips going in.
It's a little unfortunate.
Marco Koplemar is a very accomplished live and online player, and he's picked up queens under the gun, first hand of the day.
Queens is a top 3 hand for me.
Koplemar is going to raise it to 80,000.
I'm the big blind, and then they're going to raise.
Round to João Stricker, one of 2 Brazilian players on the main stage, the other being Andre Akkari.
Not when you get aces on the big.
Alexander Val has Queen Jack.
Worse than this is like a 3-bet and 4-bet, and like a 9 is in.
Val, we're waiting.
He was at my table on day 2 and actually got into a 4-way all-in situation with, I think, 7 big blinds. He had ace 9.
Did he win?
He had ace-9 against ace-queen against queens and 8s.
Ooh.
And it came ace-9x. And he's still here.
Alexander Val only has 10k in live earnings. Has only ever cashed 2 live tournaments. Meanwhile, we've seen the chip leader flat this raise from the cutoff with ace-3 of hearts. Round to the blinds. Gaetan Belleur in the small blind with king-10 of hearts.
Might be some situations where you want to get a little squeezy, but not against an under-the-gun open. Perhaps later positions, you know, with some of that extra dead money with the caller in between, you can find some 3-bets. But I think I probably like this a little bit better as a call up against a strong range, but does decide to fold, and that's okay too. Sometimes you don't want to get involved out of position with speculative hands, especially with the chip leader in the pot.
So Andre Akkari 7-6 off in the big. We've referenced a few times that he's short stacked. Can he legitimately call here, Maria, and try and play a flop 3-way?
Yeah, but you know, you're really hoping to be live, and sometimes against an under-the-gun opening range, you're not going to be that live. You know, just 1 pair is not going to do it for Akkari, really looking for a straight or 2 pair, etc.
7-6 is a great 2-pair hand.
Jack,
There's
Jack,
1.
9 on the flop. Koplemar, an 87% favorite in this 3-way pot. Love to see that Andre's wearing that gorgeous rose gold Yachtmaster on the Oyster Flex. It's my favorite of all of his watches. By the way, for the 2nd day running, Marco Koplemar is wearing a t-shirt that is making our DOP tear his hair out. Bruce Baggle's not happy.
Perhaps multi-ways. Sometimes you want to find some check calls with this type of hand on this texture. Sometimes, you know, betting isn't going to be the best against 2 opponents, because especially the cutoff caller here against your under-the-gun open can have quite a few Jack X's.
Ace on the turn, and now Wiciak has the advantage, 97% favorite. Akkari drawing dead.
Later, queens. You know who is happy about that tie-dye shirt? The boom operator, who's been to over 400 fish shows.
Action check to Koplemar. Did not continue flop.
Bit of an unfortunate turn card, but still think that Koplemar is very aware that this is just not a hand that he is going to be betting yet. Just looking for showdown, looking to bluff catch.
Double paired board now.
I mean, I did call it that Andre was going to make 2-pair with 7-6 in his hand.
Koplemar, by the way, has $1.3 million in live earnings, plays on stars as Marko Vitsis, and is #1 on Estonia's all-time money list.
That shirt really puts the stone in Estonia.
It's been checked to him a 3rd time. He checks again. Action on the chip leader. Would you go for value here, Maria?
I feel like at this point, you know, your kicker doesn't play in this spot. I think that Some of the times you will find some thin value, maybe go really small here, but I wouldn't blame him if he decides to check back. But as played, he really shouldn't be beat very often.
There's a bet of 75,000, 3 green chips, those green chips being worth 25,000 each. Andre is literally playing the board. He folds.
B-O-R-E-D.
Kopelma just feels pretty strongly, I think, in his mind that this is just never going to be a bluff line very often. But again, the price is so good. You know, what it's about is, you know, does a hand like tens, you know, even find a bet here? Probably not.
Yeah, there's aren't all the bluffs playing the board?
Yeah, Kopelma has played this hand in a way where, you know, he finds himself here at the river with a pretty strong hand, but a very bad run out. And sometimes it can just be very enticing to call these small bets on the river. But a lot of really great players also will find the fold. A lot of ace-X's will check back on the turn in a multi-way spot. So very well done.
So Simon Wiciak, start of day chip leader, wins the first hand of the day. Now playing close to 120 bigs.
Does the off-centeredness of those ropes bother anyone else?
Yes.
Okay, good.
You know I've got extreme OCD, Joey.
EOCD.
There's Bruce Baggles in action. Always has a camera in his hands or on his shoulder. Second hand of the day, action folded to Wiciak. He's out. Kazaret Nebezev. Queen deuce in the cutoff. Folds. Ballure on the button with 10-6.
Akkari gets the all-in through.
Nice.
Akkari nursing a 9 big blind stack
More than good
as we head out into the field to show you the elimination of Lucas Scafini, busting in 32nd and cashing for 31,250 euros. And we've also lost a player in 31st. We're actually down to 30 right now. Scafini gone. Car Kwan Lau also out.
Car crash Lau.
He managed to get the pay jump though. Cashes for 36,100 euros, so down to 30. And of course, when we get to 24, there will be a redraw.
I was really hoping I would get to say Ka Kwan Lau one more time. Oh, wait a second. I just did.
Sorry. Just to see if your friend.
Ooh.
Another top 3 hand.
Do you still remember what kings even look like?
Oh, yeah.
I'm trying to think. It's
Are
been
you
a
afraid
while.
he's one of them?
Yeah.
Just very quickly, Joe, we have a request from Andrew on YouTube.
Okay.
How about a shout out to Andrew in Northern Canada?
So remind me, I'm getting old. So what is a shout out?
It's where you'd be like, what up, Andrew? Thank you for tuning in from Northern Canada. Glad you're enjoying the stream. Hope you enjoy the action today and the last 2 days of the EPT main event.
Okay, so something like, yo, Andy, I love Canada.
Yep,
C-A-N-A-D-A. You the man, bro.
Yeah, that's it. Exactly that.
No, I don't do that.
Oh, okay. So round to Koppelma in the small blind. And he is going to call the raise.
What a beaut to find the queen jack suited in the small blind.
And Robin Ulatalo, the last remaining former EPT champ in the big with ace-3 offsuit, calls as well, and we are going 3-way to the flop.
You think he's trying to bring back the Jack Link's beef jerky messing with Sasquatch?
Ace, queen, 9. Wow, that's going back a few years.
Well, a little something for everyone, and Wiciak doesn't love that ace on board.
No. Always an ace on the desk when you have pocket kings.
I like Queen Jack here.
Well, Queen Jack certainly does have showdown and that additional bit of equity with the straight draw, but still a good hand to just check with. Try to realize your equity cheaply. And, you know, you can very easily call a bet should one of your two other opponents in the hand find a bet here with top pair. It looks like Ulatalo is going to be the one.
There's plenty to get value from.
Yeah, leads for 180,000. Gets the fold from kings, a quick fold.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty easy fold from kings. I just think you don't expect the big blind to be leading into two players here with this type of texture without at least top pair.
It's the only way you can feel good about folding kings there is doing it real fast. To prove how good you are. And how little they mean to you. It's meant nothing.
Well, you can't get emotionally attached to a hand that all you did was put in a single raise with, Staves. I mean...
Can you get emotionally attached to any hand?
No.
Thank you for my question.
You know, and if Koppelma had some worse queen X's here, I really don't think he would consider calling, but with, again, that straight draw, of course, gives him a little more incentive.
Much easier for Koppelma to improve than the pocket kings, but the deuce ain't gonna do it.
Koppelma blocking Jack 10. Doesn't block any of the flush possibilities that could be in the big blind's defending range. And you wonder if Ulatalo is going to be able to go for another barrel here, just because, you know, you will find some better ace X's in Koppelma's calling range pre-flop. You know, ace Jack, of course, and hands like that, ace 10 suited. Those are just going to end up calling. And so you see Ulatalo not wanting to take himself to Value Town just in case Koppelma had some of those types of hands.
Black king.
So Robin Ulatalo shipping up to 2.7 million. Average stack right now is 2.1 million, just above a 50 big blind average. And he's third in chips at this table. Andre Akkari continuing to play a sub-10 big blind stack, looking for an opportunity to double up.
How many great packs do you have?
These ones?
How many?
You
You have a lot, right?
Yeah, maybe 10.
Every day I have been seeing you.
Yeah.
Great hat.
I think I have 10 different colors.
It's such a boss move.
5 of them.
So
enough.
He has enough to take him through this 7-day tournament, and he's got spares as well.
This is
I mean, I carefully planned out each of the T-shirts that I was going to wear on the TV coverage of the World Series of Poker main event, and turns out I needed 0 of them. So not only is it impressive that I'm sure those are not cheap hats, that he bought 10 of them, but his plan was to wear different ones every day, and it's Working out.
Robin Olatello has had a fair few scores, both live and online. Plays on Stars as Robinho. Prize money on screen, by the way. It's going to be another money jump when we get to 27. Everyone will have locked up 41.5K. Right now they've earned 36,100, and we're going to see a button raise from Marco Koplema. Starts the hand with 23 big blinds and opens to 85K. Hello to Mark Baggett, watching on YouTube. Says it's been a while since I've been able to watch poker. Been busy with work. Glad to be able to watch today. Welcome, Mark.
You still play online?
Sorry?
You still play online?
T-Rath says, why don't we see the commentators on stream ever? Because it's about the
I don't see you
players.
that often.
I'm as big a camera as anybody, and I don't think we should be on camera.
Yeah, W Coops and Scoops, I see you, but I don't see you in the one, big 109, the 15K.
When you're
guy.
watching the Super Bowl, you're watching the players, right? You don't have Joe Buck's face taking up a significant percentage of the screen.
And nobody ever accuses Joe Buck of being a terrible football player, and that's why he's in the commentary booth.
Yeah. What do? You're just in Brazil now?
I live in US. In Miami.
Oh, you do?
Yeah. But I'm in Brazil all the time.
Ah. Why do you live there?
I live in Miami.
Why do you move there?
Because I have an esports organization, and the team has to move there because the server thing, and
Okay.
then they have to be there.
Counter-Strike, or is it?
We have like 11 different.
Oh, Tessa says we're hot.
Counter-Strike is the
How do
biggest.
I make this picture bigger?
They're going to play.
I can't.
What competition
Oh,
is it?
states.
Pro League. Yeah.
Never change, buddy.
I mean, at that
We're gonna play
size,
against
I accept the
NIP,
compliment.
One of the biggest here
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah, ninjas.
in like. I have to. Can you help me?
Ninjas in pajamas.
Yeah.
You have League of Legends?
Yeah, we have. We play the Brazilian championship. Because League of Legends is like a per region.
Is it well developed, this sport in India?
Yeah,
Starts to be, okay.
League of Legends is big in Brazil.
Yeah.
Isn't Sid and Stricker that dessert they sell in the Czech Republic at Christmas time?
Sid and Stricker.
Counter-Strike, we are.
Joe, what do you think of this
Who are the
comment?
players in your team
Veroth
in,
says, who in Europe
Counter-Strike?
watches the Super Bowl?
We
Nobody.
have, Yuri, Fallen.
Fallen?
Yeah.
Yeah, Paul.
Going to be a know-it-all.
He's from Europe, no?
No,
Be
he's from Brazil.
right.
He's from Brazil.
And you're banned.
Yuri Zivilski?
What?
Yuri Zivilski?
No.
No.
This is a Counter-Strike guy.
No.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
like
was, I was like,
That would be insane
is
if we
he
play
playing too?
Pro League and poker.
Yeah, I was like, wow.
we have Caserato. I don't know if you know him.
What was his name?
Caserato. He's a famous. He's like a very famous in Brazil. Caserato, Yuri, Fallen, Art, well known as well, and Cello. He's a
Sid and
young
Stricker
guy.
just
Cello.
smashes
Cello,
this
I can
flop, and it's
I'm watching some
gonna
YouTube
just lead.
clips,
It looks like Vol.
Counter-Strike,
Just
and I played
a
some.
little
I
piece
played
there
Fun
with
when I was
bottom
younger.
pair.
Really?
Yeah, and
I love to play, but I
I think
really
you're
bad.
just
and it takes
overfolding
time.
in this
Yeah,
spot.
I
If
like-
you just fold
I
bottom
used
pair
to-
here
when I was
to
younger, I used to play
leads
like
and stabs in a
4 screens
limped
of
pot
poker
blind versus
and
blind. So
Counter-Strike at the same time. And then whenever
I
it was
would
my turn on the table,
assume
I
that Vol's
camped
gonna put the
and then
chips
got
in
back
there.
to play
Sid and
poker.
Stricker's
and,
pretty lucky, though, that Wall's even caught bottom pair, right? I mean,
Play all
when
the
you
time.
hit the board this hard and then
Italian is
lead
like-
at it, like, what can your opponent really have?
Tournaments, like 30 tournaments.
yeah, but of course,
They are
again,
nice guys as well.
Dry.
you're going to find
Can't
some
be-
floats with, some
No, Purdy-
one
Purdy's a
over
little bit
cards
too
of the
much,
board
yeah.
type hands. Some hands
Your
will
king
have some
eights
back.
kind of things
Yeah,
will float still? Okay.
some hands will have some back doors.
No, not me,
And
but I've seen
it's
people
nice in the sense of it does
more than
disguise your
30.
strength, but you are
Robbie,
right.
how many-
You're
how many tables
blocking
do you play
top pair and
today?
middle pair on
I'm
the flop
supposed
type
to play
hands.
12.
Those are obviously the
That's
most
probably
likely
the
hands
best,
that
but
are
I
going to
don't.
come along.
So I play maybe Sundays around 20, 15 to 20.
Since now
Should not do.
you were reminded of what
Around 8
shout
to
outs
12 would
are,
be best.
Charles wanted a shout out for the fans in South Africa. I have a
$100
particular affinity for
minimum.
South Africa, so
Lower.
if you won't do it,
50,
I will.
50, yeah.
I don't do shout-outs, but have at it.
One
Charles,
thing,
thank
Whatever.
you for tuning in from South Africa.
Depending on
I
the
love Stellenbosch,
but not so much
favorite,
higher
one of my favorite regions anywhere.
these days, but we'll see.
It's kind of weird that
What about
Africa
you?
isn't
What
a
is your
country, but
maximum
South
table?
Africa is.
Right
These
now,
days.
I'm old man. play like a 6.
So Zhao Sittenstricker
enough.
has 20K in live earnings, cashed the Estrellas event at the start of the festival, came 900th for 2K, which coincidentally was his first cash on the European Poker Tour.
I think 69 is probably the best number.
The optimal.
Zambo says, who got KO'd? Internet troubles. I'm sorry you missed a bit of the stream. We've lost Lucas Scaffini and Karkwan Lau. We're down to 30, and we could be down to 29.
I thought you had like 9 or 10.
Walter Belt's all in with queens against the 9s of Curtis Knight, the sickest and classicest of races playing out on the secondary feature table.
One's going to be the chip leader of the tournament.
Maybe it's split.
Like tapas versus going hungry, one of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
So Belts is the at-risk player, but he is the player with a slight advantage, not insignificant advantage, over Knight right now. But we will run this board to decide his fate. That board has 2 kings on it.
Goo.
So now Belts needs to spike a queen.
I mean, it's not as... It's just as bad as 1 king.
Correct. It just feels so much worse. Oh, wow. Drawing dead on the turn. The full house for Knight.
No queen on the river, please.
No more notches for Belts.
Walter Belts enjoyed himself playing in this EPT main event. Had a great time chatting to Patrick Antonius and Robin Olatalo on the feature table a couple of days ago. Busted Patrick yesterday, and he is now exiting in 30th place, cashing for 36,100 euros, and we think we have a new chip leader. Curtis Knight is going to have about 6.4 million now. That was a collision of 2 massive stacks.
Brutal.
Yeah, you never want to play 130 big blind pot there on a flip, but button versus big blind, not much either player could do.
No.
Unfortunately, Belts is the one who got pantsed.
Looks like Nebezev is getting a little frisky here, trying to shake Ilatalo with the queens and 8s. Nebezev has stronger range here with the under the gun open. And if you don't have a lot of experience, you know, at this point the field has gotten quite small, so you probably have played with most of the players. But if you don't have a lot of info, certainly, you know, this can seem quite strong. Is Nebezev willing to put in the last barrel here on the river? Of course, your opponent can have trips here. Of course, could have boats as well. So you're wondering if they're trapping with the just call. But, ooh, reaching.
Yeah,
not one to give up, I see.
Not reaching for all of it, which means this probably isn't going to be a massive bet.
380,000 into 790,000. I don't know. I don't want to.
It's hard to fold an 8 for that price, I think.
It is, but again, I don't want to be cliched. But you look at Nebezev and you think, is this the guy who's going to be bluffing in this spot?
But this doesn't really. I don't think he's the guy that's shoving 2x pot on a bluff this spot, but he is a guy that might bet half pot on a bluff.
Well, Olatalo's going to give it some thought. He's played a time bank card to extend the shot clock.
I think the good thing about this sizing is that you don't just have to have trips here, right? It doesn't really polarize your hand to nuts or nothing. You can perhaps be betting with kings even, or aces, or maybe even jacks if you think your opponent is right around here with 8x or 9s or 10s.
Yeah. And so I would call with here with an 8 a lot, but I also would lose to 9s and 10s and
yeah,
jacks.
So you see, it's going to work keeping some more value hands in his range with that sizing. And again, Ulatalo maybe not very familiar with this player, doesn't have a lot of info. And when you lack info, you know, it's okay to just give your opponent the benefit of the doubt and credit for having a hand in that spot.
How can I get to that stage where I can think that there are other things possible besides a queen or nothing? It just doesn't go in.
So we are at 29 right now. Just a reminder of the plan for the day. When we get down to 24, there'll be a redraw for the final 3 tables, and then we will continue until we're down to 16. Play will end today when we hit the final 2 tables. My gut instinct is it's going to take about 4 levels to get there. Going pretty fast now, but tends to slow down. We get the peaks and the troughs.
Do you basically just call the widget your gut now? Is that how you refer to the widget?
Well, I'm not going to lie to you, Mira. I haven't consulted the widget today. By the way, last night, the widget predicted that we would end day 4 with 31.8 players. We ended with 32. So the widget was
was off by 0.2?
It was out by 0.2 of a player,
A computer? Yikes.
Oh, mighty widget. What say ye? Oh,
that's weird. James, your widget's on X videos?
Wow, the widget thinks we'll only need to play 3 levels unless we get a little bit shallower than 50 big blind average. I think between 3 and 4 is still going to be, that's the spread.
Oh, now I want in and out. Great.
What?
He said that's the spread.
Oh, in and out.
The best part of in and out is the spread. Okay, get your mind out of that. I know what your Twitter bio says, or X bio, I guess.
No. I wasn't actually trying to do that this time. I just couldn't figure out the connection. My girlfriend gets extra spread.
I'm just ignoring this conversation until it finishes.
Prague, Barcelona.
Her In-N-Out burger order is a hamburger.
Is there any more?
With extra spread.
I don't really understand why people get hamburgers without cheese.
She likes a hamburger.
It's very weird.
I think it's adorable. She orders like a 5-year-old. She's like, I
Sure
want a
about
hamburger.
The situation with Sweden and Cyprus.
Taxes?
Yeah.
Have you ever had In-N-Out, James? You must have, right?
Yes, absolutely.
How much, like, percent?
30, I think.
Remember the guys we used to work with on the
What about you?
North American Poker Tour? Their motto was, if in doubt, in and out.
Played, besides Estonia, like 4 years.
So we have got a domination rotation situation here. Sid and Stricker betting 70k with a pair of deuces, getting the fold from Nabishev.
Now I'm planning to play more. Like,
By the way, the NAPT, which Joe and I worked on 12 years ago, our first gig,
I mean, I still love it.
is back. You missed the announcement earlier this week. The North American Poker Tour is celebrating the start of a new era in Vegas. NAPT Las Vegas, happening November 4th through 12th at Resorts World on the Strip, right ahead of the Formula One Grand Prix in Vegas. November is going to be a very exciting month.
It is the biggest poker event happening in Vegas in November.
I'll be there. I'm excited.
Someone for waiter.
Folded to Sid and Stricker, who's got 5-3 suited in the hijack.
I would love to try make some new stops. I've never been there.
Andre Akkari, by the way, 9 bigs, and we'll be posting the big blind and the big blind ante on the very next hand.
Or like
Plenty of Romanians in.
I remembered what I wanted to ask you, by the way, on the air the other day.
No.
Remember I said I had a question for you and I couldn't remember what it was?
Yes.
I'm talking to Maria, but...
Oh, sorry. I'm just used to you asking me questions all the time.
I was going to the bathroom, and they were pulling bounties
Try to maybe
for the mystery bounty, and somebody pulled a 200K while I was walking by, and it was pretty cool. Oh my goodness. Question coming after this hand.
Yeah, Nebezev opening from the small blind into a stack of about 18 bigs, it looks like, and Blore just so strong here, and you feel like if you shove over this raise, you know, there's not going to be a lot of hands that are going to be willing to call off here for 18 big blinds. How do you extract maximum value when you just have the best of it?
Next month is going to be WBC.
Listen, I wouldn't mind a call here.
1 million currently. 1.5.
Find a trap.
I heard about that one.
Yeah.
Because just
Like
re-raising off of that stack depth,
during,
right, is more
during,
suspicious in my opinion than just shoving.
Yeah.
But
still gonna play
a 3-bet just feels so strong. I don't know. I don't know.
This is up the online. Probably main event.
Like even a shove looks weaker because you feel like a shove would be some ace-x, some king-queens, king-queen suited, all those types of hands. So, you know, it doesn't end up getting more value. Maybe a little bit of a missed opportunity there.
Sounds like the Swedish championship.
So just a quick reminder of what we were talking about just now, the North American Poker Tour, NAPT Las Vegas, our first event in that city since 2010. This November, 4th through 12th at Resorts World. The main event is a $1,650 buy-in. There's a 5K high roller as well. Full schedule to be released soon.
So a question about mystery bounty. And don't laugh at me, okay? I'm asking this question earnestly.
Okay.
Is there, I figure the math is probably the same either way, but is there a strategy as to when you pull your envelope? Because I get it, like, it seems like you would want to pull early before the big prizes go. But I know that your chances of pulling it are harder then, right? Because there's more envelopes to be pulled. But wouldn't you, like, rather get in there early than, like, wait to the very end when it's kind of likely that, more likely they're going to be gone?
I think, first of all, there's no such thing as a dumb question, Stapes, and I would never laugh at you. No, but I think it depends on if in some tournaments that run mystery bounties, they show you how many bounties of each.
Right, like as they come off the board,
left,
like
yes.
deal or no deal.
But
It's
not,
like the.
But not all of.
Okay.
But not all tournaments are run like that.
We do that, right?
So I remember seeing that you guys did have.
I saw a screen this morning which showed what was still available. Yes.
Yeah.
So in that sense, then yes, I think there is some sort of strategy you could employ based on how many number of each amount of the bounty are left. But if you don't know, then it's kind of random, right? It's always random until you know that, like, one of the big bounties gets pulled, and yesterday there's two 200K bounties, right? So, you know, one of them got pulled already. So now, obviously, there's only one left out of however many are left total at that point. So I think there is a little bit of strategy of when you pull if you know what is still there. But if you don't, then I don't really think that it's going to matter all that much when you decide.
Okay, I have a follow-up question.
Sure.
Let's just see what's happening here. We've had the under-the-gun raise from Koplimar and the 3-bet from Robin Ulatello. Now, Koplimar is in that awkward stack land, 24 bigs behind. And I guess, Maria, it kind of feels like all in all fold time.
Yeah, I think what's troubling for Koplimar is that he's facing a 3-bet from under the gun +1 when he opened from under the gun. So it should be a lot stronger a lot of the times than ace-jack. And so he's worried, of course, about jacks plus and those hands that just have him in really bad shape.
Yeah, I'm sure.
But yeah, 100%, I think most players are going to shove, but you're just happy to fade the snap call.
Okay, so follow-up question.
Around 1 million.
Sure.
Yeah, it was around. Now it's
I've only played one mystery bounty before, and I didn't realize that the bounties don't kick in until later. And I got broke getting it all in the first level. So when you pull your when you win a bounty,
Oh, I hope I didn't take any action in that. Ooh, I might have.
I think you might have had some action in that. Yeah. I was like, well, with the bounty equity, I had to call, and they were like, what? Anyway, my question is that when you get a bounty, right? They give you what, a ticket or something?
Yeah, usually a ticket.
When people go get it right away, do they miss hands?
Well, there are some tournaments, again, depends on how they run it, but some they don't allow you to pull until a break or something like that. And some you can go whenever. So you can miss hands. You can choose to miss a couple hands to go pull the bounty right away, or you can go on a break.
Well, here's the good news as my backer. I did not miss any hands to pull bounties. So you can at least rest assured that I missed no hands.
Right.
I mean, except for the ones that I was, were dealt after I was eliminated.
Yeah. Well, that wouldn't just apply to you, luckily.
Right.
As the action continues at the feature table here on day 5 of the EPT Barcelona main event, we have a question from Ears Morgan. When did you guys start working together? Joe, James, I feel like I've been listening to you for like 10/15 years now. I know the exact event and the exact date. It was season 1 of the North American Poker Tour. It was the last NAPT Las Vegas. Joe did some guest commentary. And then the first event where we were officially partnered together was the next stop on the tour at Mohegan Sun in the spring of 2010. The next year, season 2 of the NAPT, we did the TV shows, which never aired.
But the TV didn't do the TV shows.
Yes, but that's not important. And then we put Joe in a suitcase and brought him to the Europe, and he became part of the EPT. So 13 years ago, Joey. Now, if you'd answered that question, would you have given the same answer?
No.
There's something to be said about kind of, collecting all of the bounties and then going to get it all at once. It's just fun. I've seen people have 7, 8, 9. They wait until they bust from the tournament, and sometimes they're really deep, and then they go and draw all of them together.
I guess we reached the turning point some years ago, which I never noticed, which is we've now worked together on the EPT for longer than the time I did it, not by myself, but with other people. 2011 is when you started on the tour.
And I've been wearing this same suit since 2012.
Joe asks, not the Joe in the booth, but a Joe on Twitch asks, is this televised or just live streamed? Televised. There will be highlight shows. Those of you in the US right now can watch last year's EPT Barcelona main event, Friday nights on Fox Sports. Those shows will also be airing on TSN in Canada very soon. And later, you'll be able to see this year's PCA, this year's PSPC, and then even later than that, you'll be able to watch EPT Barcelona 2023. So, before we start streaming every day at 12:30, Joe and I have a little bit of filming to do in the morning. So
there's a little taste of that filming on my Instagram. I actually got a little clip from the
Cool.
makeup artist.
Action here has been folded to Nebyshev. Not going to play the ace-4.
I cannot wait to interview him when he wins this.
Gaetan Balleur with Jack-5 of diamonds, folds. So Andre's down to 7 bigs now. King-Jack in the cutoff.
Oh, no, this is not this is a fist bump. Fist pump.
Red triangle of death for Andre Akkari, all in for his last 295,000. Ace-5 off, but Koppelmar's got the blinds to act behind.
In the big blind, it's a ooh.
Yeah, certainly when you're closing the action, that's going to be in there. But with a couple of players behind you, as you mentioned, James, certainly a good situation for Akkari, as he is probably happy to stay in, not have to see a run out, find another spot perhaps before the blinds get back around.
Now it's his fist bump.
So Tebler asked, do we know if anyone left got in from a satellite? Yes, we do. There is at least one online qualifier. I think he might be the last remaining qualifier. That player being Mircea Fluter from Romania.
You're Romania.
Won a €27 satellite into a $530 satellite.
Love it.
Has 79K in live earnings. Has never cashed an event outside of Romania. And he is a dentist by profession, not a poker pro. Chip leader is opened under the gun. I should say table chip leader, because of course we do have a player at the secondary feature table, Curtis Knight, with a stack of more than 6 mil right now. Sid and Stricker 10-6 in the small. And Alexander Val in the big. Trey deuce of diamonds.
Yeah, it's a bit of a toughie, because if you were deeper, then pretty much all suited combinations are going to be defends, and you know, some of the weaker suited combos now, when you get shorter, you don't love as much, because you know, really flopping a pair here is going to be no good very often, especially against an under the gun opening range. So you kind of want something that has a little more potential, and you know, 3 deuce suited still finds the defend in this spot from Vol and completely misses.
Yeah, ace high way ahead, 3-1 favorite. LeBron says, I want that dentist to win and get his McLaren. Look, I know nothing about luxury cars, but I know they're very, very expensive.
Think of it as like a Rolex that you drive, James.
Sure, but how much is a McLaren? Are we talking hundreds of thousands, or are we talking like more than $1 million? Could he afford a McLaren? Or is it one of those things
I
as
thought a
well?
McLaren was like $500,000, but
Okay,
I'm
maybe
not really
you're right.
an expert either.
But is it? Can you just walk in and buy one, or is it one
You
of
have
those
to
things
order
where?
it, yeah.
And is there a massive waiting list? You can order it and get it in like 9 to 12 months. You know where McLaren's based, don't you? The town of Woking, home to our producer Chris.
I'm so sick of everyone being so woking these days.
Chris will neither confirm or deny that he specifically moved to that area because they filmed Flash Gordon there.
So the Mercedes dealership near my house had a McLaren in their front lobby on display for a long time, and it turns out it's because Will Smith ordered it and didn't like it.
Wow.
And had to pay like a couple $100,000, like I think it was like $100,000 just to not buy it.
Okay, I'm getting conflicting information about the average price of a McLaren. 1 million, 2.2 million,
no,
150,000.
150,000 is not correct.
Yeah, neither is 2 point whatever.
I would buy that it's $1 million.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Maria
like,
probably knows. How many
upgrades,
McLarens do you have?
I'm sure with some upgrades, you know, not just your standard issue McLaren, it could get up there, but 2 sounds crazy.
Does it come with adaptive cruise control? Do you have to pay extra for Apple CarPlay?
Do you think my big gulps will still fit in the cup holder in a McLaren?
Nope.
Do you think there'll be like a pocket for my coupons?
Nope. I think it will make a very loud vroom noise, though, when you rev it.
I like that.
Okay, so the Brom says they range from about 200K to 20 million.
But that's for an F1 McLaren.
Right, okay. So basically, entry level, you could afford one if you won EPT Barcelona.
Yeah, if you want one with manual windows.
Well, but here's my question. Again, can you just buy in and get one, or are you looking at having to have it custom built, and are you going to be waiting for several months/years?
But why are we just not even talking about, is it responsible financially to spend
2 million start.
what, like
Someone,
a sixth
someone
of
cut
your
Maria's mic, will you?
of your winnings on a car, guys?
think
If you're not a professional poker player, if you're a dentist.
Correct. Also, I do think that those kind of performance cards do tend to appreciate rather than depreciate.
I appreciate it every day. Oh, okay. One more try. There we go.
We've gone three-way to the flop, which is 10-5 deuce. So top pair for Robin Ulatalo.
Somehow there was a club left.
Ulatalo, the pre-flop aggressor, certainly looking to get value and give some protection from some of the overcards that could be out there. But let's say, you know, Sid and Stricker called pre-flop with hands like 9s and 8s, 7s, 6s, all those types of hands you certainly can get nice value from when there's only one overcard to those pairs on the board. Sid and Stricker with the part of his range that has 2 overs though, and that's interesting turn for sure.
Absolutely. Robin Ulatalo now with a flush draw to go with his pair of 10s. Sid and Stricker with a gut shot straight draw, but Ulatalo is a 4-1 favorite.
The nice thing about Ulatalo's hand is that he does block some of, you know, the good king X's that might have called pre-flop, you know, and continued the king, queen, etc. So you feel a little bit better about that, but you do want to maybe check here and be able to see a river without it costing too much. Certainly, you know, if you bet and get raised, even though you have that additional equity, you're not going to love having to play a big pot. So nice to be able to get to the river here, and with the check back, probably pretty confident in the strength of his pair of 10s now.
Joe XW says, I can't wait till the day I win my local $50 buy-in so I can buy myself a McLaren.
A McLaren hat?
Yeah.
How do we feel about having merch and gear of the brand of car that we drive?
I think it's worse to have it if you don't drive the car.
Okay,
like, don't have a McLaren hat and not drive the car, you poser. That's why my hat right here, what does it say?
Toyota.
Correct. Camry on the back.
Very reliable, very dependable car, though. Let's not hate on the Camry.
Joey and his hybrid.
Don't tell people I drive a hybrid.
Oh, sorry. So Robin Ulatalo, close to $2 million in live earnings, has cashed the EPT main event 7 times. His best result, of course, being in London in 2013 when he won the main event for more than £500,000.
That's a kind of ace 10 there.
Me? Yeah. It's possible. This is what it looked like.
Yeah.
You had 2 9s?
No. This was the story.
Um?
This was the story.
Yeah, that was the story, yeah. Some type of 10.
Good story.
Halfway through the first level of the day, 3 eliminations so far, 29 players remaining in this 5K main event. And the last remaining former champion, Robin Ulatalo, opening here with King, Queen of Hearts. Sea Lion asks, is Antonius still in? No, he's not. I just referenced that Robin Ulatalo is the last remaining former champion. If Patrick were in, there would be 2. Nebyshev, King 10.
Nebyshev gonna get it.
Now, I appreciate that this PSA is limited to people who are actually at EPT Barcelona, but apparently the pop-up Stars store at Casino Barcelona is offering 10% off today. This whole weekend, do you still get the free chip roll if you spend 30 euros or more?
What's a chip roll?
A roll of chips.
Oh, can you spend 30? So if you spend 300, do they give you 10 chip rolls?
I don't know about that.
Don't make me do separate transactions, okay? Let's Bed Bath & Beyond this. They get it. They know I'm just going to get back in line over and over again. Just take all the coupons at once.
And that's why Bed Bath & Beyond is out of business. Closing down all brick and mortars because people like you.
But that's not why.
I know. Can't remember the last time I walked into a store to shop for anything.
With a stack of coupons? When's the last time you used a coupon for something, Maria?
What are coupons?
So we now have a double paired board, and this is likely to end in a chop. It does. And you know what they say.
Everyone loves a chop putt.
That might be your best performance ever, Maria.
Hardly. I've had some good ones live, guys. 11 out of 10.
Do you think that was better or worse
I'm leaving,
than
guys.
your American
This
Idol
can't
audition?
do any better. See you guys at an APT.
I need to see video of this. I only learned about this a couple of days ago.
That Maria auditioned for American Idol?
Correct.
And our boss auditioned for X Factor, right?
Yeah.
She did.
Ooh.
I don't think her audition was shown on a TV show, though, so there's no...
Should we have like a sing-off?
Was yours on TV?
Yes, but not, I don't think my initial audition, just like a glimpse of me like there.
Oh, just kind of when they do the roundup of all the
Yeah.
people who weren't good enough to make it through.
Basically.
Sorry,
No,
sorry.
all the way through. I made it through a couple rounds, but then I got, you know, at that time, season 3, you know, there was Nigel Lithgow. He was one of the judges, and he wasn't that nice.
Nasty Nigel. That's what he was called in the UK.
So it wasn't Simon Cowell?
No, he was one of the preliminary judges that I saw on the way.
Before you see
Yes.
the actual on-camera
So
people.
And
Nigel
he
was the executive producer on the
not
show.
that nice. He was not that nice to me. And I was 18, you know,
Did
really
you-
hurt
did you
my
cry?
self-confidence. No, I didn't
If you had cried, you might have got more TV time. That's how I got this job.
So yeah, before Simon Cowell, we had Nasty Nigel because he was the original judge on the very first season of Pop Idol in the UK.
Popeye?
Have to be in a little bit of
Pop Idol.
Pop Idol.
We're not going to call this show American Idol in the UK, are we?
That's a small pop.
Yeah.
I mean, it probably would have been better.
The other day I was playing and everybody folded and the guy on the big blind showed the hand to the
English
guy on the
Idol.
side of him. And I asked, what did he have? And the guy, don't make difference. I'm the big blind and everybody walked me. I don't care. You show the cards to someone. I'm curious. What did he have? Remember? Yeah. People show the card, I have to see.
Mort says, wow, I'm learning so much today. None of it useful, but...
It is technically information.
Correct.
He told you, you free bet him or you...
We have Nebyshev opening in the small blind with 10-6. Bella with the same hand.
Yeah.
Are we going to get another chop? 2 in a row?
I don't know if we could live up to what we just did.
This isn't
Too
going to get to
soon.
showdown.
Got mad by
Cut 2.
Cut to 10.
If it comes 7, 8, 9 is the only way it's coming. It's getting a showdown.
When I said I'm from Brazil, he shoved me. Like, what?
Okay.
And if I was from another
Looking good for Bella.
Welcome to my life.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he might need to hit the flush because we've seen Nebyshev not give up too easily
All over the place.
earlier.
Lie or not.
This time does check, and you
What
wonder
have you done? It's your fault.
how
I
Baloo
you
wants to
started.
proceed.
I'm proud about it.
You're the problem.
And I'm
Like
proud
he's going to
of
try
that.
to realize his equity with the check back.
I have some problems.
Exactly.
Nebyshev can certainly have ace highs here, you know, with the check on the flop and the bet on the turn on the double paired board.
Yeah.
Could have had some stronger hands that were looking to trap.
Question from Karang on YouTube. Hey, Maria, how much money did you win? You clearly don't know how American Idol works.
Thinking about. You wanted to call me with
No, you win the privilege of having them own you for the next year.
Correct.
you.
And that's if you make it past the numerous audition processes that they don't show on TV.
Nebyshev.
This
You
hand
sneaky son of a gun.
is Neba going to showdown.
You know, in 10 minutes.
10 high hero call. Come on, do it. Do it. Do it.
He had 7.
No, he had. I didn't.
Ace high.
I
Oh,
had
ace
it.
high?
Yeah.
In 10 minutes, I will reveal my.
He had Queen 10 or Ace 10, I guess.
Good guess.
So you should raise.
Huh?
You should raise the river.
No. He's not. He's a smart guy.
Yeah.
Getting away with it.
I just play for value.
All his life. Nebyshev.
Crazy bluff.
All of us.
Chipping up to around 55 big blinds, an above average stack. Let's focus on the below average stacks. Let's focus on the short stacks of the table. Guy 10 below with 16 bigs, Alexander Val with 11 bigs, Andre Akkari with 9 bigs and about to post. Andre has been in the danger zone since the start of the day. I'll try again. Since the start of the day, he's been in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
Thank you.
Kind of doesn't work if you...
Trust me, Griffin would have done it.
I know. But Griffin says it randomly. If you say a word that starts with a D and then something that sort of rhymes with zone.
Yeah. I know that wasn't a good example.
How many?
15.
15.
Val getting short, 11 big blinds, a hijack. I think this is the move.
9.
It's like on FT on GG
He does
Poker.
pass on
that
the
you see all
spot.
the
I
time
feel
banks in the
like,
start, and
yes,
it
you know, there is perhaps a pay jump
in this first hand.
coming up,
the first hand
but
of the tournament
for chips,
remain
certainly
like
ace 8 there. Hijack is a shove.
It's possible. It's possible.
You have been timed out, time out.
No.
So Master Rudy on YouTube says Nebyshev is using his old man image to get away with some bluffs.
So when I was playing
Nebyshev is 37.
Very expensive. As low FT, I let to be sit out.
Not really sure what they're talking about.
To don't have this problem on.
Everybody was tilted.
No problem if you don't take time. If you never take time, then 5 seconds is enough.
There's a problem.
Like 10 seconds.
My backer, he will say me that's not a good thing to do because I'm a little bit impulsive.
Butler limping in.
Akkari happy to see this ace X in the big blind. 7 big blinds. When you gotta go, you gotta go.
And he gotta go. Fast and Furia. Just kidding.
Hanging around.
Ooh, nice one.
Like most of the people in Brazil, you know, trying to pay the bills, managing like a low economy, try to do the best.
Don't try to fool us.
Best that I can, you know.
The Brazilian who lives in Miami.
I can't spend any money like in any luxury, you know, so like I have to be careful about everything.
Man, I spent a lot of time in expensive cities, and Miami might be the most expensive of them. Wiciak, ace jack in the hijack.
Yeah, Yeah, hasn't really, you know, played in a way that I think some people might be like, oh, he's the table chip leader. He's clearly trying to take advantage and abuse a lot of spots, but also, you know, just hasn't really had the right hands. You know, he certainly hasn't been getting much. It's either really been the bottom of the range or, you know, some of these types of hands, but never really the middle part that you can start opening a bit wider. You want to be careful and not open too wide, of course. And Akkari, after Nebojov calls here, just looks like such a great spot. I think you know that you don't have a lot of fold equity, but your hand's got to be performing pretty well against hijack open, that extra dead money from the cutoff call.
I mean, to your point that you were just mentioning, it's not like Wiciak's been opening a ton, right, where you feel very confident about getting it in here. So I can understand Andre taking the more cautious route.
Yeah, also, you know, we are on the verge, I think, of a pay jump.
Lima can complete him in the big blind for cheaper.
Pretty fair fight all around when you look at what's out there.
And the four-way flop is 9-7 tray, 2 clubs. So Koplima flops a gut shot. A double gutter? A double gutter. No. Yes.
Yes.
Nebojov's sixes is the best hand for now. But there is a lot of ways to get outturned or rivered.
And I think a lot of times with this many opponents, sixes might just check back and try to get to showdown, because it's going to be in a world of trouble if you try to bet here for protection. There it comes.
Koplima makes the straight and has everyone else drawing dead.
Yeah, Nebojov could, of course, chop if a 5 were to come off, but I think Koplima might just start betting here. 2 flush draws on board, so you certainly don't want this to get checked around again.
This is one of those situations where if you have just an okay hand, you're like, oh, I can't bet into 3 opponents. Someone might have something. And now you're like, I can't wait to bet into 3 opponents. Hopefully someone has something. And they don't. Oh. Nebojov can chop, yeah? Six, 7, 8, 9, club. Nope, just the straight for Koplima.
Yeah, and of course, the flush gets there, Jack 10 gets there. You wonder, you know, what part of his calling range pre and then calling that turn bet Nebojov has here. Certainly some of those hands could be possible, but might you want to go for a size where it's small enough where with this board being as coordinated as it is that you will get called by worse. Got a third pot here.
Do you ever talk yourself into calling with sixes here because you're blocking the straights?
I mean, on one hand, yes, but that's only one part of the value range that Koplima can have. You know, he can certainly have flushes here. You do block some flushes with the 6 of clubs, but again, it also looks so incredibly value-y. Even hands like 2 pair, of course, can bet here for value with this size.
Or for the pay jump.
Yeah.
Just a whole lot you're not beating.
Bästa.
And you know, we have seen Nebojov not give up on pots, but he makes a good fold there.
The aggressor
you know?
usually too, right?
Yeah.
GL. Tack, mate.
Stepping away from the feature table, you'll notice that Robin Ulatalo is being balanced off the main stage.
Queen 10 clubs.
Yeah. Flush draw turn.
And the reason for that is because we are down to 28 players.
I was right, so.
This is the moment that Ramin Hajayev was eliminated by Edouard Barsigian. Hajayev cashing for 36,100 euros. And to keep the remaining 4 tables balanced, Robin Ulatalo will now take a seat off the main stage.
I don't care for that.
When we get to 24, it's a moot point because there will be a redraw. And the remaining 24 players will draw for seat to the final 3 tables.
You mean mute point, right?
I was right about his hand.
No. Moot. M-O-O-T.
Queen 10 ace.
M-W-T.
I'm not going to rise to this.
T-Raths asks, what does it mean to block a straight? T-Raths, I don't know.
I pulled ace jack. Was close to 3-bet, but...
It's just something I've heard.
But you don't even believe in blockers.
I don't.
So it's a moot point.
A mute point, yes.
Akkari with queens. How nice. Finding queens on the button. And of course, just knowing that if he, you know, raises off of that stack size, it would be incredibly sus. So does just go for the shove. Unfortunate that nobody had anything.
You don't like fold?
I don't want to give back, so you can deal 50 cards.
Andre Akkari, no longer the shortest stack at the table. He's got 11 bigs. Alexander Val has 9 bigs.
If you show me aces, I go anyway.
Andre made the final table of this event back in 2017, finished 5th for nearly 318K. 10 cashes on the EPT and $3 million in live earnings. Next hand, table chip leader Simon Wiciak first to speak. He's folded. Kazaret Nebejev 10-4 off. He's a lively player. He's a little bit tasty, a little bit creative, but he's decided to let this one go.
I mean, I was the same way when I was in my 30s.
Balleur folds the 9-6. Andre. Andre. Jack 10 off. Cut off. Let's it go. Queen 6 on the button for Copper-Mar.
How much are you playing for? 300.
450.
Now, we are on a pay jump right now.
450 total. 410. Okay.
Yeah, and I feel like...
Nobody came. I'm all in.
Okay, so Sid and Stricker is going to shove on Val.
And I feel like if we weren't on the verge of a... Ooh, okay. I was going to say, there's going to be some hands that because we're on the verge of a pay jump, Val might fold, but I just don't think you can fold this one. But you can use your time banks, right? You can blow through a couple of your time banks, then call. Hope that somebody busts from another table.
Yep.
But fold you shall not.
All into call. Next player out, 36 grand. Make it to 27th place. You've locked up 41.5 grand. I suspect he will use a few time bank cards and then fold, possibly keeping one eye on what's happening at the other tables.
I mean, at this point, the utility of your stack is one where you are just trying to survive. You know, you're not really planning to, you know, not very often are you going to be able to run it up. Not that you can't. So it looks like he wants to go for the survival option there. And you can't really blame him, of course, you know.
10 big blinds club.
Yeah. 2 time bank cards and a fold.
Yeah.
Huh.
It's not that good.
I get it.
But it's better than
You do?
He's trying to ladder.
Yeah, but why not just fold right away and then save the time bank cards for when you do go all in?
I think he was just looking around, trying to see if there was any other action. If someone else goes broke, I think he does then go with it. So he's just trying to check if hands are still in play, if hands are still in progress at the other tables.
Hey, you gotta have a good mindset. You gotta assume that you're gonna need those for later.
Oh, yeah, you're the mindset guru, right?
Oh, yeah, I'm all about mindset.
When I'm like, Joe,
I'm
calm
flopping
down.
mindsets left and right every time.
Please, please set up business as a mindset guru, because I want to see if you get a single piece of business.
I'm going to call it flopping mindsets with Joe Stapleton.
Jesus.
Set minding.
10-7 of spades in the cutoff. Starts the hand with 43 bigs.
Unprotected mindsets.
For the next level.
You can't. Oh my gosh, 20 more minutes on the level. Okay, Maria.
Look what you've done.
Good. I've already said this. Maria's had it too good for too long.
Come on,
Nobody messes with Maria.
Oh, just to catch up on something that I imagine some of our long-term viewers are interested in. Did the dinner ever happen? Have you bought Maria dinner yet?
Yeah, I did. I bought her McDonald's 2 nights ago.
Oh, okay.
Stabes. There's so many things wrong with that. One, the McDonald's was cold. If the fries were
How is
still
that my
crispy,
fault?
maybe I would have accepted it as payment for the dinner you owe me. Maybe.
Come on, Joe, sort it out.
I have ace.
You have an ace?
So we've still got today and Saturday and Sunday streaming EPT Barcelona. Once we get into the month of September, we're going to be streaming 4 events from the World Championship of Online Poker, WCUP 2023, starting on the 10th of September. We're going to stream the Super High Roller Final Table on September 27th. We'll stream the last 3 days of the 10K main event, October 2nd through 4th. Plus, of course, many of the Stars guys are going to be streaming their own action on Twitch over the course of this series, which runs from the 10th all the way through to October 4th.
See, Maria keeps Kenny Banya in me.
Definitely.
Remember when Jerry Seinfeld owes a dinner to Kenny Banya? And Jerry takes him out dinner, and then Banya just orders soup? And then he's like, well, soup doesn't count. You're like, oh, well, this frozen yogurt doesn't count. This McDonald's doesn't count. You're nickel and diming me for all these little meals.
Right.
Which is
what
probably
other little
added
meals? Let me think about that. Any other
I think there was a
meals?
smoothie, if I remember.
No, I'm not a smoothie gal, so can't be me.
You hit me up
Wrong,
for a piece
Maria.
of gum the other day. I don't see that going on my tab.
So Stricker has opened in the cutoff with King 10 suited. Alexander Val starts the hand with just 8 bigs, has ace-5 offsuit, and he folds.
Yeah, Val losing fold equity and losing it fast, still trying to secure that pay jump.
Yeah. That pay jump will occur when we lose a player in 28th. The final 27 will have locked up an additional $5,000.
You got so many toppings on that froyo, too.
Oh, you did get me froyo. I remember that. It wasn't a smoothie, though. Froyo.
So Herzog, watching on Twitch, says I missed those fun gags with James and Joe at various locations, goofing around. Got to bring them back. Herzog, we filmed a bunch of them in the Bahamas. And when the PCA TV show's there very soon, you will see us doing art classes, Flamingo Yoga.
We almost get married.
Hanging out
What?
at Bond nightclub. Yes, we went to the wedding chapel.
Going to the chapel.
All right, finally, we see the chip leader doing some chip leadery things.
Nothing will ever beat Barcelona 2 when the monkeys decided they were going to let you know exactly what they think of your material.
Cool.
Ooh, Siddenstricker, sitting sticky.
Yeah, I like the King 10 suited in the calling range. When you are this deep, of course, in position, it's going to be a nice hand, but doesn't connect with this flop. That's just not the flop you are looking for when you have King 10 of spades.
Yeah, woof.
Andrea says James Stapleton has a nice ring to it. I don't know, I feel that we'd have to kind of like create a new last name. I'm kind of in favor of taking the first 2 syllables of my name, Hartig, and then adding the last syllable of Joe's name, Un. As we see Simon Wiciak chip up at the feature table, 4.9 million. Closing in on the 125 big blind mark. Still the biggest stack on the main stage. We think that Curtis Knight, who's at the secondary feature table, is still overall chip leader right now. And it seems that Curtis Knight is in a hand right now. So let's actually go over to the secondary feature table. We're going to join the action on the flop. Knight's opponent in the hand is the Israeli player Oshri Lamani. Knight with aces. Lamani has paired his 4 on the flop.
Probably best to proceed with some caution against the chip leader.
Pretty easy to level yourself into thinking the chip leader is bullying you in a spot like this, though.
Yeah, and the chip leader will have some ace highs, right? And not necessarily always just have pocket aces and over pairs to the board. A lot of the times the 4X is going to be doing all right, but Lamani here leading.
Lemon, more like lime.
So Curtis Knight only has 10K in live earnings. This is his first ever cash on the EPT. Oshri Lamani has more than 350 grand in live earnings. Came 115th for the 2021 World Series main event for 50K. Knight calls the 65 grand, and we are going to the river. Oh no, stand by, raise. That was not a call, it was a raise from Knight to 275K.
Yeah, and certainly Lamani thinking he was perhaps trying to get a little protection for his 2 pair now, put in a tough spot, but is going to find a rather quick fold and just going to give Knight some credit here for actually having good hands. You know, sometimes the chip leader's bullying, but sometimes they can have it too, and that might be part of the reason why they got there with such a big stack.
Back to the main feature table where it's Balleur versus Siddenstricker. Siddenstricker opening pre for 80K, Balleur defending his big blind. And Siddenstricker is still ahead right now with ace high and the flush draw. 4-1 favorite. And about to continue into a pot of 220,000.
$120.
C-bet 120K.
Ooh. Joao's going up.
Don't feel like there's much to think about for Ballure. Only has 530K in his stack. Looking for some runners.
Ballure folds. Xiao Sidenstricker now playing 86 big blinds, 3.4 million. Blinds are going to be going up soon, by the way. In 10 minutes' time, we'll take the first break of the day. On the other side of that break, blinds will increase, putting the pressure on short stacks like Akkari, Val, and Ballure.
Can you give me 4 greens? 4 greens?
I don't think it's going to take too long in the next level of play before we get down to 24.
Yeah, be easier.
Yeah, it certainly does feel like there's got to be some pretty short stacks out there, and the consolidation will happen, especially once we get into the next pay jump.
You are playing for 400 or 380.
375 behind.
Okay.
Corporal Poon asks, how many people are we playing until? Trying to get down to 16 today, final 2 tables.
The suit 16.
Ace-9 for Val, who is the shortest stack at the table, has made some tight folds, conscious of the payouts, conscious of the fact that if he can ladder up to 27th place, he'll get an additional 5,000 euros in prize money.
Okay.
But he is going to play this. And it's a virtual all-in. 300K, leaving himself 50K behind. And the table chip leader has King-Queen, Maria.
Yeah, and this is just nice from Val to be able to give himself more time, right? If you jam here, then the action goes quicker. Here you still have another decision where you can take a little bit more time, then use your time banks, then call it off. But here actually with Wiciak just calling, gets even more time, gets to play post, do a little more tanking, hope that maybe somebody else busts from another table in the meantime.
Poor Andre's big also.
Yeah, Andre will be left with 9 bigs at the end of this hand.
So what should we talk about during this tank?
Well, Val has flopped a wheel draw and a backdoor spade draw. We can see that ace high is still the best hand right now.
We do have time to talk about this, Maria. What do you do with King-Queen here if somehow Val checks? Do you just put him in for the rest, or do you just take a free turn?
I think both make sense. You know, why not just take a free turn if the opponent is going to check here and, you know, save yourself maybe 50K. And you're in position, so of course it's just a little bit easier.
One person. Yeah.
But of course you're going to have those cards on their backs one way or the other. It's just a matter of time. And he's only got a couple more time banks left.
I should never vote, but I started. Here you have top shots.
Okay, so Val checks, and I guess we're going to get the answer to your question. Wiciak betting 50K, so it's all into call for Val now.
I mean, if you put him in, then you don't have to deal with him tanking on the later streets, that's for sure.
With a little bit of...
Yeah, but he'll probably use...
the rest on that one.
Oh, what?
Wait, what?
What is happening?
Folded, leaving himself...
I am very confused by that, and
my cards back.
that is very unbelievable, actually.
What do you have?
He still has 1 big blind, Maria.
All he needed was 2 more bricks for the Val.
I had 8 suited.
Yeah, I don't really know what to say about that one. I mean, he still had time banks that he could have used. Kind of surprised.
I believe the word we use in circumstances like this is unconventional.
Unconventional.
It is an unconventional hand. Some may see that word as a euphemism for something else, but we just say unconventional. Yes, that really just happened.
You don't know if it's a good fold or not.
Man, chat's going bananas.
B-A-N-A-N-A-S.
I mean, look, let's say they're playing for chips. That does hit the big blinds. Oh, no, that wasn't the big blind, was it?
Sid and Stricker opening under the gun with King 10 of hearts. So Val's in a situation now where it's like all into call, right? Even if there isn't a raise.
Yeah, I mean, that was a little bit of a disaster, I think.
How many hands has he got until he's literally forced all in?
2.
2, okay.
He's under the gun next.
Koplima. I see that Bruce Baggles made him put a hoodie on. I'm not shooting you in that t-shirt, mate.
And this person's really put their hoodie on.
Koplima defending, and heads up to the flop we go.
The 6-5 defend worked out pretty well. Let's see about 8-6. Hello.
A pair of 6s and a straight draw for Koplima. 4-1 favorite, near enough.
If somebody was.
Exactly. I think Nicky's got exactly the right theory. Dude watched Bendinelli last year, and he's thinking, I'm going to repeat that strategy exactly.
I don't think Bendinelli put in 2/3 of his chips when he had 3 chips and then folded.
24. 24.
You're playing for 1.2?
No, more.
More.
I'm 27.
Okay.
Behind.
Mm-hmm.
Koplima now an 86% favorite.
Yeah, and with that check back from the under the gun opener, you probably want to start getting some protection for your pair, knowing that the overcards are going to loom in your opponent's hand.
Bagpuss raises a good point. Imagine Val watching this back and realizing he was ahead as well. Ace high was the best hand.
But even if he thought he wasn't ahead, it's like you've got 2 overs to the board, you've got a straight draw.
Who
You've committed
improves?
so many of your chips. You're getting such a good price.
Koplima's bet of 80k, winning him the pot there. 3 minutes left on the clock before the first break of the day.
I was expecting some leads sometimes. At least I see the turn for free. It was not a good turn, but it was for free.
Who doesn't like free stuff?
So Val is under the gun. Just to be clear, he will be forced all in on the very next hand. But he's going to move all in for 50k.
Oh.
4-3 of diamonds. I mean, why not?
Man, I'm really trying to find positive spins for this stuff.
It's an unconventional play.
It is quite unconventional.
I'm just a little surprised that he didn't use some of his time banks then. You know, it just felt like, okay, we're still just on the verge of a pay jump.
I think the problem is, Maria, and I understand why, but you're sitting there and trying to apply logic.
I think it's the same as like when if my exes would call me an unconventional lover.
50k?
Koplima has asked for a count.
Not unconventional, just bad. Yes, Kublini, thank you for spelling it out.
Our attempts at subtlety thwarted. So Koplima calls out the small. Sid and Stricker with ace-king in the big.
Man, I mean, your 4-3 isn't even live.
Well,
You're just like, oh, I got live suited connectors. Nah.
luckily here with the 3-bet, though, is going to be live against ace-king, but of course,
Good enough.
What did you have?
in a great spot to double up, still behind.
Ace 9.
Queen.
Oh,
Oh, Val gets the news that he was ahead on that hand against Wiciak. At least he's got live cards here. Not that far behind.
favorite numbers back in the days.
There's a three. There's
Wow,
two of them.
you guys!
Val flops, trips, and is now a huge favorite to survive.
Feel player, not unconventional.
Blessed.
You gotta go with your gut.
Oh my goodness.
Quads. 4 of a kind.
It's good to lose this.
Only one.
I didn't see career. I had trips.
2 years, 3 years.
That is a huge pot for Val, who's gone from 1 big blind to 4 big blinds.
You all...
You shoved the NIP. Is it bounty? Is it bounty? Please, bounty. No bounty. Shit.
You all owe Alexander Val a big, fat apology. All of you.
1 million.
Depends on the bounty.
Yeah.
Seems like a nice guy, though, so, you know, rooting for him.
The mean bounties.
Mini bounties, not. Yeah,
What a crazy couple of hands. The ace-9 fold, the 4-3 all in, turning quads.
Not worth it.
Just when you think you've seen it all. And this will be the last hand of the session, the last hand before the first break of the day. Balleur, who has 12 big blinds. Oh, by the way, Val has half of his chips in the middle right now because he's posted the big blind and the ante.
Balleur has Akkari behind him who's shorter, so it's just a really nice spot for him. You know, going to be pretty happy in this spot.
Round to the blinds and round to the big blind, the short stack. Ace-deuce for Alexander Val. I think he's going to be all in again.
I think he can wait for a better spot.
He calls, and here we go. Just the 1 overcard to Balleur's pocket pair.
Just agree.
Ah, yeah, 1-1.
Yeah, thank you very much.
I mean, if he wins this hand, maybe he is going to channel his inner Bendanelli and go on to win.
Bend it like Val, it doesn't quite work.
No, but thanks for trying. Val at risk and behind. No ace on the flop.
Oh, gonna try the sit back down
Sitting
trick.
back down.
No, that's
this guy does everything backwards.
Ooh. Okay, all right. Could hit a 3 now.
We're going to stay here.
He's good at hitting 3s.
Yeah. Okay.
Ace or a tray required on the river. It's a jack, so 6s hold, and we do lose Alexander Val. He did not make the pay jump. He exits in 28th place. He's the last player to cash for 36,100 euros. Everyone else guaranteed 41.5K.
That river was another brick in the Val.
So 27 players will be returning from break as we continue to play down to 16 here on day 5 of the EPT Barcelona main event. Keeping this table for the next session, of course, we will have the redraw when we hit 24. We still have a short stack. Andre Akkari at the new blind level will have 7 bigs. Gaëtan Balleur only 14 bigs. Simon Wiciak still one of the big stacks with more than 100 bigs, but we do believe the chip leader is still Curtis Knight at the secondary feature table. So 17-minute break, and then back with more live action from the PokerStars European Poker Tour. This is day 5 of the Barcelona main event. Welcome to EPT Retro, where we're taking a 2020 glance at poker from 2008. This is the first event of Season 5 of the European Poker Tour, the final table of Barcelona. And this gentleman, Jason Mercier, is aiming for his second EPT title, raising to 125,000 here with King Queen off.
I mean, look how crazy things were back then. Check out this. Look at this crazy black shirt, huh? What about these this wild sport coat. Okay, super stressed and all in. Not gonna lie, I would think that this is a much stronger hand than deuces. I would not expect a player to be this patently obvious about not liking their spot. I would expect this to be jacks plus when someone acts this stressed out and then moves their chips in.
And
Jason does not feel as worried about it. And he is going to take a flip.
And, Jason shows king queen.
We have got a coin flip on our hands.
Like the Pussycat Dolls versus Danity Kane.
So
one of these two things from 2008 has a slight mathematical advantage.
For Jason, let's see the flop. Flop comes ace, tray, 4.
And Keller's deuces holding, plus he has the wheel draw as well.
Turn card. Ace a deuce, so 3 deuces.
Ooh, only the 5 for a chop now.
Don't celebrate too soon.
Jason can win part of this pot. Let's see. Last card, another
wow.
Deuce. 4 deuces.
Quads. Overkill. And Drenu Keller gets the double up through Jason Mercier. And regarding the question about where the streams were in Season 5, by this point, PokerStars TV had launched. Remember, the early streams were on eptlive.com, but by the time we get into the second half of 2008, PokerStars.tv had become a thing. I remember this was also a very exciting time because they finally launched a Mac-based version of the PokerStars client.
Oh, wow. That is exciting.
Only took him 7 years. Vincent Gavin.
160,000. Sebastian pass.
Raising with queens.
Pocket queens. And a really quick shove with the 7s. This is a great spot for those queens. Never folding.
And call.
Snap call.
Jason's
Gavin got him before, and he is in good shape to get him again.
Pair of queens.
Mercier needing the 7 from heaven.
I know you have a big hand, but I'm just hoping you have ace king. Yeah.
Here is the flop.
We are in Barcelona, where it's always coming 7.
King. Queens in the lead for Finton. Jason needs a 7. Here's a turn card. It's an ace.
2 outs for Mercier, 1 chance to hit.
And here's the river card. It's a 5.
No second title for Jason Mercier in Barcelona, but hey, took down San Remo just a few months ago. A final table appearance in Barcelona, a 6th place finish worth 227,800 euros. And trust me, we will be seeing this guy again very, very soon. So down to 5 players now.
He's going to pass. So will Dren over to Daniele on the button. He's going to pass, and it's going to be the blinds again. Finn announces raise.
And you'll notice that Finton Gavin has changed. He's wearing a Barcelona FC shirt plus jacket.
Did you say 160? 160,
sorry. He announced 160, so 160,000.
Hey, Joe, remember when you wore that Real Madrid shirt in Barcelona?
So many fake Madrid shirts. I went and spent the extra money to get the real Madrid.
And even though we were doing that for a comedy skit, you got some genuine death stares.
Yeah, sports are freaking weird, man.
And the flop comes 8 of clubs, king of hearts, queen of hearts.
This feels like it's going to be real bad for Finton Gavin.
Both players with top pair.
185.
Does not seem like the kind of guy
185,000 is going to be the bet.
that is going to get away from top pair very often. Maybe Rutenberg actually doubts his hand in bad kicker.
Sebastian's going to make the call.
All hands going to the turn.
Oh, man. It's out there anyways. I didn't even see the flop.
All right, these guys are going to go heads up one more time.
I didn't even see the flop.
It's the deuce.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, it feels so good.
With 2 hearts and 2 clubs. Fenton's going to go first again.
I think you've got the hearts, to be sure, to be sure.
He announces all in.
He shoves. All in for nearly 1.5 million.
I don't know what you're even supposed to do here.
Yeah, but look how much is in the pot. It's a massive pot. If I lose this pot, I'm out of the tournament. You know what I mean? Psychologically, I'd be devastated. I'd never come back. So I have to push.
I have a king.
You have a king? Wow. And why did you just call me? Why did you slow play it?
No, slow play.
Wow, you have a king, man. That's big.
This is actually not the worst Hollywood. I don't mind this. I think we've seen far worse from these EPT retros.
I might make a bad laydown. I might make a bad laydown.
Bad laydown? I haven't seen you make a bad laydown yet. Wow.
Sebastian shows a king and mucks his hand. And Fenton shows a king.
Come on, can't do that shit. You gotta keep your thinking.
You know, they both at least had top pair.
I don't think there's that many worse kings.
No.
Yeah.
I had you.
I know I can see the whole cards, but laying down king 6 there doesn't seem like that crazy of a laydown to me.
You're going to have to watch it on TV to see what it was.
Everybody now guaranteed almost €500,000, well over $500,000, 650,000 US dollars back in 2000.
210,000, he says.
It's a beautiful starting hand there, ace-7 of hearts, especially when you're short-handed.
Get Sebastian to fold.
But Katai has one that's slightly better.
Over to Duthie in the big blind.
Who just calls?
Duthie's going to make the call.
I like just calling against a player who you know gets a little out of line pre and post flop.
Here's the flop.
What we can't see here as well is the dynamic with the third player. If they're the 2 big stacks, they're not really incentivized to get super out of line with each other.
King of clubs, 3 of hearts.
Of course, Gavin
hearts.
flops huge.
Duthie's going to check. Fenton really quick.
Whoa. Doesn't continue on the 2-heart flop.
Let's go ahead and see that free
Interesting.
turn
Not sure I love that.
That's the king of hearts.
Oh,
we now
beautiful.
have 2 kings with 3 hearts on board. Duthie's going to check.
I mean, Nick, we like betting that flop because sometimes we win it, and then also when we make our flush, we can bet more here on the turn, right?
Yeah, you build the pot up. I mean, you do want to. If you're gonna bet this flop as a bluff at any frequency, you also need to have stuff that's strong, and you also need to have, you want to have some top pairs, you want to have some draws as well. If you're gonna check back any flush draw, as I mentioned in the previous hand, you want to be checking back with the ace highs, where ace high will be the best hand quite often. He's just dropped it.
That might be a tell.
Johnson.
All right, Duthie is going to make the call of 400,000.
But yeah, betting. I mean, for the most part, you're going to be betting a lot of your draws here. Maybe you mix it up and don't always do it with the ace draw.
We've got 2 kings on board with 3 hearts. King, 8-3. Let us see the river card, please.
I'm just waiting for Neil to be like, so anyone with 2 hearts has a flush.
And the river's a 10, so King 10 just made a full house.
Gavin's looking nervous. Doesn't look like he's going to call.
Tell me, did you fill up?
Gavin likes to chat when he's got it, doesn't he? Chirpy chips.
He's going to check his nuts.
He checks behind.
Ace high flush, and Duthie's going to pass.
I think you're full, he says, and he checks behind with the nut flush.
Katai's like, you missed value.
Katai's like, how did I not lose more in this spot?
This payday.
Your sunglasses.
I mean, it was a different meta though as well. We were talking about c-betting with the draw there. I mean, it was a different meta as well to a certain degree. Like at the frequency that people c-bet these days, betting there just means you get value from hands like ace-queen, right? Because people will just float with ace-high all day long.
Yeah.
Maybe in that, maybe back then people were folding a little bit more
Sebastian's
frequently.
going to be on the button this time.
First that flop c-bet.
He's going to pass it over to Duthie in the small. He's going to pass as well. Finn rolls over the ace of clubs in his big blind.
This commentary.
That was a walk for Fintan Gavin there.
His face.
Yeah, so going to be first on the button.
So it actually looks like our initial evaluation of that previous flat with ace-queen was accurate. I think they're the two big stacks, and therefore trying to slow down a little bit.
Let's see those cards, guys.
To try and find a situation such as this.
Yeah, Fintan Gavin with the big chip lead shoves on Sebastian Ruthenberg, who calls for his last 800K.
Clubs and the 10 of diamonds. Let's see the flop, please.
Cold.
Flop is 9-3 queen. Queen of clubs, 3 of spades, 9 of hearts. No flushes are in play at this point in time. Ace-7 versus 10-10. Let's see that turn card, please. Turn is the 4 of spades. Sebastian just needs to dodge that ace, and he's going to double through.
Only 3 cards in the deck that Ruthenberg has to fade. 10s hold, and Ruthenberg doubles up. More than 1.6 million now. And Fintan Gavin not quite as dominant as he was before.
No.
Sebastian's going to be first on the button this time.
Raise all in.
He's going to raise all in from the button.
Ruthenberg now up to 3 million.
Duthie's going to push all in behind him in the small blind. It's over to Fintan in the big blind now. Already have 2 players all in, Sebastian and Duthie.
Oh, boy.
Fintan exposes ace-queen.
Oh, Katai does not want to see that. As he...
You have an ace also?
Same end.
Oh, that's good.
Duthie says diamond.
Goes to the flop, turn and river against Sebastian Ruthenberg. Falls against ace-queen. Katai the at-risk player.
With the 4 of hearts and the 4 of clubs.
So not quite a race anymore.
6-7 jack with 2 hearts on it.
4's holding.
We've got 6-7 jack, 2 hearts. Sebastian is the only one with a heart in his hand.
Hate to see it. Hate to see that ace-queen
Ace-queen
folded.
of diamonds for Duthie, 4s for Sebastian. All right, let's see that turn card.
Oh.
It's the king of clubs.
You love to
Duvitie's
see
going to need to find an ace or a
getting
queen
4 outs back.
or he's going to be
Yeah, you love
in 3rd place here in Barcelona.
not needing the aces and queens that just got folded as much.
You lost the ace and the queen, but you gained 4 straight cards.
Brick on the river, and Duthie Katai is eliminated in 3rd place again. We salute the fact that he had deep runs in Barcelona 2 consecutive years. His 3rd place finish in season 5 worth 455,000 euros. Sebastian Ruthenberg goes heads up against Fintan Gavin, and it's Ruthenberg with the chip advantage. Blind still 5,100.
And here you go. That's those are the pay jumps you're waiting for when you're late game. And wow, what a pay jump that is.
Big blind check.
Domination nation in this limp pot.
Flop is king, tray, 4.
Check.
Fintan check.
120.
Sebastian bet 120. And he wins.
Easy game.
Absolutely no chipping up on this table. Only 2 colors.
$7-4 off for Finton.
These are some of the smallest stacks we've seen at heads-up play.
I think it's mostly because he doesn't have very many chips.
He moves all in with 7-4 off.
Finton raise
He
all
snap calls.
and call.
It's a 12 big blind shove with 7-4. Ruthenberg calls with King 9.
7-4 offsuit and King 9 of clubs for Sebastian.
Yeah, I mean, we're on the shallow side, but 7-4 off. This is a punt.
Let's see the flop.
Still live.
7.
Deuce, ace, 7. Pair of 7s for Finton. Finton is in the lead.
Gavin now a 3-1 favorite to double up.
Always coming 7.
Let's see the turn.
As if we needed any more historical
There's
evidence.
a king.
But there's a king
7 always coming.
on the turn. Gavin does have the 4 of hearts.
4 or a heart. He has a flush draw as well on the turn. The last card is not a 7, not a 4 or a heart. We have a decision.
Have a heart, dealer.
7s, 4s, and hearts. Those are Finton Gavin's outs. The river card is the 9 of diamonds, and it is over with 2 pairs. Sebastian Ruthenberg wins EPT 5 Barcelona. Finton Gavin from Ireland gets 792,000 euros as the runner-up, but Ruthenberg, the German champion, gets 1,361,000 euros. Memories of Sebastian Ruthenberg and Finton Gavin, definitely the best poker player in Ireland called Finton. It's day 5 of the 2023 main event here in Barcelona on the PokerStars European Poker Tour. James Hartigan joined by Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you so much for having me.
Nick, these are the chip leaders coming into the session. Second session of the day. Went a bit Connery there, didn't I? Session. Curtis Knight has the chip lead right now, just shy of 6 million. Simon Wiciak is on the main feature table, second in chips. Carl Shaw still in the top 5. And we do have some short stacks in the field as well. Andre Akkari is in the hyper danger zone.
Hyper danger zone!
Just 7 big blinds as we return from break, because the blinds are now up to 25,000, 50,000 with a 50k big blind ante. This is level 26 of the main event.
Very excited, getting close.
And the objective today is to get down to 16, get down to the final 2 tables. When we have 3 more eliminations, when we're down to 24, there will be a redraw. Players will get new seat assignments around the final 3 tables.
Yeah, at this point, you got to be really sweating the opportunity here. So close to absolute victory here in Barcelona.
It is ridiculous when you think about it. And I know we say this at every event, and I know it's true of every single MTT, but you're in the final 27 from, oh, hold that thought, Andre Akkari, all in from the hijack. Akkari shoving with an ace. We've only seen one of his cards.
Yep, this is the hyper danger zone situation, chat. Looks like he's going to get a spin.
Table chip leader Simon Wiciak calls, and we will see both hands. Queen 10 the hand for Wiciak in the big blind, so we know Andre's ahead. Andre with ace 4. So Wiciak does have live cards.
Yeah, not ahead by much. I am Team Akkari, though. Come on.
Beautiful. It's so beautiful.
Last repping Team Pro in the field.
Jack 10-8, Akkari outflopped. Second pair for Wiciak plus the straight draw, and Andre needs an ace. Unless Barry Greenstein appears on the river, we lose the last remaining member of Team Pro.
Come on, Andre.
Greenstein!
Let's go.
Ace on the river, and Andre survives.
Now I'm short stack. Officially.
James, this guy has had his fair share of dramatic rivers. If you guys recall the Ace-King versus Queens, Queen
Yes.
River, another fantastic river for Team Pro. And he's still in there, still battling, now 15 big blinds deep.
Yes, Flaming Barry's definitely appropriate for this situation as Andre Akkari doubles up and survives.
2.5 minutes.
So I was saying, Nick, 27 players remaining. You've outlasted so many players. The field, 2,120, and yet you're still looking at a 41K payout. Now, don't get me wrong. That's a very nice amount of money. That ace on the river, not well received, by the way, by Simon Wiciak. But it's a long way off the 1.5 million for the winner. The discrepancy in pay now between 27th and 1st feels slightly grotesque when you feel how far you've come already.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a situation so close yet so far. And it's just one of those things about, you know, this is how tournament poker is. This is the nature of tournament poker.
Yeah.
It feels so sparse having played for so many days. These guys must be exhausted at this point. You know, these truly are a test of real endurance. When we play online, James, you're doing it from the comfort of your own home. You're chilling out. The fields go relatively quickly. They can still be much larger than this. However, you know, to actually be there in person, to get through a field this large in person, day in, day out.
Yes.
And actually go in and play and be exposed in real time, it's just a completely different kettle of fish. And these guys are toughing it out for us here.
So we've had the button raise from Zhao Sidenstricker, and we've got Kazrat Nevejev calling in the big blind with Queen 9. And he has been outflopped. It is domination rotation in Sidenstricker's favor.
Let's see how they proceed here. Checks back to Sidenstricker. I think I like to continue here. You got a pretty good hand here. It's a board you're going to continue as a bluff quite frequently as well, so you get plenty of action from worse cards, worse hands here. Give yourself a little bit of protection as well.
75.
Continuation bet of 75,000 into a pot of 275,000. And Nebejev doesn't have a great deal of equity here. And will fold the Queen 9. Nicky says, the worst thing running deep for me is being eliminated right before the final table. I would say that is a nice problem to have, but equally it is still a problem.
Yeah, absolutely. Stealth shot clocks in play.
Yeah, and with Andre Akkari getting that double up, Nick, it is Guy Tembele who is now the shortest stack at this table with 12 bigs. Marco Koplomar starting this hand with just shy of 40 bigs. 1.8 million chips. Average stack right now, 2.4 million. So we're playing just below, slightly below, a 50 big blind average with 27 players remaining. Andrew asks, did Maria leave to play poker? She did. I believe Maria is playing the high roller today, the 10K.
All right, action incoming. Flat call from the king-queen suited. Nice hand here in position. 10-8 suited. Definitely a pretty combo.
So the 3-bet from the table chip leader is to 400,000 after Koplomar's raise was flattered by Sidenstricker.
Yeah, I've got to say I love this. I really appreciate this aggression, especially against those particular stack depths. Putting the initial pre-flop raiser in a really tough spot here, being that middling stack. 35 big blinds, just got to fold. there's an argument that king-queen suited should still be defending versus this squeeze on the button.
A few people asking about the event Maria's playing, the 10K. There is no stream of the high roller. We're following the main event through to its conclusion. Watching it play down to 16 today, down to 6 tomorrow, and down to a winner on Sunday. 10-8-4 on the flop. 2 pair for Wiciak. Just the 1 diamond for Seidenstricker.
Oh man, James, what a fantastic feeling to ramp up the aggression, make a very nice play pre-flop, and be rewarded with this beautiful 10-8-4 flop. Top 2, going to be the best hand a huge amount of the time. How much action can he get, though, from the king-queen, 2 overcards, backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw? Wow, quite a big continuation here, considering there was a squeeze. 500,000 on 10-8-4. Not super well versed at these stack depths, but I kind of would have expected closer to a quarter pot continue. Under these circumstances, is that too much to try and get action from the king-queen? It's a big stack of time banks there, James.
Yeah, of course, players got an additional 6 time bank cards at the start of play today to go along with any cards that they haven't used so far, and they would have been bagging with their chips overnight. Three denominations of chip in play right now. The blue 5Ks, the green 25Ks, the red and black 100Ks. Wiciak takes down that pop. To the outer tables, and it's man down. Pablo Malogno KO'd by Robin Ulatalo. All in pre-flop. Malogno got it in with ace-queen against Ulatalo's 10s, did not improve. And that is going to take us down to 26. Did get the pay jump, though, by cashing out in 27th place. So 2 away from the redraw now. 2 eliminations away from the final 3 tables. As we continue at the 25-50 blind level. Just 10 minutes into this session. Ace-10 suited for Nebyshev. The next pay jump, by the way, won't occur until we're down to 23.
He's coming in for the min-raise. Feels good. In fact, it's a little bit more, 110.
Jack-10 suited for Bellur, who is the table short stack, has 11 bigs.
This would not be the most unreasonable all-in, James, except at 11 big blinds effective, you start to wonder, how much fold equity do I still have? Is this still a combination that I want to be pressing with? I think I would take the spot if I was him. Yep, he takes it. He's all in.
And he's going to get called by ace-10 suited, right?
He will, and he should do as well. It's a very clear raise call. You're going to be miles ahead of that 3-betting range. And indeed, dominating the JT suited here.
Absolutely. This is going to be a domination situation in Nebyshev's favor. And Bellur is going to need to get lucky to survive. But he hasn't made the call yet. Getting a count of Bellur's stack.
Yeah, I think he's a little bit unlucky here. Definitely a hand that still, or a situation that still merits some fold equity. And when you get called by better, you will have significant equity as well. But under these circumstances, unfortunate to find the dominating ace.
Yeah, Bellur gets the bad news, does not look happy. His jack is live, clubs are working for him. But if ace high holds, as it will, 2/3 of the time, we are going to lose Gaetan Bellur in 26th place.
Yep, best of luck, boys. Let's see the flop.
It's 6-6 deuce with 2 hearts. 2 outs for Bellur. The jack of diamonds, the jack of spades,
Yeah, that's a fairly decisive flop, but still equity, still a few percent. 4 of diamonds, no change.
Just 5% chance of survival. Balleur needs one of those 2 jacks on the river. It's the jack of hearts. It's the needle.
Wow, just the needle.
The flush for Nebyshev, the elimination of Gaetan Balleur. The Frenchman cashes for 41.5 grand, and we are down to 25. One more elimination, and it will be redraw time.
Yeah, we're getting close now, guys. You can really start to taste that final table magic. But as you said, James, still so close yet so far. Still lots more action to come, and pay jumps are looking real juicy.
Kazrat Nebyshev playing around 45 big blinds now, just below an average stack. Andre Akkari, 12 bigs, remains the short stack now.
Yeah, I think he's done the right thing there. I feel like Jack 10 suited, pretty clear jam. Just kind of running into it, unfortunately, but that's how tournament poker goes. You got to play the averages, and occasionally you're going to run into the hands you don't want to see.
Aces for table chip leader, Simon Wiciak.
Sorry, James, I was going to say, speaking of hands you love to see.
Yes, absolutely. Raises from the cutoff to 100,000. Blinds are currently 25.50.
I don't know if they're bringing somebody here. They're going to play 5-handed. They're going to play 5-handed here.
Nebyshev. Is re-raising, timing a little bit off here. 3 bets to 335,000, gets the fold from Andre. Marco Koplemark, Queen 6 in the big, that's going in the muck. So back on Wiciak with the best starting hand in the game.
This is a really interesting one. The effective stack here being 38 big blinds after the 3-bet. So let's call it 40-ish big blinds to start the hands. A little bit more, be closer to like 45.
Dana asking if the blind levels will decrease later in the tourney. No, they only go forwards, not backwards. And we get the 4-bet to 800,000. And if you have ace-jack offsuit, you are throwing up in your mouth right now and then folding.
Yep, I would tend to agree. You've seen wilder things happen, though. So the 4-bet was to 800,000. I would argue that is on the larger side, but could kind of be in Wiciak's mind that he just would prefer to end the hand right here, right now. He's got a great position to go deeper in this tournament. Perhaps doesn't want to invite any more variance. Wants to make sure he's giving his opponent a bad price here to continue, but you know, that's up for debate. Definitely some ICM considerations. Pay jumps to come, of course.
Let's it go. And to use the time-honored cliche, the rich get richer. Table chip leader up to nearly 6 million, now a 120 big blind stack. EPT main event dealers, finish the hand you're on and stop dealing.
Oh dear.
Maybe.
What has happened? Are we balancing the tables, or have we hit the redraw? I think it could be the latter, Nick. This happened just now. Thomas Boivin eliminated, out in 25th place for 41,550 euros, leaving us with the final 24, 3 tables of 8, and time for players to draw their new seat assignments around those final 3 tables. Wow, so we started the day with 32 players. Still looks like we have a hand in progress, by the way, out in the field.
24 now.
It's only taken 1 level and 15 minutes to get down from 32 to 24. Now we have the redraw. Then we'll continue today playing down to 16, playing down to the final 2 tables.
Yeah, and as you said, looks like there's still action being documented. TV teams out in force, guys. Look at the level of production out there. This is the number of bodies required to capture all that action that we will use here during this broadcast and, of course, in future production material as well.
I think a lot of these hands, Nick, being filmed by cameras that aren't necessarily connected to the live stream, so this is information that will be catalogued and shown in the TV shows. We have much more of a balance of feature table and outer table coverage. But yeah, we do have this hand to conclude before the redraw takes place. And we are going to take a short break, ladies and gentlemen. I know we've just come back from break, but it's going to take about 20-25 minutes to assign seats, get new players mic'd up and move to the 2 feature tables. And then we will come back from break and continue playing down to 16. Double Buddha, I've never worked for PKR, but thank you.
All right.
Ace is good. So no elimination there. We are at 24, not 23.
See you later, guys.
And the redraw is being conducted.
Enjoy the trip. Yeah, maybe.
I will show you who's left. We'll give you the new feature tables when we return from break. So reminder that we've played from 32 to 24. The redraw now taking place. A short break for the players and for us, and back with more action from the PokerStars European Poker Tour very, very soon.
Let's see if Eugene's lucky streak continues. We're going to play this hand from his point of view. We're going to sweat with Eugene Kachalov and only see his hole cards. Looks like he's facing a raise in the big blind from Tomeo Gumilla.
I'm pretty sure we've been sweating with Eugene every hand so far.
No.
Just clarifying that Sarwolf did not expose one of his cards when he folded. So action passed around to Eugene.
If Gamilla's playing as wild today as he was yesterday, that raise is likely to mean as much as a Daily Mail headline.
Ace-Jack.
Eugene could 3-bet here, but flatting is a great way to look like you're defending your big blind with a wide range.
He does just call.
Especially when we know Gamilla is very likely to make a bluff.
Ace-King-9 flop. Top pair for Eugene. He checks to the raise set, and Gamilla makes a very quick continuation bet.
Eugene has to be loving this spot.
He calls the 100,000. And we go to the turn. 3 of clubs.
Puts a flush and a wheel draw out there.
Eugene checks a second time. Gamilla continues the aggression, betting 150,000.
I certainly don't think Eugene can fold, not to this maniac.
Eugene has check called the flop and check called the turn. The river pairs the board.
I do not like this card at all.
Gamilla immediately reaching for a tower of green and black chips. They're worth 100,000 each. He bets the river 900,000.
The whole way I was pretty confident Eugene should just call him down, but now I just don't know. This is a triple barrel, and while Gamilla has played similarly with air, we haven't seen him overbet the river yet, and maniacs love to value own people with gigantic river overbets.
Bluffed me in the same spot yesterday.
True that.
It's a little different now.
Tomeo's played this way a ton last time, and he never had it. But I agree with Eugene that something feels different this time.
Well, Eugene folds. Was it a good fold?
I know I made a good fold.
Yes, it was.
Great laydown.
much better hand this time.
I give Eugene massive credit for being able to lay down to a guy who's proven himself to be such a maniac, especially after investing all that on the previous streets.
Blinds are up to 40 and 80,000 with a 10K ante. Actions on Dragan Kostic. One of 3 Spanish players who remain at this final table.
Kostic is short, but he's probably got time to wait for a better hand.
He folds, Raul Mestre folds. Gomilla with ace-4 in the cutoff.
Let me guess, he's raising.
He makes it 180,000. Eugene Kachelov has ace-jack suited in the big blind.
Eugene Stack not exactly healthy after that last loss to Gomilla.
It's a 3-bet shove. And an insta-call from Gomilla.
Terrible, by the way. Eugene's got him exactly where he wants him. Papa Kachelov a favorite to be celebrating by the end of this hand.
Kachelov 68% favorite to get another double up. But there's a 4 on the flop.
Easily the maddest I've ever seen Eugene. Talk about home field advantage. This guy can't miss.
The Spanish go wild as Gomilla catches that 4. And now Eugene Kachelov is drawing to just 3 cards in the deck.
Only a jacker as Triple Crown dreams are dashed in Barcelona.
The river is a jack.
Wow.
Kachelov survives.
He re-got there. One of Tomeo Gomilla's missteps has finally caught up with him.
Eugene calm and collected.
Nice hand. Thank you.
Now playing 3 million.
Just like that, Eugene Kachelov is right back in this thing.
He's facing a 3-bet here from Tomeo Gomilla. Eugene made it 180,000. Gomilla re-raising to more than 500,000. And Kachelov makes the call. He'll have to play the flop out of position.
Will this finally be the hand where Eugene traps Tomeo Gomilla?
Possibly. He's flopped second set.
Yahtzee.
Checks to the razor.
Unfortunately for Eugene, Gomilla has flopped no piece of this. Although that hasn't stopped Gomilla from triple barreling before.
As the pre-flop 3-better, he may choose to represent the king.
855.
Verbally announces a bet of 855,000.
I think even though against a lot of players, I would recommend raising a board like this. There are so many hands you can get value from. In this case, I think Eugene's best move is to just call and let Gomilla keep barreling like he's prone to do.
Considering his options, he's 95% favorite here. 95% of the people watching want him to lose this hand, though. A lot of support for Tomeo Gomilla here at the Casino Barcelona. Well, he elects to raise, makes it 1.9 million.
Every other time they've tangled, Eugene has just check-called the whole way. This time he's raising. It could look suspicious, but Eugene may be figuring Tomeo never folds jacks or better here. However, with 7 high, Eugene's kind of taken away Gomilla's chance to try to bluff at this any further.
Gomilla lets it go.
You wouldn't be clapping if you saw what Eugene's hand was. You'd be turning tables over.
And for the second time today, Tomeo Gomilla has given up the final table chip lead.
Ooh.
Action is on John Duanda on the feature table. He has pocket deuces.
Quack. Quack.
And under the gun raise to 43,000. Pocket queens for Lucille Kai.
Here comes the trois bet.
She re-raises to 92,000. Shemian has ace king.
Oh boy, we could easily see a 4-bet.
191.
He does re-raise to 191,000.
Well, at least 2 players are going to see all 5 cards here.
Javier Piazuelo has king 10 on the button. That'll be a fold.
Maybe an eventual fold. I mean, the guy is wearing a scarf. Clearly, he likes attention.
299.
What? I'm not really sure this is a good spot for a cold 5-bet.
It is not.
I guess they don't want me to play this time.
Yeah. It's pretty obvious you're stealing.
Now, in spots like this, someone in there is going to have a real hand, and at that point, King 10 suited is going to hold up like a piece of wet toilet paper.
All right. Juanda folds the deuces.
Come on in.
Lucille Kai shoves.
Shemian's getting 2 to 1.
All in.
He reshoves.
Wow. We got aces and kings, huh?
Piazuela finally folds.
Queens.
Yeah, it's a flip.
All right.
It's a familiar flip for Lucille. She busted the grand final ace-king versus queens.
It's my first big flip.
This time she has the queens. And once again, she's the player at risk. An ace on the flop.
Literally nothing you can do.
Lucille looking for a queen.
On.
She needs to hit on the river. Can she hit a two-outer? No. The full house for Shemian.
Good game.
And the elimination of Lucille Kai.
Lucille was looking for redemption in Season 9 after second place in the grand final. She's probably bummed right now, but 2 deep runs in a row is an impressive achievement in and of itself.
Shemian up to 3.7 million. Is this Martin Schleich's moment of victory?
It is! There's some very enthusiastic fans in the crowd, Martin. Friends of yours?
I got to know these guys a few hours ago. They came in and...
Yes, to be clear, Ola Shemian was one of 2 random Germans hanging around who railed Martin Schleich at the prospect of free Jägermeister from one of our producers. True story.
Blinds are up to 12-24 with a 3K ante.
I could use this one as well.
Shemian
48.
picks up another big hand. Pocket aces under the gun +1. He raises to 48,000.
Kind of a big hand.
And this is also a big hand. Kings for Juanda.
I haven't seen a cold deck this bad since EPT Siberia.
Juanda 3 bets. Makes it 145,000 total.
This is going to be a shame.
Action back on Shemian.
287.
There is the 4 bet.
This is like watching 2 trains on the same track. Going toward each other, of course. Would be interesting if one was following the other. It's just weird.
And Juanda 5 bets to 590,000.
All in.
There's the all-in.
Call.
And there's the call.
Not cool, Zeus. Wow. Still a very tense moment for Shemian. If his aces hold, he's going to have a Beschnefly billion chips.
Juanda on the verge of elimination. So far, so good for Shemian.
Juanda's going to need a return of the king.
He's drawing to 2 outs. We've lost 2 players from the outer tables. John Juanda about to become our 18th place finisher here in Barcelona. But there's a king on the turn!
That movie is still having too many endings.
Shemian gets cooled.
Some people would say you have to look at this like losing a flip. Since you both play aces and kings the same way, he could have easily been on the other side of this. But John Juanda does drink your milkshake.
No ace on the river. Ola Shemian doubles up John Juanda.
He knows he's not out, right?
You'd want to get away from the table if that happened to you.
True story.
And John Juanda getting it quietly. What a pro.
I think Ola Shemian might actually be going to get sick.
That was a sick hand. That was a cooler.
John Juanda up to 3.5 million. On the secondary feature table, 3 players have gone to the flop. Those players being Ola Shemian, Irari Sahamias, and Aku Joentauster, who got moved off our main feature table.
Shemian's ahead, and he's the only one who's not up against any blockers to improving his hand.
Joentauster will bet 100,000.
The guy with the least equity firing there.
Shemian with top 2 will call.
Just calls thinking maybe he's up against exactly what he is up against, a pair and a straight draw.
And Sahamias will also call. Turn, the 6 of diamonds, changes nothing.
Diamonds also not a factor.
Ilari checks a second time. Johan Tauster bets a second time. 300,000.
Johan Tauster raised this hand under the gun pre-flop, and by golly, he's going to keep repping a strong hand. Gosh dang it.
Shemian has called. Actions on Ilari. And Samirs will fold.
Yeah, probably for the best.
So 1.149 million in the pot. And the river card is the deuce of spades.
Well, it's come banana, banana. No one's improved.
Johan Tauster has roughly a pot-sized bet behind.
I'm all in.
And he shoves the river.
With just ace high. Wow, the four-barreler empties the clip, throws the gun. And we can oversimplify this and say it's a random four-barrel bluff. Or if we look a little closer, we can see it's fairly methodical. Johan Tauster could have very easily have a nut hand with the line he's taken, whereas Shemian can't because he probably wouldn't have called twice. It's a tough spot for Shemian because all Akku's value bets are beating his hand. Top two is a bluff catcher.
Shemian will call the bluff.
Gulp.
And Akku Johan Tauster will be eliminated in 14th place.
Nice call, kid.
Shemian adds nearly 1.9 million to his stack.
I hope you guys don't mind, but I wrote a haiku for Akku. Bye, Johan Tauster. Aggressive young Scandi out. Still a good finish.
Please tell me that's the last of your finish puns.
You know I can't do that, James.
Ola Shemian, now up to nearly 4.3 million. Line still 20-40. This nine-handed table pretty evenly stacked. Ananas Alekbarovis folds from under the gun. Ilari Samirs with pocket fours will raise to 85,000. Shemian and Duda both fold. Sam Rodriguez folds the king-9. John Juanda has king-queen.
Free betting here is fine because you know Ilari's raising light some of the time.
He three bets to 220,000. Queen-9 suited for Joni Jokamainen. Folds his button. Nikolai Pabal gives up the small blind. Sinel Anton folds the big blind. Back on Ilari.
Four bet a coming.
He makes it 550,000.
Okay, this is a little surprising, but my guess is that Ilari's made a pretty good read here, and he thinks Joanna's going to be folding to this four bet a lot.
He does. Joanna blown off a fairly decent hand, and Ilari shows a four.
Plus, Ilari probably didn't want to call and play the pot out of position against Luckbox Joanda.
Sizable rail growing. Among the players watching the action is Finnish pro Juha Helpi. Well, Shemian folding from under the gun. Duda passes. Queen-9 for Sam Rodriguez. He'll let that go. Juanda and Jokamainen are out. Obal will pass. Ace-Queen for Sinel Anton, and he raises his button, makes it 105,000. Alekbarovis gives up the small blind. Ilari has King-6 in the big blind. And he throws in a chunk of yellow. It's a three bet to 300,000.
He's attempting a three bet bluff. Bad news. Pajama Top's not folding.
Anton calls. He'll play the flop in position.
I might even want to put in another bet against a guy as loose as Ilari.
It's a queen-high flop. A great flop for Anton.
Well, it's tough for him to get outplayed on this flop. It's a little dicey with straight possibilities.
Ilari checks. He doesn't follow through on the bluff. And Anton will bet 400,000.
Top pair, top kicker. Very strong here.
Ilari is not done with this hand. He check raises to $1 million.
Now, as an omniscient commentator, I'm saying that I'd be pretty suspicious of Ilari three betting then checking. He's probably not checking any piece of that board, which leaves air and things much bigger than a piece.
Wow, Anton folds.
I think Ilari's line was fishier than the buffet here.
And then he shows the 6.
Also, if you're Anton and you're betting for value. You can't make a habit of folding to a raise. Got to give Ilari credit for seeing an opportunity in a weak spot and just hammering on it.
The blinds go up to 30 and 60,000 with a 5k ante. And on this next hand, we will sweat with our chip leader. We will only see Mikolaj Pabal's hole cards.
All right, let's do it. I'm in.
Ilari Sahamias is under the gun.
Now, I wouldn't be super worried about a raise here. We're on the final table bubble. Ilari knows no one wants to go out next. He's going to be raising lighter than a hot air balloon.
Makes it 130,000. Action's been folded around to Joni Jokamainen. And now to Pabal. Pocket nines.
We're getting more than decent odds to defend.
How much is that? 130.
And even though Ilari probably is raising light, there's no reason to go too crazy.
And Pabal calls on the button, and Anaras Alekbarovis defends his big blind. 3-way to the flop, which is 8-5 deuce. Not bad for nines.
We love this flop. An overpair with nines, it's a dream.
Alekbarovis checks. Ilari Sahamias continues. The 230,000.
Tough looking down the barrel of an Ilari C-bet, but if he's got air, he's going to be firing almost every flop.
Pabal calls, and Alekbarovis folds. He had Jack-10 and completely missed the flop. Heads up to the turn, the 7 of hearts.
Not a terrible card for us. We're not too interested in the flush draw. We did pick up a gut shot and still got an overpair.
Ilari fires again. 750,000.
He could have been c-betting the flop with a flush draw. Don't think we can fold based just on that, though.
Pabal calls a second time. 2.4 million in the middle. We're going to the river.
If the river bricks, I think we have to just station him.
It's a 9 on the river. We now have a set.
Well, you would never expect Ilari to have a 6 in this spot. And we've got a set.
Ilari counting out a bet. That's 1 million.
I think we have to call.
Call. Straight. Straight?
Ilari had ace-6.
Ew. That was just the perfect storm of unluckiness. Ilari did a great job to get full value from a super disguised hand. Poor Pobal. The turn was the biggest sweat card in the deck for Ilari. No shot he was slowing down.
And the chip lead has flipped. Pobal back down to 3.5 million.
With all those chips, Ilari is going to be an absolute nightmare. Now you're all in big, big trouble.
Ilari, first to speak. Pocket 8s.
And now he's got a hand. This should be a no-brainer for him.
It's an under-the-gun raise to 130,000. Ace-king suited for Shemian, playing a stack of 1.2 million.
And then
He shoves. Duda folds. Rodriguez is out. Joanda's not interested. Jokamainen, Pabal, Anton, they all muck. Alekbarovis has given up the big blind, so it's back on Ilari.
Ilari taking his time. But I think this is a call. He wants to make Shemian sweat it out a little bit.
I call.
He does call, putting Shemian at risk.
Pocket 8. Yeah. We got ace-king suited.
And he will need to hit to survive.
Not only is this for the final table bubble, but if Ilari's hand holds up, he'll be at the top of the chip counts with more than 1.4 million more than his next closest competitor.
It's a queen 3-3 flop. The 8s are holding.
It's funny because if you look at the girls in Ilari's Facebook photos, I'd say 8s are the bottom of his range.
Joe Stapleton in Looking at Girls on Internet Shocker.
Ace!
No ace on the turn.
Shemian loses his spade outs, but picks up 3 10s.
7 outs for the German. An 83% chance this will be the final hand of the day and our final table will be set. Ola Shemian busts in 9th. It's been an up and down day for the German. It ends on a down. He bubbles the final table. The other 8 players will return for day 6 and a shot at the title. Ola Shemian's consolation prize, 55,100 euros.
I bet he was really looking forward to not watching the final table from the rail again this year. So who do you think's the favorite to win this thing? Are you fond of Joanda? Are you silly for Ilari?
or is it Hearts of Fire for the online qualifier?
Yes, we will be in Cyprus in mid-October, but right now the PokerStars European Poker Tour is in Barcelona. And we are continuing our live coverage of Day 5 of the 5K main event. Just 24 players remain from a starting field of 2,120, and they have redrawn for seats around the final 3 tables. Today, we play down to the final 2 tables. And as we come back from break, these are the big stacks. These are the chip leaders. Samuel Wiciak playing 5.98 million. Curtis Knight, 5.6 million. Carl Shaw in the top 5. Robin Ulatalo now in the top 5. And you can see Robin front of screen there. He will be taking a seat on the main stage at our new feature table. It's James Hartigan alongside Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you so much for having me.
Surprised, Nick, that we lost 8 players so quickly, that we're already down to 24?
I am very surprised, but we've seen it before, James. Usually it evens out. If it goes fast early, it tends to slow down later on. But we'll see how we go. We're playing down to 16 today. Cannot wait to see our final 2 tables.
Andre Akkari will be at the secondary feature table, the last remaining member of Team Pro. And of course, Andre's still in the danger zone right now.
Danger zone!
So these are the payouts for the top 10. 6-figure scores guaranteed, with a 7-figure score up top. The better part of 1.5 million euros going to the winner of this year's Barcelona main event for the 2nd year running. More than 2,000 total entries, a prize pool of more than 10 million euros, and genuinely huge sums of money up for grabs as we reach the end game of this tournament.
The end game of the PokerStars universe.
So we will play down to 16 today. Tomorrow we will play down to 6. Make sure you're with us on Sunday when we kick off the coverage at the later time of 1 p.m. Central European Summer Time, when we play down from 6 to a champion. Cards up all the way. And we've said all along, Nick, that it is going to be hard to recapture the energy and excitement of last year's main event. If Andre makes it to the final table, I think we could expect to see a lively rail. And I know, because they were in the bar the other night, that Robin Ulatalo has a lot of Swedish friends, a lot of fellow Swedish poker players here in Barcelona. So there's still the chance that we get a good cheering section.
Yeah, absolutely. Barcelona always brings out a little bit more energy than other stops. And honestly, a Team Pro member and that big Swedish rail would be pretty fantastic to see. I would love to see as much energy as we had last year. Let's bring it, guys. Get out there, get on the rail, enjoy some poker, but we got to get there first, James.
Absolutely. It's still a relatively long way to go. It's still a couple of days of action before we reach that 6-handed final table. We are going to be coming back just 15 minutes into level 26. The blinds are currently 25,000, 50,000 with a 50k big blind ante. So still 75 minutes to run on the clock before the next break and before the blinds go up again. So here's our new lineup at the secondary feature table. I mentioned we've got Andre Akkari, who's nursing just 12 bigs right now. Van Marcus also short with 13 bigs. Mihai Nishte not exactly comfortable with 17 bigs. Curtis Knight, one of the chip leaders right now, with more than 110 big blinds. And Santiago Plante, who's been among the chip leaders for the last 48 hours. And Xiao Sidstricker and Kazret Nebajev, who are at our earlier featured table today. So we'll keep tabs on these guys, and obviously now we're down to 3 tables. We'll keep an eye on the outer table as well, the 3rd table. But our primary focus will be the feature table on the main stage, headlined by the last remaining former champion, Robert Militello, looking to win his second European Poker Tour title here in Barcelona. He, of course, took down London back in 2013. Plus, we've got the overall chip leader right now, tournament boss, Simon Wiciak, with 120 bigs near enough. And no shorties at this table, Nick.
Yeah, absolutely. I said it once, I'll say it again. Luxury blind levels here, about as long a structure as you can play, especially for these stakes. And yeah, average chips still looking pretty healthy overall.
So it looks like we are ready to get the action restarted. The remaining 24 players in their seats. The last 3 tables playing down to the last 2 tables. And a reminder, blinds right now are 25K, 50K, with a 50K big blind ante. Let's get cards in the air once again.
Yeah, but it would have been a nice experience. Queen on the flop, 10 on the river. Good luck, guys. Have fun. Good luck. Thank you.
Action has been folded to Brandon Mifsud. The Maltese player has Queen Jack. I believe Brandon was born in the USA, but has Maltese heritage and has lived in the country for more than a decade now. Mr. Rolyboy asks, James, is belt still in? Answer, no. Thank you for your question. Mohamed El Race. King 7 in the hijack, folds. Robin Militello revealed at the start of play that he has 10 Puma hats in his collection. Enough to get him through the 7 days of the main event and then some.
Just in case. Just in case somebody spills, you know, I don't know, coffee on it, and then you have to wear it for the rest of the time.
I don't know why he has the Puma hats with the P on the front. I guess he likes the design. I like the fact that he has multiple colors with different images on, palm trees, umbrellas. Got a nice peach hat today, and I like peach.
Peaches.
Move into the country. Going to eat a lot of peaches.
Millions of peaches. Peaches for me.
Look out. Queen Jack, still the best hand.
90.
Every now and then someone will pop up on Twitch or YouTube asking about sweat with hands. Those are the preserve of the TV shows. Generally, those hands are selected because they are interesting to play from one person's perspective. It's hard when something is live to know if a hand is worthy of a sweat with. On this hand, Nick, we're going to sweat with Jose Rodriguez. Oh, he's folded.
Yep, exactly. We can try and make it happen, but for the most part, you're just going to see folds. We have to get very lucky as what we are seeing is live or effective as live for us with that 30-minute delay. Commentary is, of course, live, guys, as always. But really interesting situation brewing here. Obviously, we've just come off of the table draw, guys, so expect to see a little bit more cautious play to begin with, especially if these individuals haven't had the chance to play too much yet. It's a shuffling of the actual positions as well. So if you've been pretty happy having one individual in your big blind, for example, or one individual to your right or your left, suddenly you have to try and figure out who the individuals are that you're going to be targeting, if there are any specific stack depths that are particularly exploitable at this point based on your positioning at the table. It's all in the game, guys. It's all in the meta.
I have a 3-part question for you, Nick Walsh.
Yeah, go.
Where do peaches come from? Who put them there? And where are they?
Is this a trick question?
Nope. It's in the song.
Chat, help me out.
I'm not going to let them. Peaches come from a can.
Yeah.
They were put there by a man.
By a man.
In a factory
in a
downtown.
Can. Oh.
If I have my way, I eat peaches every day. Some soaking bulges in the shade.
Oh, man, bringing you the best stuff from EPT every single time, guys. You heard it here first. All right, so King 9 suited now a 98% favorito for El Raiz.
Only 4 of us left with hats in the tournament.
I love the fact that Robin Lotalo is actually monitoring how many people with hats are still in the tournament.
Alcanet says, peaches come from Jack Black. Ah, yes, the Peaches song from Mario movie.
Yeah, there's 2 on that table. No one there.
People aren't wearing enough hats. Is this true?
All right,
We'll
with
have
that,
to
and
get
take
Harris.
it. King 9's going to take this one down.
Langen says, when's the next break? I need to make food. Dude, we just took a break. You missed it. Next one is in 69 minutes. 69.
Nice. Nice.
Average stack right now is just above the 50 big blind mark, 2.65 million, 25-50 blinds. And we've got King Deuce of Diamonds from Mohamed El Race.
This is a very pretty hand, guys. And I appreciate Queen 9 suited coming in with a raise here. Just a smidge more than a min. Ace 9 off on the button. Probably going to be a fold most of the time, but not completely unreasonable to use that blocker as a 3-bet bluff from this position either. I think the bigger issue here is that we are about 61 big blinds effective. So I think if he is going to come along, predominantly going to be a 3-bet fold. And that's what they're going to do. 365K, more than a 3X.
Ezekiel Weigel from Argentina has $1.6 million in live earnings. Won the W Coupe main event back in 2018.
It's a good one to win. And golden round to the original Razor now.
Bringing it?
Was much better, actually.
All right.
Pretty good hand.
Well, the Talo was snap folded.
All right, easy game. Nice work there with the Ace 9.
Something new.
Not resting on his laurels, still finding opportunities to turn hands into bluffs. And that is going to see Weigel up to 65 big blinds.
Dizzo Boy asks, what year did Ulatalo win an EPT? 2013. It was in London at the Grand Connaught Rooms in Covent Garden. EPT London was held at that venue for 2 years. Ulatalo winning in 2013. Sebastian Pauli winning in 2014. We have a raise here from Mohamed El Race. Opening out of a 50 big blind stack. He's made it 105,000 with ace queen. Round to the blinds. Brandon Mifsud in the small. 7-5 of clubs, folds. Jose Rodriguez. 10-8 suited in the big. He is one of the big stacks. One of the monster stacks.
Been really impressed with Rodriguez during this tournament so far. Seems so composed. Seems to have a very clear idea about his intentions prior to every pot. You can kind of just feel it in his play. Just a lot of confidence. And board is Jack 9-10 now. So Rodriguez flopping best with the draw.
Yep. Race, of course, open-ended. Action's been checked to him. Yes, the matchy man. El Race's flag is indeed Swiss.
So check on the flop, guys. Interesting spot now for Rodriguez. I'd love to see a lead here, honestly, from Rodriguez. I feel like when your opponent checks this flop, they're pretty unlikely to have a better 10. They're pretty unlikely to have a jack. Decides to take it slow. Obviously does have significant equity, even if he is losing with the spades here. And it's time for El Raiz to put out that delayed c-bet. So pot was about 290. I think generally speaking, when you have delayed c-bets here, you're supposed to size up, but I appreciate the aid that under these circumstances, big blind versus UTG, the probably 1/3 is fine.
Oh, no straight flash. Rodriguez with the best hand. El Raiz has rivered top.
Does he want to turn very, very significant showdown into a bluff here, James? Doesn't feel like a spot where you want to get burned. I think we're going to see a check every time. Does check, and the straight will take it, winning the whole way from the flop. Had a question in the chat here, though, guys. What is a c-bet? I know we use a lot of vernacular on this channel, guys. A c-bet stands for continuation bet, and it occurs when you put in a raise pre-flop and then you continue the betting on the flop. A delayed c-bet is when you've raised pre-flop, somebody's called, and then you've missed the flop bet, but you've continued on the turn instead.
Don't forget the delayed c-bet on the river.
The double delayed c-bet, absolutely.
Jose Rodriguez, 121K in live earnings, has never cashed the EPT main event before. Had a decent result in the Estrellas main event, 5K result. And we're going over to the secondary table, where it is Curtis Knight versus Van Marcus. Van Marcus all in with ace-jack, dominating Curtis Knight's king-jack. Knight makes the call, putting Marcus at risk, but he is a huge favorite to double up here. Obviously, Marcus is going to need to get unlucky to get KO'd here. Nine, 4 deuce on the flop. Ace-jack is holding.
Yeah, Diamond's not even doing the KJ a favor here. He's gonna need to hit that card.
And Van Marcus survives unless we see a king on the river, and there are two of them still live, the king of spades, the king of hearts.
So this is what 5% feels like. No help.
Van Marcus survives. So apparently Van Marcus won the APPT Manila main event in 2008. The year before, he came 4th in that tournament. And apparently, Joe and I streamed that as part of our PokerStars Retro series of streams in 2021. I apologize, Van Marcus. I have no recollection of that final table whatsoever, but congratulations on your 4th place result in 07 and your win in 08.
Yeah, cool event to win.
Back to the main stage. And we've only seen one of El Raiz's cards, which is the 2 of diamonds. So you get a mini sweat with.
This is a teeny sweat with, and actually that defend in the big blind here can absolutely be hands like 2, 3 of diamonds. Sorry, excuse me, that's a bad example. The 3 of diamonds is out there. Can absolutely be some straight draws like deuce 5 that are check raising here. Perhaps now with the flush draw on the turn as well. I think maybe like deuce 3 off would be quite wide, but really depends how confidently these guys are defending their big blinds if he is indeed check raising with trips. All right, it's deuces. So that check raise on the flop was, in fact, a value raise. So having check raised, checks to the initial aggressor, and there is a turn bet. Going to get away from the deuces right here, right now. Interesting line from deuces here, James. I feel like it does work a reasonable amount of the time there, but I guess you're just trying to end the pot right there. And if you do see a continuation from your opponent, you're just going to end up giving up on later streets quite often. Returning chatter, Wiz101 says, are you guys going to do the chop pot thing? Yes, thank you for your question.
When there's a chop pot, yeah, but we're not just going to do it randomly. Edouard Barsegian. Now, here is a guy who made the final few tables in the Estrellas main event. Had a deep run in the 1K at the start of the festival, is now at the final 3 tables of the main event, the EPT main event.
We love to see it. Those little victories all add up. You know, James, we talk a lot about winners, and of course, the winners are the ones that we remember. However, the professionals are the ones that are consistently getting in the money, and sometimes not the outright hero, but the hero in the long run. And really, being a professional poker player is all about long-term results. Anybody can get lucky once. It's the guys that get in the money frequently that can profit.
Mr. Roly Boy says, what is the point of playing till the last 2 tables and not the final table? I don't want to hear any more questions about the tables.
Oh, okay.
Because if we did that, we'd be playing till very, very, very late tonight. We're pacing this out over a number of days. Players come in and they play for about 7 or 8 hours each day. Relax, go out to dinner, come back tomorrow.
Yeah, I have to say the pacing this year, it feels really, really nice, James. Not only for everyone who's working here, obviously tons of staff behind the scene putting in very long hours, but obviously for the players as well. They get to you know, enjoy a little bit of that Barcelona nightlife, go out, have some nice food, enjoy their mornings, enjoy their evenings, and that feels luxurious. That feels like an elite tier poker tournament experience to me.
Move it.
The key thing is, when you reach the deep stages, the very deep stages of this tournament, especially when you're looking at 6-figure scores, prize jumps with each elimination, it was really bad when players are cream crackered at that point, when you've made them play for like 13 hours, and suddenly they're having to make really important decisions where literally every single bet has real money implications.
Yeah, I mean, last year was really, really long hours. Obviously a record breaker, so a victim of its own success, but I can imagine those players running off pure adrenaline by the time we made it to the final.
Yeah.
Chris Martin in the chat says, yes, but it's not quite Brighton though, is it? Yep, you're absolutely right, Chris. True. That's coming up soon though.
I've confused Grivkin. Cream crackered. Rhyming slang, isn't it? He's cream crackered. He's knackered.
I mean, one take champagne, everyone has to say it's like not so much advantage for you.
Robin Ulitalo with the Grafton. 10-9 suited. Completes.
Champagne just at the final table.
Okay, we can wait.
So blind v blind here, guys. The effective stack is Latello. 81 big blinds. Both players super deep here. I mean, 81 big blinds deep. At this point, this late in a tournament, it's just so luxurious. These blind levels are designed to just allow players to play deep and just show as much of that skill as possible. We're going to a flop, though. This is the Grafton. So, I mean, high hopes for for Sam Graffin's namesake.
Well, a flop that neither player has connected with. 6 deuce deuce. Wiciak, of course, with the advantage. Ace high.
Very, very dry texture. I think just the c-bet will do it every time here. That's not to say your opponent won't turn up with some deuce X there once in a while, maybe some small pocket pairs. However, under these circumstances, just the bet will take it down. So the rich get richer. 133 big blinds now for Simon Wiciak.
Over to the other table, the secondary table, under the gun raise from Van Marcus, and the virtual all-in from Mihai Nishte with queens. Nishte has $1.5 million in live earnings, is 5th on the Romanian all-time money list.
Yeah, definitely an individual we see at these tables frequently. We've done a lot of commentary over our friend Nishte. I think this is probably just a little bit of Hollywood at this stage, although Marcus is on the shorter side here. I think UTG +2 though probably doesn't get out of line here a lot. Does seem like a good spot to have some bluffs, but I think he's just going to realize this is a huge chunk of his stack, and he's just going to need to get out of the way.
All right, you got it. I mean, you want.
Marcus folding the ace-10. Nishte chipping up to $1 million.
Yeah, it's such a pretty hand. Obviously, under different circumstances, might be a hand he'd be willing to get it all in with, but I think that setup is just looking kind of gross. Don't expect to be exploited there too often, being forced to fold the better hand, but let's return to our feature table.
So Cool asks if any EPT champions are still in the field. Yes, Robin Ulatalo is in the 8th seat at our feature table. 3rd in chips at the table. And as we've established, wearing a very charming peach hat today.
We might have to get you like a trademark thing that you do when you play poker, James. You know, like trademark card protector, trademark T-shirts. Like he's got his hats,
right?
You know. What do you guys think we should get for James when he's repping on the live tables, guys? Something that really identifies as strictly Hardigan.
A truncheon to beat people with.
Is it the Banchosaurus Rex T-shirt in at least 9 colors?
No.
Yeah.
Ain't gonna happen, Nick, but nice try. Robin Ulatalo opening with Queen 9, aces for the chip leader. Starts the hand with 6.6 million.
Not sure he's ever going to be able to find a call here.
No.
Yeah, it's fine. It's just a good open. It's just a very solid fold.
Hi, Sam.
James, how long have you been working with PokerStars?
Since 2005.
How many years is that?
18.
So how about this, guys? On the 20th anniversary of James Hardigan's work anniversary, an officially licensed PokerStars James Hardigan anniversary watch.
Good luck getting that one across the line, Nick.
I mean, look, we've done watches in the past. We had Citizen Eco drives right at one point, right? They were PokerStars branded.
It's true.
Were they Eco drives? I think they were, right?
There have been different brands amongst the years. I think there was a Movado watch at one stage. Tag Heuer at one stage. But yeah, the Citizen Eco drive, I think, was most recent.
There was a Tag one as well. That's right.
It was.
I mean, I would buy that watch. Come on, guys. Everybody in the chat would. James Hardikin, Casio X PokerStars crossover.
I'm down for it.
Okay, well, you heard it here first. I'm going to try and make it happen, guys.
Great.
Okay, little situation here brewing.
Rodriguez opening an early position with ace-6 suited and race with ace-queen off.
I think this is a really nice way to play his queen from this position. So many players to act behind you. Let's just clean this up right here, right now. I think Rodriguez will have plenty of raised folds, plenty of raised calls where you can play in position, but kind of want to isolate this individual from the initial opener from the pack here. Rodriguez with that suited ace. Rodriguez sitting on about 88 big blinds. El Reyes 34. And he makes the fold.
That hand concludes on the main stage. Meanwhile, we are going to the outer table. Online qualifier. Marcia Fluter involved in this hand. We've got a king 10-7 flop with 2 clubs and a bet from Carl Shaw of 200,000. We just saw Felipe Morelli fold. Action is now on Fluter. The Romanian qualifier is in for 27 euros, moves all in, gets snap called by Shaw. Shaw's got 10-7 for 2 pair. Fluter has Jack-6 of clubs for a flush draw. Fluter is at risk and behind, but that's a club on the turn. No 10 or 7 on the river, and Fluter is going to double up through Shaw. The qualifier now playing a stack by our calculations of 1.4 million. So roughly halfway through this level, level 26, the main event. We celebrate the return of Joseph Stapleton.
Hello, my friends and my babies.
So we've had the redraw, Joe. No elimination since then. Still at 24.
Ja.
Well, the redraw's at 24.
It was indeed.
Ja.
You missed it.
Kolla vad han gick upp i BB-sen när jag limpade småbland. Jag limpade sina 10-9. Visade sen Essen att jag bettade med.
Start best, flop best, seems good to me.
Yeah, and Mifsud playing in flow, checks the pre-flop aggressor, facing a continuation bet of 100,000.
Don't mind if I do.
Can you guys call a waitress?
Looks like don't mind if I do raise.
15 minutes in, it's not there already.
The check raise is to 275,000. Wiciak does have a gut shot, calls the raise, this hand going to the turn, which is the 5 of diamonds. And Mifsud is now better than a 9-1 favorite.
Might just be looking for an opportunity to improve and or an opportunity to see a slowdown where he might consider bluffing. Having check raised the flop, I think you probably just want to keep going with the king-jack. Sometimes you're going to get in trouble here, but you do want to be check raising top pairs on occasion, and having those stronger kickers in that range makes a lot of sense because you can get called by worse jacks. It's very important.
Having check raised flop, Mifsud now barrels turn into a pot of 825,000. He bets 285,000 and gets a fold from Wiciak.
Small bet gets it done. Very nice play there, picking up the pot.
Thank you.
Feels good.
How long have you been working for PokerStars, Joe?
They're getting better.
The big blind?
Yeah.
I did a little freelance stuff here and there, but I guess
Free, yeah.
I don't think I could really count it much
Better
before
free,
2009.
Next free, maybe?
Okay, how many years is that?
Oh, it's a free.
14.
The 15-year anniversary Joe Stapleton watch X PokerStars.
I don't know. I'd settle for a
T-shirt.
A watch NFT. I wouldn't mind a PokerStars chip set. I've been asking for one of those for the last 14 years.
With Joe Joe's face printed on every chip.
No, just a regular one. The cart, yeah, I wouldn't mind if it was a poker in the ears chip set. That would be cool with the old
That would be cool.
caricatures they did.
That would be a lot of fun. That's classic.
I mean, even in my 15-year anniversary gift, I just want something that would advertise the company. We got a fun hand developing here. Paolo just calling on the button with ace-queen offsuit. Eight, 3, easy fold. This is one of those hands that's a flip, but only if we see all 5 cards. It's the only way to realize your entire equity with ace-queen against 10s. Jack A5, 2 spades. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to be positive. I'm going to have a good mindset here and say that Wiciak has a straight flush draw.
Very I'm seeing a change in you already, Joe.
Yeah, I'm going to do it. Okay, you know what? That was a bad idea.
Joe, I meant to write down the name of your book earlier. That was so good. I know I've already forgotten it. Was it Flopping Mindsets with Joe?
Flopping Mindsets with Joe Stapleton,
Flopping
yes.
Mindsets with Joe Stapleton.
And Wiciak accurately value betting. Considering what check on the turn, Paolo is going to stick around for one more street. Try to spike an ace or a queen. And does not. 10's very good, and that 4 not only is not a good card for Paolo, or doesn't improve Paolo, it's not likely to have improved any holding Paolo actually had. And so Wiciak accurately is going to attempt to value bet this river.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the worst run out to see a hero call from ace queen here, Joe. So it's 350K into a pot of 645, so about 50% pot. Oh man, he's unblocking spades. At this level, guys, I know it might seem a little bit outrageous to you guys at home, but making these calls, definitely a possibility. When you play very good, aggressive opponents, the average hand strength that wins at showdown becomes significantly weaker because your opponents just have more bluffs.
Would it have killed you to make one of those an EPT chip?
I'm afraid you're disqualified, sir. We can't accept that.
Paulo really in the tank over this potential hero call. So what are we trying to do? Figure out the bluffs here? King, queen? Is that a bluff? Like king, queen of spades? Is that missed?
Spades have missed.
Queen, the queen tens and queen nines?
I mean, the 9-10s
The 9-10s?
The queen 10s have missed. The 10-9s have missed.
5 calls.
Yeah, makes the call. What an excellent value bet there from the 10s, though, Joe. Just very aware, feeling out that situation and just going, you know what? I know my hand's not crazy strong, but I think I've got him beat, and there's still additional hands that can pay me off on this river.
Pedro, now Powell, lowest stack at the table, 19 big blinds. Simon Wiciak up to 7.2 million. That's good for 145 bigs.
Simon's just having a great time right now. 145 bigs, 24 players remaining, EPT Barcelona Main Event Day 5, and it's like you're just having a great time. Winning at poker is so much fun, Joe. I know you probably won't know what that feels like.
I've won once or twice, but it's been a while. It's been a while.
You're due, Joe. You're due.
I am due. You know that I'm the gambler with the pickaxe. I just gotta keep digging. Action has folded around to Paolo with 8-5 off. Is there any? Yes, there is some reason to play slow here. By play slowly, I don't mean slow play. I mean play slowly, because there's a pay jump if you're not the next player out. If you are the next player out, there is no pay jump. Or not another pay jump, at least. You've had a few already.
A couple people in the chat calling that a needle. It wasn't a needle, guys. I was just preemptively stopping Joe from giving me the response I know he was going to give me as soon as I said that. Joe Stapleton on his way to another victory soon, I'm sure. Rodriguez going to play the ace-10 from the small blind.
7 raise, 175,000.
So just over a 3x raise blindy blind. El Rey's got a hand again. So I expect probably at least a call here. Blindy blind seems to make sense.
Call.
Flop is 10 high. Looking good for Rodriguez. I expect him to c-bet as a bluff here quite often, so I don't anticipate a check on this flop.
Hey, please.
They're on the deeper side.
Please.
Wow, okay. I stand corrected. Rodriguez playing it slow.
I want a head book, no sugar.
2 checks. King Jack got plenty of showdown on this texture. Heart on the turn now. Obviously, potential for a 1-card flush draw that Rodriguez might want to try and benefit from at this stage.
You got to bet now.
Yeah, I think you got to start doing something.
7 bets, 300,000.
I like the size here. Like I mentioned earlier, when you have a delayed c-bet, usually we're going to see sizing up quite often.
I like it when it's simple. I like flopping top pair with ace-10 and trying to get a little bit of deception in there, and then just winning. That's fine. That's fine. Jose Rodriguez, 90 bigs. Is anyone short besides Paolo? Not really, huh? Not at this table, at least. Could take us a while to get down to the 16. By a while, I mean, this is level 2 of the day? I think it's going to take us about as long as yesterday. Maybe into the 5th level.
Might be right there, Joe. Boy says PokerStars should give Joe a tournament named after him. All right. And what would that tournament be called? Get your answers in the chat now. I want to see some good submissions.
There's some bells and whistles I would want if it were my tournament.
Yeah.
First thing, no bubble. You immediately are in the money. The second, you don't necessarily win your money back, obviously.
Everybody just gets $1 back.
Exactly. You get something right away.
Yeah.
So you get a hand in mob flag, boom, done. Secondly, you don't find out that you've laddered until it's already happened.
We've spoken about this a little bit. I like this idea.
All right, we're going to put that on hold for a second because we've got a domination situation, and it is not looking good for Andre Akkari. I don't see any scenario where this ace-queen does not get involved at least. Now, maybe some craziness happens in the big blind, but I don't see how that helps Andre. Knight calls, and it is a domination situation for Andre, who's laddered up a bunch today. Started with 8 big blinds. Is all, excuse me, had 20% of his chips in the middle on the first hand of the day. Got unlucky, started with 10 bigs, had to put 2 in on the very first hand. Did manage to avoid going broke for the first 2 hours today.
Perfect.
Still a quarter of the time will survive this. Will this be one of those times? 10, 5 deuce, 2 spades. Okay, spades not terrible. 1 straight card not terrible.
Come on, Andre. You've done it before, buddy. Jack of spades for the sweat.
That is not great. Although, I guess it's more outs now. Yeah, so it is not bad either. River card is a jack!
Oh my goodness, the river that we've seen go Andre Akkari's way are incredible.
Andre Akkari, Rivers, Broadway. Give that man a Tony Award. I think if you river Broadway for your tournament live, you should have to do a song and dance.
Broadway classic. Honestly, look at this guy. So handsome. Spiking rivers left, right, and center, and now feeling confident continuing here in Barcelona.
And this is what it feels like to river Broadway.
Poker player with.
Oh, you knew it was coming. That's the reaction when you're used to that. You don't even want to see what I would do. I would still be doing a victory lap. All right, we're gonna head back to the main feature table. We'll be back over there if Andre's all in again. I can almost assure it. Weigel under the gun with king-queen offsuit. Has gotten to the big blind. Queen 7 dominated. Chip leader. Can afford to peel and try to get a little lucky. Little does he know that the best card he can hit is a 7.
Sorry. Excuse me. Should ask for start.
Ace tray 4, 2 diamonds.
1.
Yeah, seems like a pretty clear continuation.
Thank you.
That and a pretty clear taking it down on the flop. Couple submissions for Joe's poker tournament names. Let me throw a couple at you, Joe.
Okay.
So going along with your suggestion that everybody immediately is in the money.
Right. Yes, correct.
If you name the tournament a chip and a chair, you literally get a chair and immediately a chip back.
Oh, I like that. I like that a lot.
Some people are suggesting that you actually just win a chip and a chair. That's actually what you get paid out in, as in furniture. How do you feel about that one, Joe?
I'm okay with it. I mean, all this feeds my ego. It's going to be really difficult for me to turn any of it down.
QB4 Troll says, Mathematical Advantage would be a great name for a Joe Stapleton at PokerStars tournament. I like that. Slight Mathematical Advantage?
I like Mathematical Advantage. I don't know. How about like this, the Stapster stack?
Yeah, a couple people saying staple stack, stuff like that.
How about this? See, I don't know what the name of it would be. See, I'm more about like the content of the tournament than the title. River card is a 4. King high is the best hand. Queen high, I guess, would be good sometimes. Not that often, I guess, against under the gun +1 raise. Maybe something that like if you get it in good and you lose, that's the only way you can re-enter. If you get it in a head,
yeah,
and you lose,
yeah,
you can re-enter.
So you're allowed to re-enter for another normal buy-in like amount, but you can only do it if you got it in good and busted bad.
Correct.
That seems like a fun one. I wonder what the percentage would have to be.
Just ahead at all.
Any percentage ahead.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not saying that you get in as a favorite. I'm saying you got to get it in ahead. So, like, if they stopped the count, if you would win, you get to re-enter if you end up losing.
Version number 2 is the High Stakes Hot Tub by Joe Stapleton.
High Stakes Hot Tub. As long as I don't have to take my shirt off. It's kind of a mess down there. It's Wiciak, by the way, who is betting here. Decided to not try to show down this queen high. And gets picked off. Weigel. More like, why God did you call? Wiciak gonna give up a few of those chip leader chips to Ezekiel Weigel, who did James say was a W Coupe main event champion?
Correct.
Heck yeah.
I'm not sure how I feel about that line there. I feel like when your opponent's checking in position there a bunch, Joe, they're just going to have showdown that just really wants to call that river like a lot of the time, right? If they have hands they just want to give up, they probably turn those into a bluff earlier in the hand on the ace side texture.
All right, this is the only table that isn't a feature table. Outer hand, we've got Marseille Fluteur against, this is Marseille. This is the dentist, right? Playing a pot against Carl Shaw. And they're going to a river. It looks like a sizable pot. Action is on Fluteur, who checks. Shaw in position. Looks like the board is king 10-10. What is that on the turn? An ace 7? Check, check. Fluteur shows ace of clubs, tray of clubs for a pair of aces. Shaw mucks. Back to the main feature table. Jack deuce for Rodriguez has raised. Interesting. Wiciak is called with king 10. Barsegian here, huh? Edouard Barsegian. I have yet to see this player. Now, I know you guys were already in here. Under Siegian. Folds in the big blind. Rodriguez with the old Jack deuce. Queen 9-6. So king 10 is the best hand and has the best draw.
I think you're just always going to want to continue here. Rodriguez is going to load up a continuation bet here. 300K in the flop. 100K maybe on the flop, something like that. What's the size, Rodriguez? 150. Closer to a half pot instead. And a quick call from the KT in the small blinds. So picking up equity on the turn. Rodriguez now with the flush draw. I'm going to be really tempted to bet again here when you pick up the diamond draw. I mean,
you're probably going to double barrel a lot of the time anyway.
I was going to say that makes sense, right?
Actually, pretty lucky to be able to barrel a diamond.
There are some circumstances where you're going to be up against like a 9 that you can actually turn here as well. So sometimes just the jack is enough on the river to give you the best hand, and when you're in position against the small blind, you can just check back and just feel good about that a lot of the time too. So a continuation of 425K. So far, Rodriguez's sizings have just been very on point. Really liking his style.
It's weird because the sizing does seem a little suspect to me, but what can you do with 10 high? Excuse me, king high.
Make a raise on the turn?
Sure. I mean, I know that I asked that question a lot. You'd think I'd know the answer by now.
Oh, man. That's a lot of chips, Joe.
That is
1 million.
$1 million. And gets Rodriguez to lay it down real quick.
Wow. Power poker.
Wiciak back over 150 big blinds. Rodriguez, second in chips. Have to keep an eye on those two. If they keep skirmishing like that, we could end up with a unnecessary confrontation, which I love. Paolo Quing under the gun, suited. I did want to address this whole Joe tournament thing.
Okay.
Because Dizzo Boy says, writes, tags PokerStars too, by the way. Now we just need to send the suggestion to PokerStars as an event one time a year when it's Joe's birthday. Commentary by Joe himself. I can't think of anything I'd want to do less on my birthday, anything that's less of a present to me than having to play online poker and do commentary and read Twitch chat. I mean, maybe the gift could be, I don't know, a day off on my birthday. You guys ever think of that?
Tell you what, chat, let's do it on his birthday and then I'll do commentary. And that can be my gift to Joe.
I'll take that. That as a gift. And when I start moving all in every hand because I want to be anywhere else but sitting in a poker tournament, y'all can enjoy my chips.
You don't necessarily need to watch it. Like maybe you can just observe it, you know, from your armchair where you're having your day off while playing video games.
That sounds fantastic.
There you go. And all you can eat Taco Bell.
Also great. I'm in. Weigel in the big blind with pocket jacks. And that is a re-raise.
275
Not quite a 3Xer. I don't think this is a re-raise with the intention of folding for the other 880. It's seems like a re-raise with the intention of, give me the rest of your 880. Let's go.
Yeah, there's no chance.
It's going in.
Wow. Okay, so Paolo makes the play, and I think is almost always getting called here. So the 17 big blinds behind Paolo now all in. So really quick, Joe, are we on a bubble?
We are.
We are on a bubble, guys.
3.1 million.
So if an individual was eliminated from one of the outer tables, there's a chance that...
And that's why Paolo has not moved all in, right? Okay.
Sorry, quite right. Yes, thank you, guys.
Sorry, I see someone reach for a big stack. Paolo moved nearly all in. Weigel put in enough to put Paolo all in. Now Paolo is in the tank. Technically, not really thinking about much here.
I can help you with the ranges of shoving one.
Oh, wow. And it looks like Paolo is prepared to burn through these time bank cards.
Yeah, I am interested to...
You watch the replay?
I'm interested to hear what the floor has to say about this, Joe, because obviously those are his time banks. They're his to use how he chooses.
Yeah.
But I think he's made his intention pretty clear. When he's got a handful like that, he's like, yeah, I'm going to sit here and just use all these until, just in case there's a bust out from one of the outer tables.
It's kind of like when you go to a exotic dancing club and you sit at the bar. You sit right at the stage with a stack of $1 bills in your hand, and you only put one in every time the bouncer gives you some side-eye. So you can sit there as long as possible.
I have no idea what you're talking about, Joe.
And then the flop takes 3, 4, 5.
What?
Get something.
Ace 9.
That might be one of the
So I
craziest
put
things
him
I've
in.
ever heard.
I was joking with you, but...
And it's not
Yeah, red bull is purple or
In this tournament today?
Yeah, today, yeah. You can watch the
Yeah, this is very strong.
Maybe I should wait to break.
Yeah.
That's one of the craziest things
Probably,
I've ever heard.
17 minutes.
And then he has only 20,000.
I know, I'm just joking, but then I got surprised with the story.
Yeah, I don't know, Joe. Time banks are there if you need them when you're thinking about big spots. He's never folding.
I know, but why give him then? I mean,
yeah, I feel very on the fence about this.
This
action.
seems like a better use of a time bank card to me because it could be for 6K.
Yeah, I mean, big pay jump, obviously.
All right, so the floor is at the table.
Guy just
My card times.
I understand that, but they're not open for abuse. They're open for use in a situation where
the guy who
it's deemed
left like
necessary.
40K with over
For me, it's necessary. It's part of the game.
First time.
in this tournament today. The craziest thing.
There's a strong argument here, but the floor has made its decision, which I also understand.
I mean, when he told, I thought he was joking.
Yeah.
It was on the stream table.
Oh, wow.
No, I watch it, I guess.
What did the other guy have?
King, queen.
Oh, wow, even. Oh, yeah.
So I believe Paolo's been told his time bank cards will be limited here.
Maybe penalize him instead, because if he doesn't keep like 4 or 5 and he develop, he doesn't have 10 back, and he goes like
Shout out to Glenn on the floor.
How many more do you have? 4?
This many. They're going to give him one more.
Yeah, we'll talk about it in a sec, Joe, but you know, I think he's got a point. I can see it from both sides.
Andy told us it's crazy.
Yeah. Watch the stream on the...
They're going to let him use one more 30-second time bank card, and then he will, of course, be all in.
That makes absolutely
and the
no
worst
sense.
thing is, he didn't tank before.
But you're right. I mean, the time bank cards are there for if you have a decision.
It's true.
This isn't a decision, right?
Yeah.
So from that perspective, it does make sense.
And then you have only 20,000 and you jump.
Yeah, I mean, but I also kind of see it as you've been acting very quickly this entire time. You haven't wasted anyone's time. Now this is a big spot. You want to find a ladder. You've been given time bank cards for your use when you feel they're appropriate, and does make the call. So it is going to be a flip. Paolo at risk.
All right, so the flip is flippening.
You don't have to explain yourself. I just got surprised about
Hey, this is a good flip for this particular situation. Like sus versus shade balls, one of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
I've not heard shade balls yet.
You've heard shade balls before?
No. Wow.
Not a clean flop for jacks. Despite no king or queen has appeared.
Like, hey, Paolo, what were you waiting for, buddy? 3 clubs on the flop, thank you very much.
Paolo very likely to be home and dry on the turn.
For the flip.
And that turn is not
Ooh.
a drawing dead card. Weigel can still spike a jack to win this now. A 5 also wins it.
Oh, man.
King, queen, flops a flush. The flush holds. It's a double up for Paolo.
Sorry about that, guys. 1,080,000.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Paolo needs to apologize necessarily. The floor has a specific feeling about the use of time banks when you're effectively all in. That's fair. There's a chance he didn't really know how they felt about it under those circumstances. His understanding was he can use them as and when he chooses, which I understand as well. I think everybody at this table will definitely appreciate that that was a big spot on the bubble, and
no, but if
the floor stepped in, limited how much he could use, and I'm pretty sure at this point now, Joe, he's going to be happy that he was limited, having won the pot now. He's got those time banks to use later on now.
Fair enough.
I think so.
I certainly don't think he needs to apologize for what he attempted.
Yeah.
So now, if the floor wants to limit his use of time bank cards, fine. There's nothing, I don't think there's anything wrong with trying it.
I still can't believe that 8-9 story. Just when you think you've heard it all.
How much did you have? 1 million?
1.8. So I double 1.80.
Yeah, so 2.2.
2.2. Thank you.
McDominate in Twitch chat today has been someone I've been enjoying all day today. Thank you, McDominate. I don't think it was a poor use of time bank. I don't think floor staff was in the wrong limiting. Feels like a win-win across the board. I don't know if it was win-win. I'm sure in the moment he felt like he was losing equity. But I agree with the sentiment. Sometimes there's a disagreement and no one's doing anything wrong.
Sure.
Or see again, Jack 10 on the button. Unfortunately, is going to run into a dominating hand in the small blind.
Ouija in the chat says, does the tournament director have the authority to make that decision?
Yeah.
Like literally probably about as top dog as it gets. TD should stand for top dog on that poker floor.
Weigel's called, and Paolo with some newfound chips, nearly 40 bigs after that hand. King 10-8. Rainbow. Weigel and Barsegian both flop a 10, but it's the pair of kings for Paolo that's best.
Yeah, everybody's got a slice here. Ace on the turn. Ooh. Okay.
Put some drawas out there now. Check, check over to Barsegian, who does not want to bet into two opponents with that pair and that kicker. River card favorable to Paolo. That's two hands in a row now that are very likely to be going to Paolo.
Paolo is going to bet 225,000. No. Oh, sorry, that was Weigel.
Check to Paolo.
Yeah, okay, now 225,000. Plenty of hands got to pay you here. Plenty of hands can call for that size. Paolo is going to make it 225,000. Woo, even bigger, almost full pot, 360K to go.
I'd be pretty surprised to see this called, but
yeah, I mean, I think technically when it runs out like this, you are supposed to polarize because your hand is somewhat disguised given the action, and with this kind of a run out, obviously some ace combos will probably still pay you off. Sometimes you'll still get a hero call from a 10, but that's why I think I prefer the 225. I feel like you might get a little bit more of the 10x pocket jacks, pocket queens situation sneaking in there with the hero call a little bit more often. If people are paying attention and they know your game really well, maybe they pick up on that adjustment in sizing, which is why, you know, obviously maybe it's better just to have a big size so you can have more bluffs in there too, and it's somewhat more balanced. But I don't know, these spots don't come up that often. I don't think you need to worry about balance as much in these circumstances. It's fine just to try and size for what you think your opponents are going to pay you with.
Barsegan does eventually make the fold. Weigel with a slightly better hand, and no one left to act behind. Sorry, not better hand than Paolo, I mean better hand than Barsegan. Ooh!
Yes.
Weigel does pay it off. Color me surprised.
Yeah, nice work there from Paolo. Very nice from the Brazilian. And got paid a whole lot more than Mr. Walsh would have done, so props on the sizing there on the river. That polarizing full pot bet does get paid. So Weigel down to 46 bigs, still a very healthy stack. In fact, close to around, slightly below average here in Barcelona.
So there's a lot of folks out there who are are claiming to have no. I don't have any idea why the floor would stop him from doing that. And let me just present this other side of it. For the players at the other table who don't know that this is happening, now they're at a disadvantage. Shouldn't they be allowed to know that this tanking is happening at this table so that they can therefore burn up all their time banks at their table? I think it's just a way to make things more fair. I get it. I get that it's his time bank cards and he's allowed to use them, quote unquote, as he pleases. But, you know, this table literally has a better vantage point.
Yes.
Of the other tables.
It's quite literally higher than the other tables. They can look down at the two outer tables from a higher vantage point. Yeah, no, I can see it from both ways. I think under the circumstances, he was allowed to delay a certain amount, and they restricted some of it. So he got kind of what he wanted in the end. I don't know. Personally, I think probably I just would have let him burn him, and I think that's fine. But, you know, that was the call, and that's what it is.
El Reyes living up to his name. Paolo somehow was forced into calling an all-in with king-queen suited moments ago. Starts this hand with 50 big blinds now, 2 hands later. Roban says, I get you, Stapes, but I think the rules should be in action before the tournament starts if this is how they want the time bank cards to be used. It is.
I think it literally is, guys. He didn't just come over and make that up.
We've seen Floor make similar rulings in past tournaments. And as always, it is in the rules that things are up to the tournament director's discretion. Now, I don't know. I couldn't quote the exact rule for you in the rule, but I know this is not the first time a similar ruling has been made. To Flesh, I agree. I think it was well considered to the situation. Fella got to use a couple of his time banks. He got to sweat the 6K. tournament director did what they needed to do to protect the integrity of the game and the fairness of the other players who don't necessarily know this is going on up on the stage. Big whiff here for El Race. No pair, no draw, no suits. Just about done talking about this, by the way. People saying that he can use the time bank cards in later decisions. What if he goes broke? The whole point is he's expecting to go broke there. Another time bank card in play. This time it's Sandor Hadnagi versus Danyar Abirikov. Bakarov, excuse me. That was Hadagny. Oh, that's a river call from Hadagny. Shows King 4 for a pair of kings and snapped off the bluff of Bakarov. Sorry, I haven't had to say that name so far. Hadnagi up to 2.5 million now. Still at 24 players.
Hadnagi rocking that PokerStars merch, guys. By the way, Joe, were you aware today and tomorrow there's 10% off merchandise on the PokerStars store?
I did know that, but I'm happy for you to say it again.
There you go, guys. If you're interested in getting some of that sweet, sweet PokerStars swag.
Use checkout code STAPES for a 0% discount and a funny look from the person working over there who probably has no idea who I am. It is only here in Barcelona.
Correct. Should clarify
which makes
that.
the checkout code even more strange. For an additional 0% off. Uh-oh. Jack on Jack here. Ulatalo out-kicked. Nobody with a spade.
Domination situation. Domination continuation.
So I'm going to give everyone 30 seconds right now to continue talking about the time bank situation. And then at that point, I'm going to give the mods free reign to time people out. Anyone who mentions anything having to do with it. I'm done with the woods.
He's actually walked away from the table, guys. He's not even looking at the screen anymore. He's going to let you continue. Your time starts now.
I let you all think your opinions mattered for a minute, but I'm done.
Oh, man. All right. Bet on the turn, call on the turn, and the spade might actually save.
Check, check.
Litalo a few dollares here.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mods, unleash hell. If people are still talking about the time bank situation.
Let loose the dogs of war. Raksha activates emote only mode. Do we have any time bank emotes in there though?
Perfect. If someone even does an emote that looks like it could be about the time bank situation, I don't even want like a suspect cartoon face. Like this guy right here just did this thing. What is that? Come on, bruh. That's a band. You're banned. Who else? Stape's opinion is as good as his poker skills. Yeah, there you go. You're banned. Who else? Anybody else? Anybody want to keep their chat privileges?
An anonymous gifter gave Time Bank a tier 1 sub.
You're banned.
That was an excellent use. Oh, wow. Nice work. You're definitely banned.
All right, that was the tournament staff announcing we've reached the next break. We're going to get one more hand in. Pocket 3 is for Ulatalo, who did manage to show down for free there. Was out-kicked. Wiciak, ace-queen.
Just 3-bet. It's easy.
I mean, I'm flatting probably better hands than this to an under-the-gun raise, but Wiciak has his wits about him and knows to attack this open from Robin Ulatalo.
Well, the one cool thing about this, Joe, is these guys are pretty deep, right? The effective stack against these two players is about 62 big blinds. So it's unlikely to really get that messy unless we see a monumental cold deck. So really the 3-bet kind of just keeps you out of multi-way pots that could get a little bit more messy and a little bit trickier to navigate.
And EPT champions, they don't care about the break. They care about chips. They care about pots. They care about expected value. So Ulatalo makes the call. And we see a 3 right in the window. A queen not far behind it. Ulatalo with 97% of the equity. And Wiciak not likely to be given up on this pot anytime soon.
Absolutely. However, Joe, UTG versus UTG +1, he's got to be concerned once in a while he's going to be up against queens or kings. That would be a crazy, crazy cooler. But I think that the flat here not only protects you from doing a massive stack to one of those really ugly coolers, but also incentivizes your opponent, who's very aggressive and capable to continue bluffing sometimes.
Can it be ace-king also, right?
Yeah,
obviously.
No, yeah,
okay,
I mean, if
cool.
it's ace-queen, it's definitely ace-king too. So, yeah, sorry, not necessarily just getting trapping bluffs, but I'm saying, you know, also, you know, other beneficial situations that they'll continue betting for value as well, or perceived value.
Now, based on the fact that it was a 3-bet pre-flop, is it more likely to be an offsuit or a suited card? A suited is more likely to flat.
Wow.
Yikes. Well, this is a similar situation to the last hand, right? That we may not see. This may be an action killer.
Yeah.
Joe, you don't understand. I've been watching poker for 12 minutes now, and I know better than the tournament organizers. Love you. Love you, TFY, GH, BJ.
Wiciak actually finding a moment to turn his hand into a bluff, which I really appreciate here.
Oh, I love it. You know what? If Robin Ulatalo channels me here and goes, you know what? I never flop sets. I'm calling. I mean, I don't want to hear a reason to play. I don't want to hear a range narrowing. Yes, I have a set. I call.
Yeah, I mean, he just picked a size where the 3s, I think, can pretty confidently call.
Horrible run out.
Horrible run out indeed.
Did not care. The Yeti. Ice cold. Stations the bluff on the last hand of the level. These are the chip counts as we head into the break. And since this table is new, we're going to keep this table after the redraw. We're going on a 15-minute break. More from the PokerStars European Poker Tour, live from Barcelona when we return.
It would be nice for you to win the first,
and the 10,
the biggest, and the second.
Yeah, yeah. Be the first one to win 2.
Everything.
I want the number 10. This way, people can call me Maradona of poker.
Diego Armando Maradona Franco is an Argentine football manager, coach, and former player. Many experts, football critics, former players.
Joe, are you reading off the internet?
Yes.
Stevic has raised under the gun with queen 6 offsuit.
What is up with this raise? It's not 2004 anymore, bruh. You know that's not a good hand, right?
Iha Soika has ace-king.
Well, we know Soika should 3-bet here. Stevic looks ready for it.
Raise 46.
Here it comes, a 3-bet to 4,600.
It's a pretty small 3-bet. Stevic should probably peel for that amount and see who else wants in.
Well, Horetsky is folded. Jacek Markowski also passes. Gurgly Kulsha is out. Jakov Valup doesn't have much of a hand. Didier Sikorel in the big blind. Passes, as does Stevic.
It's tough to fold quicker than that. Try to get some respect with the under the gun raise, but no.
Stevic first to speak, 6-7 suited under the gun. He raises to 1,800. Action folded around to Soika. 9-10 off. He passes. Marcin Horetsky has got pocket jacks.
Hello.
And not much of a stack. He's all in. Give him the red triangle. Thank you. Anyone else want to play? Valup in the small. King deuce. That's a fold. And Sikorel in the big. Having a think.
Nah.
Back on Stevic.
How much is that?
9.3.
That much? Really?
Yes.
Why is he asking that?
It looks like less.
It's not.
It's not less.
What do you have, deuces?
I have very small cards. But they look good together.
True.
Then you have to call if they look good together.
Not true.
Small and look good together, like Danny DeVito and Rhea Perlman. Seriously, though, you do not have to call.
Try it one time.
Wow, Stevic calls!
You are doing very good against me.
7-6?
7-6. I tried to gamble.
I've lost 2 worse hands, so...
Yeah, so it's not over yet.
Always possible.
Horetsky, a 3-1 favourite to double up here.
He is going to get run down 1 and 4 times, though, which is pretty sick.
Good flop for Jacks.
It's not a very good flop for me.
That 4% equates to the 4 runners he can hit.
Oh, king.
My friend.
Now he can chop.
Another chop for me? Maybe.
I like chopping. It's friendly. A little bit for you, a little bit for me. We both win money.
Just keep it low, please.
Everyone loves a chop part.
10 is good.
We do.
It's a 3. Horetsky doubles up.
I like to double people up.
Thank you.
Won the hand with Jack high.
It's good for the game.
Yeah. You see why they should invite me to private games.
Blinds are now 600, 1,200 with a 200 ante. Jack 10 suited for Duda. He will raise from under the gun +1. Pedro Pellicer has just arrived at the feature table. He folds. Horetsky's out.
Raise it up, Jack 10 of spades. Doodah, doodah. Flop real well and then get paid. Doodah, doodah day. Royalty-free music for the win.
Action has been folded around to Didier Sikorel. He's got 7s in the small blind.
And 18K behind.
I'm all in.
He shoves.
Probably the right move with his hand.
There's a very strong chance this all-in gets through.
I call.
Scratch that. Stevic picks up kings in the big blind. Duda folds the Jack 10. And Sikorel is at risk. And way behind.
He knows he's not playing blackjack, right? Actually, knowing him, he might hit on 2 kings. But he'd probably pull an ace. He's the lucky one.
18-5 total.
Well, Sikorel is the one who needs to get lucky here. 23% chance of survival.
Yes.
Wow.
And there is a 7 on the flop.
Well, that is just unlucky. And 1 king was folded. Sikorel, the huge favorite to double up here now.
Kulsha folded the king of diamonds, so Stevic has 1 out in the deck. And only one chance to hit it here.
Yep, there go the chop outs.
Sikkerel is a 97% favorite to double up. Stevic is going to be left with around 60,000. The river.
No!
It's the Case King!
I'm sorry, Didier. No problem.
Mr. Lucky, story checks out. Although, I guess the chips went in with him as a favorite, though, so I'm not really sure how to score this one.
What an incredible turnaround. Sikkerel sent to the rail.
And Greg the sound man has really perfected his that sucks face. Nice.
Stevic now playing 99k.
Dr. Italia, welcome back.
Italia.
And Marcin Horetsky has gone into Sith Lord mode.
Darth Horetsky.
I also have a hoodie. When I play with you, I will use the hoodie.
But does it get you +5 to flipping?
No? How much?
+5%.
Okay.
It's like, you know, having a helmet in a game or something.
Yeah.
200 and 2,000 and 700. Okay?
Okay, Mr. Montecholo.
And under the gun raise with Ace King. Folded around to Horetsky. He passes. Markovsky. Pocket fives.
I guess as he's calling here almost always.
There's the call. Kulsha has 5 deuce. He'll give that up. The Luke folds. Henri Benoni, who's just arrived at the feature table, is in the small blind.
I like his peak approach.
He passes. Ace King for Alexander Stevic.
What is Stevic gonna do here? Guy's more unpredictable than a runaway balloon. Certainly this is a spot for a call, at least.
Well, that is a 3-bet. Stevic re-raises to 11,200. Action back on Montecholo, who's got the same hand. Is he thinking of 4-betting?
I follow Mr. Poland.
I love this guy. This guy is good for poker, good for the EPT, good for the online community. He is chicken soup for the poker soul. Maybe Montecholo just piles it in here like a plate of antipasto.
Counting his stack, considering going all in, knowing that he still has Markovsky to act behind him.
Fold.
Wow, he lays it down.
What? And he has plenty of chips. That was tighter than a pair of David Bowie's pants.
He shows it as well.
It worked. Did you see? I did it too.
It works.
Yeah. I have a lot of talent for the hoodie and the sunglasses now.
Agreed.
Foldo. 2,000. Nothing.
2,700.
Nothing.
At the outer tables, Alexander Stevic is facing an all-in from Florian Dimitra Duta. He came over the top of Stevic's open.
For this many big blinds, Stevic has got to call with anything decent. And considering he raised from under the gun, you would expect him to generally have something decent.
Certainly giving it some thought. While he decides to call, Stevic has got ace-jack, Duta's got queens.
All in call on 11.
Well, this dealer's a tattletale. Stevic does have 3 aces he can hit.
Well, the flop is 7-6-3. 5 on the turn. And the river's a king. Duta doubles up.
Duta's ancient survives. What, doesn't anyone play MOBAs?
Do you know what, this occasion, I'm quite proud of the fact I don't know what you're talking about.
Nerd alert!
Well, let's head out into the field, where Alexander Stevic has been 3-bet by Creston Nielsen.
Stevic ain't got a ton of chips.
Whoa, where's my sunglasses? Stevic 4-bets to 100k.
And he ain't 4-bet folding.
Nielsen shoves. Stevic calls.
You're probably ahead. 10 to flip.
It's a race.
It's been so much fun watching Alexander Stevic come back to the EPT. If he gets stacked by a guy in a golden bull hat, I'm going to be steamed.
Stevic needs an ace or a queen. Doesn't hit. Nielsen doubles up. I think he's happy about it.
Yeah, story checks out. He literally could not be gloating over a nicer guy either. Dislike.
EPT main event players, we're going to restart your
Big
tournament
Toro?
in 4 minutes. You're more than welcome to start taking your seats.
But a 10-8-7 flop with 2 clubs. Nielsen is betting 28K.
136 all in.
A shove and a call.
Oh, wait. This one.
And Stevic is behind.
A 9 or a club.
Let's hope he's better at hitting them than he has a table in his hand.
A chin on the turn would be nice.
Big Toro wants to boat up. And he does with a 7 on the turn. That's it. Stevic is done.
Mon ami!
It lasted for quite a bit.
Oh, well, that's disappointing. This guy's been awesome to watch. Really great having him back here from season 1. Absolutely stellar dude, too.
The original champion cashes in 86th place for 12,700 euros on his return to the place where the EPT began. And that is one happy man in a vulgar hat.
Well, winning this 10 years ago and coming back now and cashing, I mean, I finished at 86th place from 1,200 something. Feels pretty good. This might be the best tournament experience, actually. It gave me back my passion for tournaments and poker in general. I feel very, very spirited again.
Back at the feature table, we lost David Kaufman during the break, but we have gained Christopher Andler.
Go, Christopher Andler. Hi.
He has 4 deuce offsuit, and he will fold. Ben Wanguri is out.
2 minutes.
Preston Nielsen gives up the button. Jamila von Perga has pocket 4s in the small blind.
And she's got a few too many chips to just shove here.
Her opponent is Florian Dimitri Duta in the big blind. Well, she chooses to complete. Option on Duta, who has ace-9 off.
If she's limping with the intention of jamming to a raise, I really like this move. It's a great way to squeeze a little extra value out of a hand like this.
Duta does raise. Makes it 50,000.
See if she pulls the trigger.
She shoves.
Click, click, boom.
Can I get the count?
Ace-9 is in a gross spot here. I think a hand like this is right on the line. Ace-10 is a call, Ace-8 is a fold. Ace-9 is like the coin landed on its side. I think the determining factor here depends on Jamila's perceived playing style. She doesn't look exactly comfortable, but most hands that are crushing her would have called by now. And this is just a really, really tough call for Duda.
On Jamila's rail, it's her boyfriend Manik Lerza, her mother Maria, and her mother's partner Jürgen.
You think he's trying to get a read, or he's just, you know, could explain why she looks so uncomfortable. Believe me, I know that look.
Duta calls, and it's a race.
You know, we see races so often to the point where we get a little jaded, but these are huge moments for the players involved.
Von Perga is at risk. Yes, her hand is pocket 4s. And normally in these flips, it's the pocket pair which is the slight favourite. It's the other way round here because we did see a 4 folded.
Well, at least she doesn't know that.
Here comes the flop. And there's an ace! And because Christopher Andler folded the 4 of clubs, Jamila von Perga is now drawing to 1 out. She will need to hit on the river just a 2% chance of survival.
GG, JVP. Her rail invoking the 1 time.
the river card. Boom! It's the 4!
It's Jamila time.
Set of 4.
Too einfach, baby.
Must be amazing to have your life be absolutely perfect.
Not so much, maybe.
One time.
Nice hand.
You know, we talk about the one time, and this time it actually happened.
One time.
You sure?
He's taking it well.
So sick.
Oh, about 99, maybe.
Jamila gets the full double up.
Nice hand.
Oh,
That was a tough one there.
oh my God.
Man. Well, let's poker.
Yep.
I can't believe this. So amazing.
What an incredible feeling, I assume.
And in 2023, we are back in Barcelona with the PokerStars European Poker Tour and back to live action from day 5 of the main event. 2,120 total entries have become 24 players, spread out over 3 tables. They will continue playing today until they are down to 2 tables. So we had the redraw during the last session, no eliminations since then. This is the lineup on the secondary feature table. Andre Akkari still the short stack. Curtis Knight the chip leader at this table. And our lineup on the main stage at the main feature table is headlined by the last remaining former champion Robin Ulatalo and the current tournament chip leader Simon Wiciak. Blinds going up to 30,000, 60,000 with a 60k big blind ante. This is level 27 of the EPT Barcelona main event. I'm James Hartigan, alongside me for this level, Griffin Bencher.
Hello everyone, the final 1%.
Yeah.
Just about.
And look, we discussed this earlier on, Griffin, and we discussed it at other EPTs as well. It just feels so unfair to be in that top 1% and still only, and I appreciate that 41 grand is a lot of money, but only be guaranteed 41k when there's 1.5 million up top.
And that's why this year we've decided to double that for... No.
Oh, again, Griffin, writing checks he can't cash. It's what he does.
One of these days.
I'm not sure, but
So first hand back from break. Action folded around to Jose Rodriguez on the button. Queen 5.
Rodriguez has been a regular of the feature table here, not just today, but on other days of this EPT Barcelona.
Mohamed El race with Jack Deuce of hearts.
Simple Jack.
Makes the call. Robin Ulatalo with Queen 7 off in the big.
Computer hand. I'm just gonna name names. Name hands today.
Robin checking his option. Blind v blind, we go to the flop, which is King 9-8. So Queen high still ahead.
I like Dirty QWERTY more.
Dirty QWERTY?
Well, that's why it's a computer hand, right? It's the QWERTY.
Right.
So Dirty QWERTY. What do you think?
I'll allow it.
Nice. And kind of just plays easier as a bet here. Not going to fold out better hands necessarily, but it's going to be easier to play down the streets and might actually find a fold from the one hand that is beating him, which is the Queen high. Nice little takedown.
Now, one of the consequences of playing through pretty much all of the last level without losing a player is the average stack has dropped below the 50 big blind mark. Average chip still 2,650,000 at the 30-60 blind level. So I would be very surprised if we made it through the next 90 minutes without losing a few players. This is only the 3rd level of the day, by the way. Plenty of time to get to 16. And again, I want to shout out Edouard Bartsigian. I know, Griffin, you didn't arrive till Monday when we had the final table of the Australia's main event. But on Sunday, we streamed the penultimate day of that tournament, playing down to the final table. And Barsagian made a deep run in that 1K.
Okay.
And here he is at the final 3 tables of this 5K.
Yeah, poker success, especially in tournaments, often comes in waves. Get some confidence playing live. You see a lot of players that'll get deep in something like that opening event. And then we see them deep in the main. It's just it's hard to quantify.
That opening event, by the way, the Australia's main event, had nearly 7,400 total entries. It is, and may remain for some time, the biggest live tournament in PokerStars history. Taken down by former EPT champion Lucien Cohen for 676,000 euros. And here we have Weigel raising to 135,000, flattered by El Rice on the butler. Robin Ulatalo in the small blind with Jack 10 off.
Nuh-uh.
And now Wiciak with 5-3 off.
I mean, hey, you can afford it, man. Don't be cheap. Don't be a cheap guy, man. Yeah, rich guy.
El Giroux says big blind ante means the big blind puts in 120k. At this level, yes, 60k for the ante, 60k for the big blind. Each player takes it in turn, so it evens out over the course of an orbit and just means the game is a lot quicker, a lot more straightforward, a lot simpler than each player paying their own small ante. And the poor dealer having to chase players to put in their ante.
I don't know, I kind of like the old potluck system before. Everyone tossing it in. You have to remind your gut you're right. Sometimes there was a big mix-up. Who put it in, who didn't. You have to check the cameras. You know, as a whole, it was great.
The good old days.
The good old days.
With the action checked to him, El Race bets 160,000 on this board. Weigel still with the best hand, ace high.
Yeah, but you know, I like this bet because it just becomes easier to play, easier to represent things. Even though Weigel technically has the stronger range, raising in early position, you're going to have it be hard pressed to defend against it, you know, unpaired and without a big ace. Something like ace 7 of spades just feels hard to continue.
Ah, here's where Winter asked the most important question. If you have less than one big blind, can you still win the whole ante? So the big blind plays first. Now I know what you're going to say. Hold on a second, the ante should play first. The big blind ante should be treated differently to a traditional ante. So if you're in the big blind and you only have the value of a single big blind or less, it'll be count towards the big blind. So you can still double up or triple up. Otherwise, if you are posting the ante first, best case scenario, Griffin, you get your money back. Unfortunately, that is not a consistent rule. Different tournaments, different tours do it differently. The feeling of Toby Stone, and I think the World Series of Poker is aligned with this as well, is you can't treat the big blind ante the same as a traditional ante. And you have to make that adjustment to make it fairer for the players. And for the avoidance of doubt, PokerStars actually surveyed players who participate in our live events and got them to vote on what they preferred. It wasn't a decision that was just taken by one guy because he felt like it.
Gotcha.
The vast majority said no, absolutely. If you are down to a single chip, it should count towards the big blind first, not the ante first.
Ace Queen here from Musad. Flat from the Ace Jack. Backwards Black Hearts. Spades, that's what they're called. Sorry. I was like, what are those things? Ugh. Not crazy about this ace 3 call from the small blind here. I think he's taking that I'm so rich thing. Oh, well, that's why. He's running so good.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Pair of threes, the best hand right now.
Oh, okay. You know.
Checked around, and we get the Queen of Spades on the turn, and there is some street flash potential now.
Oh yeah. Ding 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 ding
Okay.
ding 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 ding.
That's the
that's the
grip
grip
theme.
graph. Okay,
That's
what's
the song you completely
Boom,
failed
boom,
to
boom,
nail
boom.
when
Is that-
Sam
is
was
that the
here
street
the other
flash?
day.
Boom, 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 boom. Is that the street flash?
That might be the disco.
The street flash has a kind of a disco vibes.
Actually, I think you may have just nailed it. That was the street
Nice.
flash music.
Oofsud. Found the time between curving his hat to put out a bet. That thing is curved. Oh, look at the little head shakes from our table chip leader, knowing that that was a Terabad flat from the small.
I don't want to spend this entire level talking about antes, but as far as why it's the big blind and not the button, because then it said adds another person. With it being the big blind ante, you've got two people who have to post, the small blind and the big blind. Don't get the button involved as well. There's another person to chase.
Yeah, what next? You want straddles, huh?
Yeah, it's simplicity. And look, when the whole idea of a single player posting the ante on behalf of the table first came up, and this goes back to like 2016, 2017, some people experimented with buttons, some people said big blind. It's pretty universally accepted now that it's the big blind that posts the ante. That is consistent. As I said, it's the whole what comes first thing, which we still haven't ironed out. No short stacks at the feature table, by the way. Edouard Barsegian, the shortest stack, but has around 25 big blinds. We know there are some short stacks out there, though. And Andre Akkari has been hovering around the 15 big blind mark for most of the last session.
Speaking of Brazilians, Pedro Paulo, our obligatory Brazilian on the table. Got to have at least one.
We had two Brazilians at the final table last year, Neville Costa and Fabiano Kowalski. Huge Brazilian rail, plus all the Italians supporting Giuliano Bendinelli, including his mum. Plan for the future asks, is Rubinho still in? He's at the feature table. He's literally sat at the table that we're streaming right now.
Like to see you waggle, waggle, for sure.
They have an ace, king, jack flop. Two pair for Wiciak. Top pair for Paolo. Second pair for Weigel.
Yeah, Paulo's going to be, you know, not feel bad about having top pair, but going to recognize this particular texture is going to smash a lot of the buttons range. But oftentimes it's going to be some combos like your, you know, your king queens too, so that you are going to be slightly ahead of some of that range. I don't think Paulo is going to get into too much trouble. And this bet, representing almost 10% of Weigel's stack, still has to worry about the under the gun player. He could have some check calls, but you know, if you are up against something like, let's say, Wiciak has something like ace-9 suited, you're doing pretty well equity-wise to continue for a 30% pot bet. You know, it's a bit ambitious, but it's not out of the realm of, he's not out of pocket, let's say. And now Paulo thinking, ugh, not ideal.
Loves poker so much he's had it painted on his arm. calls as well, and oh, that is a horrible card for Paolo. Improves, in inverted commas, to trips, but it's the full house for the chip leader.
And even though he has a lock on this hand, I'm going to expect to get a fair bit of folds on this turn, because with you having an ace in your hand, and there being 2 on the boards, and you betting the 2 people, it's going to look very, very strong. Going to be difficult to get any more value from, say, a King X type hand like Weigel has. But of course, you know, you would like to bet and cooler those hands that are something like an ace, if it's out there. And it's out there. The ace is out there.
So Weigel gets out of the way. Paolo calls the 350,000.
How about a king for a song?
10 on the river. Well, the board just got straightier.
And flushier.
It is, in fact, a straighty flushy paired board. Paolo is checked.
Great card for Paulo to lose no more money.
Yeah.
Lose no more money. Not lose any more money?
Oh, wow. Philip the Razor tells us on YouTube. I've been playing at a club recently that does a big blind ante, but the big blind ante is the size of the small blind, so it's actually a big blind, small blind ante, and it's very confusing. 900,000 into a pot of 1.6 million.
Hit the showers, poker arm. I assume that's his nickname.
I mean, he calls here, and that's half his chips dusted off.
He knows better. Literally only beating like queen 9 suited that isn't spades. That might flop the button and bet maybe, probably not.
Well, he's folded.
Yep.
Ken asks if the EPT plays 8 max or 9 max. It is an 8-handed event. However, caveat, as with all maxes, +1 for the unofficial final table. So, for example, when we get down to 9 players, at that point, they will consolidate and merge around a single table, because that is better than playing a final table bubble with a table of 4 and a table of 5. Same thing would happen in a 6 max tournament. You go to 7 players rather than having a table of 4 and a table of 3. King 8 suited for Mohamed El Reis. Now round to Wiciak with 9-8 off. Weigel with ace-10 in the small. The raises to 125,000.
Yeah, 30 big blinds here. Not really a comfortable 3-bet call, and you feel like your hand's a bit too strong against this particular range of the chip leader at the cutoff. So I think we can expect a shove a good percentage of the time here, but if Weigel wants to maybe just play it a little more conservative, does elect a 3-bet. I wonder how he would respond if, say, because, you know, Wiciak could have something like pocket 6s and then just 4-bet shove. And then was your plan to 3-bet call? We're, you know, not going to find out. And wow, dodges the bullet by not finding the shove.
Paolo waking up with jacks in the big blind. He announces raise. He 4-bets. And this is going to be pretty committing from Paolo. And 2 relatively quick folds.
How much you have?
Can count now, probably.
It's like 1.9, 1.8.
1.8, 1.9. I'm gonna count.
Just over 15 minutes into this level and still at 24 players.
This card, yeah. Your small blinds. 6-7 plus.
And we have the action folded around to Robin Ulatalo, who's got King 8. Passes. The Spraggy for Simon Wiciak.
So WK Boyd 88 says, I'd get snapped off by ace-10 and they would spike an ace. Wow, that's unlucky.
500 less.
That
Sounds
must be a tough existence.
like a Joe Stapleton burner account to me. A7 has raised to 125,000. And Brandon Mifsud, who's playing a 50 big blind stack, has Jack 8.
Looks positively miffed there.
Ace, 10, deuce.
I needed to know how much was the raise. That's it. Now it's all good. Thank you.
So Lord Winsalot says, how does it go from now on? Today we play till 18 and left. Now Lord Winsalot is watching on Twitch, where there is a pinned message at the top of the chat informing the audience that today we're playing to 16 players. 18 would be if we played 9-handed, but the EPT plays 8-handed.
Yeah.
Something that the vast majority of players prefer, by the way. Tomorrow, down to the final 6, and Sunday, down to a champion.
More like Lord Wrongs a lot.
David asks, is Maria coming back to the booth? She is playing the 10K high roller. So from her point of view, she'd say hopefully not.
Yeah, no problem.
Folded to Wiciak, who has artisanal sourdough, ace-5 suited. By the way, Griffin, he's chipped up to 7.5 million. He's extending his chip lead right now.
For all the Brazilians back home, they want to know how much you raise.
First time chat, first time question. Serjan 53. Can anyone enter these tournaments? Yes, if you've got 5K to play and you're in Barcelona, you're in. Mifsud, queens in the small.
440.
And he re-raises.
440.
And less than a 4x raise for the chip leader in position. I think we can expect to see Wiciak continue here. I'm going to recognize that Mifsud is probably pretty strong, 3-betting from the small against his early position open, but I think very happy to continue with this Monster Slayer, ace-5 suited.
Ace, jack, jack on the flop. Always an ace on the desk. And that sees Mifsud move behind.
And moveset was 7.03 million, and exactly on the nose, 1 million in the pot. Gonna leave this hand with over 8 million if he can dodge a queen or somehow not get bet off his hand. 27% pot bet from Mufsad, and was really just hoping to get some folds from the range of Wiciak here. A lot of aces and a lot of jacks in Wiciak's range here. Only really beating once you see a call here. Hands like, you know, king, queen, which you block. Maybe something like king, 10 of clubs or spades, and then random spade draws like a 9, 10 of spades. So I think Wiciak will just decide to let this go, but the price is real nice. And Wiciak, having seen Wiciak just up to so much no good over the course of this level, is happy to pay the 375, be shown the bad news, and that's going to drive Wiciak all the way up there to nearly 9 million.
Yeah, 8.68 million, nearly 150 big blinds. Significant advantage over the rest of the table, while Mifsud's down to 30 bigs, and we're tracking over to the secondary feature table, where we have Andre Akkari still in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
I mean, it's been at least 40 minutes since he hit a river card.
Cool pattern on his shirt there.
I'm loving it. It's a good look, Andre.
Much style.
Not sure I could carry it off.
I think you could, actually.
Griffin, does your love of Canadian sport extend to lacrosse?
It does not. Every once in a while, I'll get to see a video of like a lacrosse fight or a cool goal in lacrosse.
So Curtis Knight, who's the big stack at this table in the 1 seed, is a professional lacrosse player who plays for a team called the Nighthawks.
No way.
Nighthawks with a K.
Wow.
Curtis Knight, number 9.
There he is. Oh, it's my favorite number. From Oshawa. Look at this guy leading the main event. You love to see it. Doing his best Patrick Antoni's impression there in seat 1. ABC, baby. Always be chewing.
The sight of Patrick Antonius grazing was very entertaining.
Yeah.
In the last few days. The NLL, I'm assuming that's the National Lacrosse League.
It's actually the No Losers League. No nerds, no losers. That's how you know Curtis Knight is cool.
Look at this fake Ali Shaban. Plante,
Yeah.
Jack 10 under the gun.
Another Canadian, French Canadian. See him quite frequently at my local tournament spot in Montreal.
Nebezhev with Queen 7 of clubs.
Tosses away the dirty QWERTY.
Nishte has folded. Francolino, ace 8 offsuit.
Dead man's hand.
Dead man's hand is 2 pair aces and 8. You can't apply it to the starting hand,
Oh, no.
ace 8.
I didn't know that rule.
Raised to
Akkari
120.
Looks interested. Oh no, he's already out. We're already at night. Nighttime.
So Curtis Knight plays for the Nighthawks.
Yeah.
Coincidence, or do you think he actually has some connection to the
It's a good question.
naming and organization of the team? Well, he's just flopped a flush draw. Meanwhile, Francolino with second pair top kicker.
Francolini electing for some protection value with this mid pair. Shouldn't expect a ton of check raises, but you have the kind of hand that can defend against it.
Yeah.
At least for one street. You will get some check raises here. I mean, if, you know, knight has 4 or 5 of clubs or something, wants to get frisky, hands of this ilk. But with the jack-high flush draw, just going to call.
Jen Orange says, that guy kissed my sister. Please be more specific. Are we talking about Francolino?
It was me!
Are we talking about Knight?
Francolino not hugely incentivized to bet here. I think your hand's going to be good a lot of the time. You wouldn't be folding out a king or getting value really from worse. You could pay the draws, though, and give yourself more options on future streets, and has decided to go for quite a small sizing to sort of set the price, allow himself to, you know, quickly check back some rivers and not face, let's just say, a really, really big bet. And Knight now weighing his options, getting too good a price to fold a jack-high flush draw. Perhaps thinking about whether he wants to work in some check raises. But actually is going to just fold. And I think that's a little conservative based off the size versus the size of the pot. I mean, we're talking about 185K bet after 120, you know. So I think that was a little tight.
Back to the main stage in our main feature table with 60 minutes still on the clock. So half an hour of this level played so far. No eliminations.
The rotation of Puma hats for Robin Nilatello has been very impressive.
He was asked about the hats, Griffin, earlier on today, and he has 10 of them.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, what's going on here?
I mean, when you're playing a 7-day tournament, to have a new hat for every day and then have 3 spares, that is having an on-point
That's
hat
excessive.
game.
My question is, how does he travel with them? Does he have like a hat bag? I guess you have to have some sort of a system. I just feel like whenever I bring a hat anywhere, I just like crush it.
I mean, they're baseball caps. They're quite easy to transport. It's not like taking a top hat with you where you have to keep it in a box.
Touche.
By the way, I've never traveled with a top hat. I know I'm English, but I just want to make that clear.
You do kind of have top hat energy, if I'm being honest. So you should look into it. You probably look real good in it.
Nilatello second in chips at this table. Both he and Mohamed El Reis playing 58 big blinds right now. Round to Jose Rodriguez, sorry. He's folded. El Reis gives up the 9-8. Robin Nilatello on the button with 9-3 off. Folds, so blind v blind. 10-5 suited for the chip leader.
Could mix in some raises with this particular combo, put some max pressure, but and Barsegian on about 22 big blinds, I think really just needs to either check this or shove.
Oh, wow.
And elects to go for the check. And unfortunately, it's not going to work out for him because not only does Wiciak have 3 of a kind, but Ace-6, ace of clubs is far too good not to continue for at least one street.
We've got trip 10s here and a bet of 60,000. With the ace of clubs, Griffin, is this worth a call? Reassess the turn?
Definitely, yeah. It's important not to be results-oriented when you're sort of looking at the proceedings here. Yeah, Wiciak does happen to have the 10-5 of spades, but he's going to, limp in with the 6-5 of diamonds and then might bet this flop. And there is that extra equity for Barsegian and a free card. Let's go.
Nut flush draw now. Still a 4-1 underdog.
Badonk.
Oh my word.
Badonkadonk.
Gets there on the river, however, that club flush is no good against the full house of Wiciak. What a river card.
Just gross. Now, if Wiciak elects to do a big enough sizing, like he has, over pot, it is within the realm of possibility. Yeah, I think Barsegian can comfortably just call this. You're never going to get called by worse, really. Would, Wiciak be betting nearly 1.5x pot on a paired board with the king or queen of clubs? Probably not, right? So this is a very polarized bet that even though there wasn't much action on the turn or anything like that, this is really saying, like, I have a boat. And I think that's what Barsegian is thinking about. The hand is way too strong to ever really consider folding, but I think Barsegian needs to dodge the shove here and stay in this tournament with about 800K remaining. But it's easier said than done. Listen, this is the chip leader that's been blasting around. He just made the nut flush on the river.
It's an all-in from Barsegian, and it's a call from Wiciak, and it is going to be a KO. The nut flush beaten by the full house. And we have lost Edouard Barsegian in 24th place.
Really tough. He makes such a nutted hand there. May regret that shove, but would have only been left with about 14 big blinds. So hard to make the nut flush.
So cash is for 41,500 euros, and everyone else gets the money jump. Now we are down to 23. Everyone has locked up 47,800 euros. Wiciak now playing 169 big blinds, more than 10 million chips.
8-figure club. First to the 8-figure club.
And apologies for the loss of table sound right now, guys.
What a heaven.
Oh, sounds like someone's flicked the switch.
Tasty.
It was. I think that's a good term. Tasty.
Yeah, tasty.
I don't. Now I'm hungry.
That's right, Jacana. That was supposed to be an innocent, simple, blind v blind hand, and then that happened. That river card happened. Just when you least expect it, just what you least expect.
Was a limped pot? Sorry?
Limp.
Was limped pot? Limp, check. Bet, sure.
Be kind, please, sir. Says ridiculously standard shove. Need to have a specific read not to do it. Annoying, biased commentary.
Yeah, I disagree with you.
And you're banned.
35.
Back over to the secondary table, and I see the red triangle of death.
You know how much you started the hand with?
In front of Andre Akkari.
1.9 million.
He's all in with ace-jack. He has been called by João Sittenstricker with ace-9. And now, we have Santiago Plante deciding whether to call as well with king-queen suited.
I mean, at the 30-60 level here, you know, this is about 7 big blinds. Sid Stricker's flat here could be some hands that are prepared to fold to shoves. It actually is. The ace-9 of hearts is in that range. So Plante deciding, you know what, maybe with this suited king-queen, I can just raise here and fold out some hands like ace-9 and then be free-rolling that money. And I think when he sees Sid Stricker's hand, he's going to be a little annoyed that he didn't go for it.
Well, we have a domination situation here.
See, he's shaking his head over there. C2.
Yeah.
He knew he had him there.
Andre Akkari, 70% favorite to double up.
I knew it was going to work, but the price is not good enough to do anything crazy.
What did you fold?
Something that if he has 1.4, I shove. Worse than both of you, though.
King, queen.
Suited.
There's the strategy talk, advanced strategy.
Did you take or not? Knowing.
Yeah.
Andre very calm about the situation as his fate is revealed. Oh, what? Just flops the straight, just flops Broadway.
Okay, then, but
don't get excited at all, never.
Yeah, there's a heart in there. Okay, come on. 8 of hearts for a laugh.
Oh, it's the Queen of Hearts. That would have been a full house, by the way.
Yeah.
Why would you say that?
Plante, yeah.
It has given Sid Stricker 8 outs, though.
How you doing?
The jack would also be a split.
Because I don't.
The river is the deuce of spades. That is going to be a double up for Andre Akkari.
9 lives, that Brazilian, let me tell you.
Because
The
I
all-ins
can't
have
win
been
anything, like I still have.
going his way.
Yes. But I mean, I still have to beat Andre to win chips, right? So it's not like I'm...
Are you getting a good price?
Yeah, but I have a pretty bad price because I need it to work, then I can win. Sorry? Started with 440.
7 blinds.
It was 7.3 big. So 1.33.
Show it that
But then,
without fight.
yeah, it's like 33 with the opener.
Pode ser ruim.
It was like 25, 24.
Never easy. I had to put the heart out there. Unbelievable.
I know, like a 6 of clubs.
I didn't sense that strong.
So Andre Akkari clinging on.
That one can make it straight.
Coming back.
Yep. Prepare for the next 5 big line.
I thought too.
We come back to
I thought that it
the main feature table. See the stacks of the players on the main stage. We're halfway through this level, Griffin, and just the 1 elimination so far, 23 remaining. Still playing below a 50 big blind average.
Oh,
see how ambitious Wiciak wants to get with this massive stack. And I like the way he's wielding his chips right now. All gas, no brakes, baby. I think this is probably one of the worst hands he'll consider opening. In a normal situation, you're going to fold something like the Queen 5 suited, but with that amount of chips, with all that flow coming your way, why not? Is going to elicit a call from the stronger Queen 9 suited. Just go for it. Go for it, go for it. It's for my It's Always Sunny Philadelphia fans.
King Jack tray flop.
So Wiciak might elect to attack this board. Going to have some backdoor opportunities, but this does really hit Movesad's flatting range from the small blind. Movesad's going to have a lot of, you know, king, queen, king 10 suited, queen jack suited type hands. And is going to call with, frankly, the bottom of his range here, which is the bottom gutter with the queen 9. And that is a card that won't elicit a fold from Movesaad, but Wiciak wants to continue telling a story. Now, it's very difficult. He's going to be up against a lot of king X's and jack X's that probably won't fold. So I think this is some good restraint from the chip leader. And the 9 is going to play if Wiciak doesn't find a river bet. And he's going to be annoyed if Movesaad doesn't turn that queen 9 into a bluff, but probably will. Yeah. Nice. Nice big bet, too. Nice, I have king jack kind of bet.
Okay, people watching on Twitch. Tom.
1.1.
Our moderator.
1.2.
Very kindly pinned a very useful message to the top of the chat that says the following. Today we play down to 16 players. Tomorrow we play down to 6 players. Sunday we play to a winner.
Can't steal it for somebody.
So any more questions about is the final table tomorrow? Are they going to finish today? I'm just not banning people. Eyes, read, consume, digest, process.
Woohoo, Robin. I like the way you kings. Has there ever been a situation in history where there have been 2 kings? Instead of like a king and a queen or just a king?
Oh, what you mean?
Yeah, like royalty, like 2 kings. They don't necessarily have to be in a relationship, but like play has had 2 kings instead of 1 king.
No.
No?
That's not, generally speaking, how the monarchy works.
Yeah. I'm just wondering. I don't necessarily mean in England. I mean in general. The history of... I'll shut up. Movesaad flats from the small after winning that nice pot. Playing about 40 big blinds effective. Now Rise an opportunity to flick one in.
I mean, you may be aware that King George III suffered from mental health problems, and his son, who would later become King George IV, became Prince Regent, which meant that most of the decision-making power rested with him because his father was not.
Almost like there were 2 kings.
But there were specific titles for each role. And it's worth highlighting that the partner, the male partner of the monarch, is not referred to as the king. For example, it was Prince Philip, who was married to Queen Elizabeth.
Yeah.
So I imagine if you did have a gay couple, it would be king and prince. Outside of the UK, I have no idea.
Sparta was a dual monarchy, says Stone Cold Poker. Well, well, well. So, can't blame Movesaad at all here for continuing with the 7s. I mean, this is part of the deal, all right? When you want to play a low to mid pocket pair, you're going to have to get sticky on the low to mid boards. Ilatalo's going to be betting a lot of different hands other than kings here. And a lot of the time, he's also going to bet them twice. He has the stronger range here. If Ilatalo had something like an ace-10 here, I could see him betting the 450 so thousand he's about to bet as well. So you got to be prepared to get sticky. And Ilatalo understands the range he's up against. You know, a lot of hands like this, maybe even as strong as 9s or 10s, which you're going to have a very difficult time folding. You also want to charge, you know, Hands like ace-jack, ace-queen of spades that might still be inclined to call because, you know, that queen and ace might still be live for a boat in case you are up against the boat already. Oh boy, Movesad's gonna need a 7 from heaven and did not come.
What's the name of the player with the 7s?
Movesad.
You're literally...
Mifsud.
There we go.
Mifsud.
It's M-I, not M-U.
What was I saying?
You were saying Mufsad.
Oh, I think it's because of the tasty thing earlier. Got me hungry. I was thinking about muffins.
I mean, what am I supposed to do?
1.8 million chips in the pot. Only 1.64 left for the muffin Mifsud. And he's hoping for a check here. Not going to get it. You can see how intentional the pot size is versus how much Mifsud has left.
Yeah.
This is all by Swedish design. It's like the IKEA of poker hands.
Robin Ulatalo has played the time bank card. So that shot clock is now running out.
The great thing about this queen, too, is that, you know, it is going to sometimes fill up something like an ace-queen of spades. But more likely, also, it appears to be the kind of card that Robin would maybe bluff at, try to fold out something like 2 10s or 2 9s, so it'll make it look a bit more bluffy. But doesn't go for it all. Decides he doesn't want to get too greedy. Decides maybe that an all-in bet would maybe scare off a hand like 7s, but might get a curiosity call. And again, very intentional. You can see would be leaving Moveset with about 16 big blinds left. Did I say Moveset again?
You did, yeah.
Okay. Mifsud.
If you want to call him Brandon, I'll allow it.
Okay. The Muffin Man.
He's not...
No,
Where's the muffin
sorry.
thing coming
I'm
from?
sorry.
Just because you felt like eating muffins doesn't mean this guy is the
right.
Muffin Man.
Sorry. Big decision here for the Mifsud Man.
Brandon. Just call him Brandon.
For Brandon. Sorry, Brandon. It's been a long day, Brandon. You know, I've been on air for 40 minutes.
I was going to say, it's not even 6 o'clock in the evening.
Oh, don't do it. Just... It's like me at Starbucks. Oh, don't get the muffin. Don't need it. He paid him off.
Makes the call, and that is a nice pot for Robin Ulatalo. So Mifsud's going to be down to 16 bigs. Robin Ulatalo up over 85 bigs, nearly 5.2 million chips now.
2 from me.
And that's how you do it, baby. You have to imagine that all-in shove would have been folded, so brilliant work from Robinho.
So here we are on the EPT, but don't forget, in November, another PokerStars tour returns.
This is the NAPT, my babies.
Comeback time.
Yeah, we can create for real now.
One time, come on.
Yeah. Hey, Mom, I'm playing heads up on TV. You'll see it later.
Why are you so good, Vanessa?
Congratulations to Tom Marchese. William Reynolds is the champion. Vanessa Selps is the first ever 2-time NAPT champion.
No better place to play poker than in Vegas.
I think I'm going to have fun playing with you today, sir.
It has been a minute. See you on the strip.
Yes, NAPT Las Vegas runs November 4th through 12th at Resorts World on the Strip. Our first event in Vegas since 2010. Full schedule will be released soon, but there is a 1650 main event and a 5K high roller. Very excited to have the North American Poker Tour back after 12 years. Meanwhile, looks like an all-in and a call at the outer table. Ace, queen.
It's a pair of 10s. 8s, 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 9s, 8s, 8s.
Okay. Well, looks like the pair is holding, Griffin.
Oh, and he does the get up. 8s are good.
Yeah, 8s hold. So that is Philippe Morelli eliminated in 23rd place. Sam Fournier was the player with the 8s there. The ace-queen did not get there, and Morelli will cash for 47,800 euros.
Can I tee you up, James? Pocket 8s.
Snowman's.
Snowmen's.
Num num.
Num num.
So back to the feature table, and Ezekiel Weigel has woken up with aces.
Yeah, but based on the action that we are interrupting here, having missed pre-flop because of the other action on the table, it's clear to me that Weigel flatted this chip leader open and now has decided to pump things up because of the two-spade, three-handed nature of the hand. So nice hand from Weigel there to get max value from those aces. I think a 3-bet would have just gone through and instead was able to trap the chip leader. And that's a really important thing to do at this, 20, 30 big blind stack size, finding ways to trap your opponents with your big hands, get a little value.
So we've got the real Ali Shaban watching the stream right now on Twitch. I want to know if the real Ali Shaban has spotted the fake Ali Shaban at the secondary feature table.
My question is, have we ever seen both of them in the same place at the same time? Could be a Superman Clark Kent situation. I'm just saying. Rodriguez, the sailboats. It's a sailboat on the sea. New thing I'm trying.
Please stop.
And just going to open fold them here at the cutoff. Maybe a little respect to the very strong and mega stacks in the small blind, big blind here. I think it's a bit tight, but I think also Rodriguez has played really well from what we've seen over the course of his feature table appearances. And maybe likes to stay away from confrontations with the big boys sometimes and just pick on the small fish, and it's worked. Well, fish isn't the right word, but
King 10-8, so Jack high, still the best hand. With those 2 eliminations recently, down to 22 players, 6 away from being done for the day.
I got to say I'm a big fan of the seeing every hand thing. Back in the day, they only showed the big highlight hands. This is the hand I don't need,
Yeah.
I don't like looking at 3 deuce. I don't like looking at Jack 5. It's just, I like looking at that beard, though.
It is a beautiful beard.
It's a beautiful beard. So, that's a good thing.
Question on YouTube to interrupt this inconsequential hand, Griffin. NA says, why are there so many Brazilians playing poker? When I play tournaments on Stars, more than 40% are Brazilians. So Joe and I spoke to Fabiano Kowalski on the most recent episode of the Poker in the Years podcast, which you can get from all major podcast apps. Fabiano, a very accomplished and well-respected Brazilian pro who made the final table of this tournament last year.
Blind versus blind.
He explained that it is very, very easy to be a poker professional in Brazil because average earnings are very low. And if you are able to grind out $500, $1,000 a month playing online poker. That is a good salary for Brazil.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So understandably, the game has become very popular because the dream of being a poker pro is attainable, is achievable for so many people.
Wow, that's very interesting.
And of course, PokerStars plays in US dollars, and what that's worth in Brazil right now is a huge amount.
That's some good reporting. Good research. I like that.
Do urge you to listen to that interview. Fabiano is a really nice guy, very interesting guy as well. And some of the stuff he's trying to do with Samba Poker, I think is fantastic. Giving opportunities to players in Brazil who normally play at small stakes.
Was this Kowalski you spoke to?
Yeah.
Oh, we in the Mystery Cash game with Kowalski.
Yeah, I know that Kowalski.
Yeah, he's great. He's a great guy.
Oh. Didn't Mifsud have sevens before?
Yeah. Fan of the stream, clearly.
Weigel with 10. So once again, he's up against an overpair.
Yeah, I think this just needs to play as a shove here. 15 effective. If somehow Mifsud wakes up with better, it's just a cooler. You're going to have some nice flip equity. You're not going to get called by worse very often, but... Oh, and he just goes for it with the sevens.
And a call.
Hoping to be up against your ace queens and your ace jacks.
But he's not, so it is a domination situation.
Yeah, I would have liked to have seen Muset think about this a little bit, but maybe just based on the fact that it's just the last player in the hand.
I mean, I'm not being funny, Griffin. I almost want him to go out, just so I don't have to listen to you butcher his name anymore.
Did I do it again?
You just did it again.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
Brandon,
thank
here
you.
with the sevens.
Finally, you're following my advice when it's almost too late.
Sorry, roommates from apartment.
Oh, nice.
Is it always coming 7?
Are you guys a couple?
Not on the flop. And now Weigel has the 9-1 advantage. Oh, wow, it's over on the turn. And we lose Brandon Mifsud in 22nd place. He's going to receive nearly 48,000 euros as we tick down to 21 in the Barcelona main event.
Sevens the undoing for Mifsud, Brandon Mifsud.
The Muffin Man.
The Muffin Man. Thank you.
Good game.
Oh, he has somewhere to be.
Yes. I tried.
Always another tournament to play.
I tried.
Either that or he's going to try and track down Griffin Benja for butchering his name all day.
I was almost with the artificial system for the hospital one.
Weigel now playing around 45 big blinds. Average stack is around 50 bigs, just shy of 3 million right now.
Oh yeah, the good players, I know. I know. That's right. Yes. Me and you, no, he just left us here, hanging.
Snowmans.
Nom nom.
Amadel race. Raising.
Nom 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 nom.
Robin Ulatalo, Jack 9 of diamonds. I'm assuming, Jerome, when you ask about the Swedish guy with the nice beard, you're referring to Robin Ulatalo. There he is, confirming he is still in. Andre Akkari still has a seat at the secondary feature table.
Tree bet.
I love this correction from Bagpuss. I think you'll find that Mifsud is trying to hunt down Guffin Bonga.
The Adventures of Muffin and Guffin.
Robin Ulatalo is playing this spicy, 3-betting to 360,000.
Yeah, but I'll rise deep enough here to continue with 2-8s. Gonna have to protect these opens with a defend at this stack depth in these positions.
Call.
Does call. fair fight. Jack 9 of diamonds against pocket eights. 2 men enter, 1 man leaves.
The flop has 2 diamonds on it. Ulitalo with the flush draw, and it is a post-flop flip.
PFF, baby. Greg Gonzo says, Benja doesn't really exist. He's a McGriffin.
Done.
This is going to be a very important swing pot, I think. Whoever can manage to walk away with the win here.
So Ulitalo had the pre-flop betting lead, has continued here for 280,000. It's a semi-bluff. He's betting on the come. Race, who currently has the best hand, calls. And we are going to the turn with 1.4 million in the middle.
Trying to dodge. Ugh.
Well, I was thinking about the diamond draw, but instead it's an overcard that hits, and now Robin Ulitalo is an 87% favorite.
Oh, unlucky turn there for the judge. All rise.
I thought you had some inside information that he was actually a judge.
No, it's just a bad pun. Can't resist him. Bit of an interesting spot for Rubinho. If you bet here, are you know, you want to kind of charge hands like pocket eights, pocket sixes, let's say an ace-X of diamonds that's going to call again. You would hate to get check raised here, but shouldn't happen too frequently. A hand like 9s or 10s might call again as well, and that's why we see this priced at an amount that can maybe keep those hands invested.
Bet of 450,000 from Rubinho, and it has been called. River card.
Just, you can see the nerves on even the most seasoned pros here. And Robin clearing his throat there at the call.
Now, if El Race checks Griffin, as he has done the flop and the turn, do you think Robin Ulitalo goes for value on the river?
Not always. And the reason being, you know, El Race could still have queens, could be trapping pre sometimes, maybe with kings and aces, not super likely. You know, you still do have to worry about something like 7s or 5s, so you're or 4s. You're squeezing here. I think probably is going to go for it because that jack is so disguised, and you're going to be up against a lot of the hands that we talked about, 6s, 8s. There's way more combos, right? So it feels too tight to check. Does your opponent ever have ace-jack off with the ace of diamonds? Probably folds pre a good amount of the time. But we do see the bit of a tight check, but contextually it's like, I don't know, is he even going to call those hands?
Yeah.
You know, it's a bit conservative. But I don't think Robin is someone that needs to push those kind of edges when he has so many other edges in other hands.
And still a huge pot.
Yeah, massive.
And Robin now playing more than 100 big blinds. close to 6.2 million with 22 minutes left on the clock until the next break. And of course, the blinds go up on the other side of that break. I mean, I referenced the other day, Griffin, that in Monte Carlo, which was the last leg of the EPT, we had a two-time winner. Mike Watson, who took down the PCA in 2016, won his second EPT title in Monaco this year. If Robin Ulatalo wins this, how cool. Back-to-back EPTs with two-time winners.
Two very deserving two-time winners.
Two very good players.
Unlike that Vicky Corin.
Oh, Griffin.
Oh. Or that would have got, yeah. Vicky Corin, very deserving. Two-time winner, legend of the tour.
120? 120?
120.
And also married to the Peep Show guy, which is so cool.
By the way, worth highlighting that Matthias Francolino has been moved to the main feature table. Now we're down to 21. We've got to keep the tables balanced. That is 3 tables of 7.
It's 100 Biebers for Robin, 100 Justins. Over 6 million at 60K big blind. Not too bad. What up now, Swedes? Whoa. Oh, Weigel. This is a pretty nice little spot to put in a big old squeeze with the ace-king. Everyone else is so mid. Not just like the hands, but like, what are you repping? Everyone else just like with these calls and stuff, you're all so mid. Mid, one of those great new slang words. James uses it all the time. Some breakfast the other day, he was like, these eggs are mid.
I'm trying to think of a single time in my life when I've said that word.
So I think that could see our chip leader deciding to call here. Could certainly afford it. Certainly well aware this is against a pretty strong range. Might even consider back shoving sometimes, but it's too much, right? It's 40 big blinds total.
Yeah.
No more. And is going to call. And you can see where the hesitation comes from, even though it's the chip leader. The pot now almost 1.5 million. Weigel only with 2.1 behind.
I'm going to say, guys, fold 8s. It's not a good day for 8s.
Listen, it's the middle of the summer. We're in Barcelona. All right, what are you going to do with snowmen's? Huh? They're going to melt, dude. Right?
Good point, well made.
I mean, the poker room can be pretty well air conditioned. Maybe they would survive for a little bit, but.
350,000.
And now you're playing the guessing game. And I think Wiciak would be happy to maybe call a curiosity bet on a non-king high board because of all those ace-king combos. I think with all those flatters and everything, we're not going to see a lot of light 3-bets here, but so much of that value range comprises of the ace-king in particular that I think it was Wiciak's plan there to, you know, maybe continue for 1 street on lower boards, but the king high boards, I'm out of there.
What do you have now? 8?
No, I was 10
10?
something. 6.
There's our chip counts. Wiciak under 10 million now. Boo!
Yeah, but still chip leader with 21 players
Boo!
remaining. Robin Ulatalo also among the chip leaders on the main stage with more than 100 bigs. That's as we come towards the end of level 27.
Good cast of characters on this feature table.
Yeah.
The wily French chip leader, the steady Viking beard Swede, poker arm.
Oh, shout out to Tom on Twitch for highlighting that the second mini EPT Barcelona tournament of the day is starting in about 10 minutes. We have mentioned a few times that as we now have at pretty much every single European Poker Tour stop, there is a mini EPT series for our live stream viewers. These are cheap online tournaments, not in every market, so if you don't see the mini EPT series in your PokerStars client, chances are it's not available in your part of the world. But we have WCoop tickets added to the prize pool of every single tournament. And when we get to Sunday, what I'm calling Main Event Sunday, because in addition to the Main Event final table, the tournament we're watching today, we're going to have 2 mini main events, one with a $5.50 buy-in, one with a $55 buy-in, but both of those mini mains will award the winner a gold power pass. Ooh. That gold power pass, worth more than $10,000, can be redeemed for an EPT Cyprus package. So you could be joining us at the next leg of the EPT by winning the mini main on Sunday. 3-way to the flop, Queen 7-5. Francolino still ahead with King Jack high.
Not a great board for our chip leader to continue. I mean, it's dry, but just the actual hand you have, you know, having to get through 2 players in the blinds, it's certainly within the realm of possibility. I mean, listen, Francolini in the small blind could have something like King Jack off. You know, the big blind's going to have a wide range. Really, if you get by the small blind, you're feeling pretty good because you can put a lot of pressure on if the big blind decides to call because they have a 7 or some sort of straight draw. So this is probably going to work. But Francolini, no. He says no. Not today, bud. Not on this day. Not with my family and friends watching me on TV. Beautiful work.
Francolino.
Stunning.
Hovering around the 60 big blind mark right now.
You're gorgeous, Francolino.
$3.6 million chips. So, a couple of things. If you are in a place that may be part of the PokerStars global market where we're not offering the WCoop tickets, it's likely to be down to local regulations, local laws, and about giving people free stuff and giving added value. It's not that we don't like Belgians, for example.
There's 125 cards. 4 pots. 5 pots.
And let's go to the other table here, and our Canadian boy, Plante.
Yes, it's the Ali Shaban clone, all in, and he has shoved on Van Marcus. It's all into call for him, so I'm guessing, Griffin, he opened under the gun.
Yeah, which makes this not that easy to call, right? This is a very strong range. This isn't just 2 6s or ace jack off. This is like 9s, 10s plus, ace queen plus.
Let's flip that on my hand. How many more do I have? 3?
What do you want to do with your 19 bigs? I mean, you just feel like you're burning money the times your opponents has those jacks and 10s, but gosh, and you hate that it's suited. You're like, ah, it's so pretty. Very, very tough fold, but I think it is one you can make, but it, I mean, it hurts deep. You know, your ancestors are feeling this one. It's like real, it's deep.
All right, cool.
Well, Van Marcus calls it off with ace-queen. And will need to spike an ace or see some clubs. He's the at-risk player here, and he is behind.
Yeah, and the thing is,
Ace of diamonds.
this
Show me
doesn't
one
make
time, huh?
a wrong decision. Look at the
You can
percentages.
do it, dealer.
Still 34%. It's just right on the line there, and can still work out. A lot can happen. 34% is, I mean, it's a lot of percentages.
Well, he has picked up a gut shot.
Couldn't come better for you.
But what he requested was the ace
of diamonds is
of diamonds, and there it is again.
Anybody have the ace of diamonds? Here we go.
He would like to see the ace of diamonds.
There we go.
Oh my
God!
There
How
we
did
go,
he
there
do
we go.
that?
Keep below now.
Marcus!
I believe in you.
I'm loving this. Whatever this energy is, this vibe.
Manages to fade
gonna make
the
TV
case
ace of
queen on the river.
All right, let's do this.
Bad beat for Plante, by the way.
You're a wizard, Marcus.
Got a feeling there, you know what I mean? I just had a feeling that ace of diamonds was going to come.
Can we?
You have a bad feeling.
Can we buy your services?
Back to the main feature table. Wow, what a hand. What a double up for Van Marcus. Horrible beat, though, for Slante.
You only see that stuff online, usually.
So they say.
So they say.
Santiago Plante will be left with about 1.6 million, roughly half average. And we have Jack 5 against Jack 9 here, and El Rey's has got kicker problems. That being said, 54% chance of a chop. 43% now. El Rey's cannot win the pot outright.
And Alra's really a spot of bad luck here, having the two table chip leaders to his direct left that are playing pretty aggressively, and now getting pipped here, Jack 5 to Jack 9, drawing dead to win the hand.
Remember a few years ago in Barcelona where Michael Mizrachi was calling cards left, right and centre and somehow getting them right every single time. Well, Barry Greenstein has appeared here, and this ace on the river means that they will be dividing this pot equally should it go to showdown.
Paulie Prancer, politically powerful. Just warming up the voice. You know, I see my mom doing those exercises sometimes. She's an actress. Okay, here we go.
So check to showdown. This is a chop pot, and you know what they say.
Everyone loves a chop pot. What are the reviews gonna say? This must be like what it's like as a filmmaker waiting for the reviews to come out, you know? Waiting for that local paper. Ooh.
9s, 9.5s, 10s, 8s.
We're going to the big time.
Eight minutes left on the clock. 8 minutes till the blinds go up. And we have Queen 10 off here for Pedro Paulo, opening out of a 40 big blind stack.
Poker arm.
All right, players, finish on your own and enjoy a 75-minute break.
Who gets a 75-minute dinner break?
Are we doing it? Is that what we're doing?
was not for us. That's a different event. Lucky them. Called by 10-9. The flop is ace 8-4. Queen high still ahead. This domination situation working for Paolo right now.
Isn't that nice? Just nice and easy.
Yeah.
You know, chip leader's not getting out of line, not flopping an ace or an 8 or anything. Just a little, you know, move on to the next one.
Yeah. Yes, Lobster, who says it sounds like a high roller kind of dinner break. Yeah, of course, the high roller starts today, the 10K. We've got Maria playing in that one. So maybe they're the guys getting a 75-minute dinner break right now. We are going to take a 20-minute break in 6 minutes' time.
Yeah, an interesting observation about the sunglasses. This ratio is higher than normal.
It is.
James, 4 of the 8, 7? No, 8, right?
There's
7 or
7
8.
players.
4 of the 7, we're rocking a 60% ratio of sunglasses. They're coming back. It's like a style thing. You know when styles go in cycles? They're back, baby.
Ace 8 of diamonds for Robin Ulatalo on the button.
Yeah, I think I'm going to raise.
Want to say hello to Eggs11, who's just come back from 5 years in space. Is this the first EPT post-COVID? Did they sack off the PokerStars Championship branding?
Around 6.
And Wiciak here probably going to think that, yeah, this is just kind of like... You're in, the thing is, right, like situations like this, it's not a normal thing. You see yourself calling ace 8 in the small blind, right? Like sometimes you'll work in some 3-bets in late position with this hand, but I think it's just one of these situations where I think this shows a lot of respect that Wiciak has for Ulatalo. Also, it just says to me he's in position against Robin every other hand, basically. So why do I need to just like go after this here? I think I'm ahead of the range with ace 8. Let's just call here and we'll play nice.
So are we going to get to sing again, Griffin?
There's a chance. Can we top the last one? Is this going to be the Godfather 2 to the Godfather?
Wow, that is... You're setting the bar high.
I'm just saying. Listen, I'm not saying our last chop pot song was the Godfather, but it was at least the Terminator.
125,000 apiece. Hand goes to the turn.
Ooh, I think we're going to be singing.
Yes, I think it's fair to say that this is going to get to showdown.
Do you think we could lock eyes this time? I feel like I looked at you and you didn't look at me, and sometimes you do look at me. And check here on the turn, which brings the king straight on the river. But there are no kings about. Any kings about? No kings about.
No, just a 6-card straight for these players. And hello to New Droid, who says, is this the first EPT since the French Revolution? Keep them coming.
So expect to see a snap call here. Get ready, James. This can only be a snap call.
There's the call. It's another chop pot. And you know what they say.
Everyone loves the chop pot. He looked at me that time. He did it.
Oh, I love the fact that we've got the Italian commentators joining in as well now.
Pretty decent reviews. I had a good line if it wasn't as good anyway.
But it was good for.
So if it wasn't as good, I was going to say.
Me too.
You know, it could have been. It was like our Empire Strikes Back. You know, that didn't. A lot of people didn't like Empire Strikes Back when it first came out. You never know how something is going to age.
If you done the 8 first, I was thinking rather something like that. So I was waiting for the other side.
Hand number 80 of the whole tournament? No.
No, obviously not. Yeah, that's right, Griffin.
Oh, sorry, I'm not a math guy.
I mean, in what possible universe could they have been playing for 5 days and only have played 80 hands? Yeah, we got down from 2,120 players to 21 after 80 hands of poker.
I don't want to fight on stream. Agree to disagree.
They have dealt 80 hands at the feature table today. Anywho, it's King-Queen against King-Jack. Rodriguez has opened under the gun +1. Robin Ulitalo with the King-Jack in the cutoff. And we are tracking over to the secondary feature table because there is an all-in.
Oh, no.
Look at this set over set sickness. Nebyshev with a set of 3s, Sidenstricker with a set of 9s.
Not like this.
Now, Sidenstricker is the at-risk player, but the stacks are close. The river card...
Don't you dare.
...is not a 3. Oh, wait, hasn't been dealt yet.
It could be a 3. Oh, my God. Make James wrong for dramatic effect.
Vamos, Brasil! Vamos, cara!
Brazilian set holds, and that is going to leave Nebyshev with crumbs. 5 big blinds.
I love a good celly, but the Viva Brazil on the one outer on the river.
What a feeling.
Showing the 9 of hearts, and then slowly peeling, that's fucked up. If it was the 9 of clubs, it's like we know what's going on. But like seeing the 9 of hearts.
How much?
I knew he had a cent.
You got a feel for Nebyshev there. That's unavoidable cooler.
Back. Okay, now it's break.
Oh, I say 5 big blinds, so I just realized we've reached the break.
break.
Nebyshev's going to be coming back shorter than 5 bigs because the blinds go up when we come back. He's going to have 3 big blinds, Griffin. 40-80. Sorry, 4 bigs. 4 bigs at the 40-80 blind level.
Yeah.
Let's just play out the last hand at the feature table. We have seen an opening raise from Rodriguez.
Woo, 4-bet.
3-bet by Ulitalo,
Nice.
4-bet by Weigel, who takes it down. So players now concluded at the secondary feature table. Players concluded at the main feature table. I believe there is still a hand in progress at the 3rd table, the outer table. It is Marku Koplemar versus Oshri Lakhmani. Joined the action after a button raise from Koplemar was flattered by Lakhmani in the big blind. We have a 10-10-4 flop with 2 hearts.
Who's the guy on the left? Right below us? Yeah.
The guy in the green?
Yeah.
That is Lakhmani.
Okay. Looks more like Bryn Greeny.
With the action checked to him, Koplemar bets 80,000. Looks like Lakhmani called. Deuce of diamonds on the turn, so 2 flush draws out there, 2 hearts, 2 diamonds. Check, check, and the river is the king of diamonds. didn't see. Did Lakmani check? Yeah, because Koplimar checks behind. Lakmani tabling Queen Jack. Ace-6, the hand for Koplimar, and Ace High is good. So play has now concluded at all 3 tables. We've reached the end of that session, reached the end of that level, and we are going on an 18-minute break. So when we come back, blinds will be 40,000, 80,000 with an 80k big blind ante. No super short stacks at the feature table, but we know we've got at least one incredibly short stack at one of the outer tables. The action continues on the other side of this break on day 5 of the PokerStars European Poker Tour Barcelona main event, on the day that we play down to the final 16. 5 more eliminations before we're done for the day. So blinds currently 800, 1600. A reminder, we are playing with the big blind ante, which is also 1600. William Kassouf folding under the gun. Round to Benny Spindler, who has King Jack suited.
This is a hand he's going to want to get involved with.
No cards, no comments. That's the rule, right?
And Will Kassouf would like to get involved as well.
Cheers.
There's a raise to 3,400. And Philippe Salgado has pocket 4s in the cutoff. He's going to flat. Round to Ali Tariq in the big. Queen 4 of hearts. He passes. Looks like we're going heads up to the flop.
And one of the 4's gone. He won't know it. But Salgado's chance of flopping a set significantly diminished.
Yeah, who cares?
I'll just do it anyway.
Oh man, what a flop.
Unbelievable. The set of 4s for Salgado and flush and straight draws for Benny Spindler. And it's almost a flip. 43% equity for Spindler, who is currently behind. And with that kind of board, Spraggy, my question was going to be is how fast should Salgado play this?
Very quickly. I would imagine it's a board where he's going to want to raise some of his draws. When you have a hand like pocket 4s and your opponent just has so many hands they can continue with, it's a case of building the pot as quickly as possible. Because even if Benny Spindler has a king-queen, he's probably going nowhere. And what you don't want is, let's say against a king-queen, you don't want the 9 of diamonds to fall or the ace of diamonds. There's so many action killers as well. So I would imagine we see a raise from Salgado.
Spindler's C-bet is 5,000.
Well, your parents just happened to be in Africa? Or
Yeah, my dad went 40 years ago.
Salgado.
5 years ago, started his businesses, and I'm taking over now.
Okay, okay. So your parents still there?
Half the year.
Yeah.
Yeah, going on.
Has raised it up, made it 14,500.
My town, they're all in Africa.
And if you're Benny Spindler at this point, you just have so much equity, it's very hard for you to make mistakes. So we could easily see him move all in, try and get it in against maybe a dominating draw.
Yeah, I played with that bet this year.
Does
in
decide
Venetian
just to call.
In Venetian and the Vegas. Venetian tournament, yeah.
Taking us to the turn, which is the King of Hearts. So Benny now with top pair to go with all those draws.
Not really the way you want to improve.
Salgado improves to a 2-1 favorite with his set of 4s.
Yeah. It's 5 minutes per decision. There's no fun in it anymore. Exactly. That's why you're good for the game.
The hoodies, the headphones, and they're tanking 5 minutes saying nothing. Yeah, bad. That's what's bad for poker, you know?
It should be a spot Salgado's very happy with because his opponent, you know, going to improve to a lot of 2-pair combinations, king queens and king 10s. Not too worried about the ace jack. Obviously, jack 9 of diamonds, ace jack of diamonds would continue on the flop. Would imagine he's looking to build value on the pot as well as get value from hands like king jack that are going to call again. Ace queen probably not going anywhere just yet.
So what kind of bet sizing do you go for when you've got, there it is, you
Big.
go all in?
Yeah.
You put Benny all in, excuse me.
Yeah, Salgado betting enough to force Benny to call off his remaining 50k. A reminder, shot clock not in play until later today when we get one table off the money.
problem for Benny Spindler is trying to find hands his opponent would bluff with. Now, it is possible that sometimes Salgado from the cutoff has a suited ace that plays this way. Let's say it's like ace-9 of diamonds that raises flop and then shoves turn. He's improved against a hand like that. But he has to be confident, I guess, that Salgado is capable of not only raising the flop, but also jamming the turn.
Wow, close to 3 minutes now. All into call for Benny Spindler. Clearly hating the spot and clearly regretting the line he took on the flop.
It really is a gross spot to have a hand where you are pretty sure that you're beat, but you kind of have to call anyway. Like, that's awful.
And just to clarify, registration is now closed. So this event did have single re-entry, but you had to use that either on day 1A, day 1B, or before play started on day 2. Now when you're eliminated, that's it. It's over.
Which is why Benny Spindler is nearly 4 minutes into the tank.
4 minutes into the tank.
Shrug of the shoulders.
There it is.
Benny calls all in, and he is at risk of elimination here, and he is behind 33% equity, looking to improve to a straight or a flush on the river. Otherwise, we lose one of the 20 former EPT champions who began day 2 here in Barcelona.
He'll be sad to see his king and his jack not live. He would have liked to be up against the queen 10, but it is the pocket 4s. 2 pair or trips won't be good.
The river is the ace of diamonds, gets there both ways. Benny Spindler gets the double up and will now be the second biggest stack at our feature table. 86 big blinds. Bad news for every other player. Horrible news for Felipe Salgado, who just drops below the 50 big blind mark.
Cruel game. Did nothing wrong, got all the chips in with the set.
Hand number 15, blind still 10,000, 20,000. Action will be on Yuri Horak from the Czech Republic. He's folded. Jamie O'Connor's out. The short stack, Salim Charati shoves for his last 14 big blinds with ace-jack of hearts.
He's getting another shot with ace-jack. This time suited.
Ongyan Dimov has pocket 10s on the button.
He's getting looked up.
I like to see Dimov just call here. His opponents in the blinds have a lot of chips, so you don't want to risk them all for no reason.
Just a call from Dimov.
Double call.
Ali Tariq looks interested in the small blind. He's got jacks.
Whoa, pocket jacks.
What is the play here, Randy?
I think Tariq just needs to go all in here. It's just too strong of a hand. You've only got 40, you got 43 big blinds. It's a lot of big blinds, but if your opponent Dimov ever has a hand like 10s and 9s and ace-queen, like, you just need to go with this hand.
But if he has queens and kings, does he play it the same way? Does he just call?
He would probably play the same way, and that's the thing. That's the tricky part. It's just that jacks does so well. I think ace-queen, you can pitch it pretty easily. But jacks is actually a big favorite against certain hands like 10s and 9s. We'll see what he thinks.
He does shove for 855K. And Dimov has asked for a count. Well, whatever you do, don't do a Cala do so and let your time run out.
This is a pretty tough spot for Dimov. He's already put in 280,000.
Are you gonna triple up?
Flip flop?
You feel it? If you're gonna triple.
Life will tell me.
You have to feel it.
Life will tell me.
I think in this spot, he really only beats ace-king. I don't think he should expect his opponent to shove ace-queen. The thing is, he put in so many chips. It's not a crazy amount more. It's a tough spot. If he ever thought his opponent would shove ace-queen, then he would want to make the call, but I don't think he can do that. This is very deep in a big tournament.
There's
Wow.
the call.
Boom, boom, boom.
So Dimov puts 2 players at risk, but he is behind. It's not looking good, by the way, for Salim Cherati.
This might be the 3 most similar looking men in a 3-way all-in we've ever seen.
Easy. King, queen.
Ace, ace, ace.
Look at all that facial hair.
Ali Tariq.
You surprised me you call with the pocket 10, bro.
54% favorite to get a near triple up.
No, I will tell you later.
Cherati only 26% to survive.
The screw still pan the move.
Okay, just.
2 players all in. Dimov has them both covered, but it's Tariq with the best hand.
See if Anyan can find a 10 hiding in the attic.
Ooh.
I take the 8 of heart.
Flush draw for Cherati. Equity increases to 38%.
4 of hearts, I like it also. 8 or 4? 4 of hearts?
Turn card. It's a 10! The 10 of clubs!
Okay, now I need a 4 of hearts. 9 of hearts, 8 of hearts.
Dimov now a huge favorite to eliminate 2 players.
Do it one time.
Tariq needs the case jack.
Do it.
Cherati's looking for a heart that doesn't pair the board.
It's okay. Do it. 8 of hearts. 4 of hearts.
It's the deuce of clubs, and that is a full house for Onyon Dimov. The Deauville 2015 champion takes out 2 players in one hand.
Anyan. Unbelievable.
Marques in the small. Limps in with ace-deuce. Nijinsky in the big. Checks his option.
1.7.
Thank you.
How about you?
3.5.
With Jack 4, and it's an 8-4-4 flop. Nijinsky with trips.
And a huge flop for him. It's Marques who starts with a check. He's got ace high. Won't be too unhappy to try and get closer to showdown. Not going to be easy though. Nijinsky reaching for chips.
75,000.
Very standard call here for Marques. Don't see much merit to ever raising here.
Ten of diamonds on the turn, has Marques drawing dead. Checks a second time. I imagine Nijinsky might go for a little bit more value.
And wouldn't be surprised to see Marques call again. It's very easy when it's a limped pot and you've just checked in the big blind to start firing into your opponent. So he can reasonably expect Nijinsky to be bluffing 5-7s and 6-7s and jack-9s and 7-9s and heart combinations. There's plenty of bluffs around. Ace high has decent showdown value.
And Nijinsky going big on the turn, nearly full pot, 300k into 330k.
I think what he's doing here, he's kind of polarizing himself. Like, he's never going to have an 8 for this size. He can definitely have some 10s that bet the flop and how they've turned it, but more often than not, he's just saying I had over 4 or I have air, and there's a lot of bluffs out there.
Marques calls. 5 on the river.
5 river makes things a lot more difficult for Marques because we just spoke about all those potential bluffs. Well, the hearts just got there. 6-7 just got there. Hands like 5-7 and 5-6, which are natural bluffs with a gut shot on the flop, might slow down now they make a pair.
you ever see Marques turn his hand into a bluff versus a smaller sizing?
It's possible, because some of the time he is going to check call the flop with the nut flush draw, in that he has ace high for showdown value and keeps some flush draws in his check call range on the flop, so he could reasonably represent a flush. I don't think it's a river, as I just said, where a few of the bluffs get there, be it for a straight or make a pair. I don't think it's a river he's going to want to call.
So Nijinsky's gone for 650,000, 2/3 pot. Marques buying time.
I mean, on the 5 of hearts, it's just so hard for your hand to be good now, right?
You'd think so. You'd have to dig really deep and start finding queen nines and jack sevens and queen jacks and all of these hands, some of which might even raise pre-flop. Not all are going to barrel 3 streets. The 5 of hearts is a particularly awkward river.
Wow!
What?
He's pulled the trigger.
Marques announces all in, turns his hand into a bluff, and Nijinsky now in a horrible spot.
And now it becomes incredibly difficult for the 4, because who bluffs here?
He's even got the jack of hearts in his hand. He blocks so many of the boats. This is a crazy bluff with the 2
He can
of
certainly
hearts.
slow play some pocket 8s, some, 4-5 even, maybe pocket 10s.
He's folded! He's laid it down!
You'll see it later.
Oh, sicko!
You'll see it later, man.
And that will see Pedro Marques move over the 9 million mark. 9.3 million chips, more than 150 big blinds, more than double the average stack with 14 remaining. A ridiculous bluff that works. Piotr Nijinsky has aces on the button.
Oh, hello there.
How much do you have?
I have 18.55 with the small blind.
Oh, geez, that is very accurate.
He has nailed it every time he's been asked. He has exact numbers.
A raise to 200,000. Ben Heath has king queen.
I don't feel like he's going to have any other option. We are going to see an all-in.
He shoves for his last 18 big blinds. George Hanna folds the big. Snap call by Nijinsky. And Ben Heath at risk and way behind.
Very at risk.
Yeah, good hand, you would have played anyway.
Just nothing Ben Heath can do. An unfortunate situation to find himself in.
You know, that's the drawback to being short stacked.
But you never know. You never know.
The hands are tied.
Look at John Duthie and the power of positive thinking.
The power of 13% thinking.
King in the window. Wow!
Oh, man.
King and a queen. 2 pair for Heath. He is now ahead, has a 2-to-1 advantage. Nijinsky can hit 10s, jacks, and aces, though.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but aces have outs?
The deuce on the turn changes nothing. Heath now a 3-to-1 favorite. Well, actually, it does give Nijinsky additional outs, of course. Deuces, 10s, jacks, and aces would see Heath eliminated. It's a 10 on the river. It's Broadway for Nijinsky, and Ben Heath exits in 12th.
Wow, what a tease.
87% of the time, it works every time.
That was then, this is now. Welcome back to Barcelona and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. It's the 2023 main event. It is day 5. Playing down to the final 2 tables today. Right now we are at 3 tables. 5 eliminations away from hitting the final 16. And these are the top 5 stacks right now. We've got the 2 chip leaders, Simon Wiciak and Robin Ulitalo, on the featured table right now. Curtis Knight is at the secondary feature table. And of course, we're keeping tabs on all of the players remaining across the 3 tables as we play into the next level. Blinds going to 40,000, 80,000 with an 80k big blind ante. Level 28 of the main about to begin. I'm James Hartigan, rejoined by Griffin Benja.
Hello, everyone.
And we've now also been joined by Nicholas Walsh.
I have returned. We can commence.
Glad to hear it. So this is the lineup on the main stage. Robin Olatalo, obviously a big story for us. He is a former EPT champion, won London back in 2013, going for his second title here in Barcelona. There is another big story. That story is Andre Akkari. He is a short stack right now on the secondary table, and he has had a fair few dramatic survival hands today. Fair few exciting double ups. Looks like we're ready to get the action restarted. 40-80 blinds, average stack 3 million, so we're getting shallower again. And we know there is one super short stack at the secondary table. In addition to Andre, you've got a guy who's down to his last 4 big blinds after getting coolered set over set.
21 players remain. Cards in the air once more, and it's getting real close. You know that feeling, Griff?
Oh yeah, we're getting there. Just 21 left.
So Ivan says, I asked a while ago, they said Andre Akkari was out. WTF. At no point did anyone on this team tell you that Andre Akkari was out. He has been at the feature table earlier. He's been at the secondary table. We've talked about him being the last remaining, the longest lasting team pro. At no point have we insinuated, implied, or said that Andre Akkari is out.
A member of staff could tell me that he's out, and I would still deny it because I'm not allowing that to occur. And Andre is running so good right now. Has been spiking rivers like it's nobody's business. Okay, raising a call. Points are 40k, 80k, so it's just the min from the cutoff here.
9, 10, Jack, Queen, King. He stopped it straight, Nick.
Oh, that's what that's called. Okay.
Wow.
I mean, honestly, guys, playing very well, running very well. Going to find a continuation bet from Francolino.
Would you like a hashtag fun fact about Matthias Francolino, guys?
Yes.
Hit me with it.
He was a soccer player. Football, to our European viewers. Played in the French League 2. He is also an engineer.
Oh.
I don't know how the French leagues work. Is it League 1, League 2, or is it like the UK where they have like some things above Division 1, Division 2?
Je ne sais pas. Did that make sense? I actually don't even know what that, does that mean what I think it means?
I'm not from a French-speaking city.
Okay, so League 1 is the top division. It's not like Premier League, Championship, then Division 1, Division 2. So League 1 is top. So League 2 would be a professional player.
Well, he's in the big leagues now here on the poker tables. Doesn't get much bigger than this. Oh, yeah, drilled the French. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Speaking of big hands, Francolino, this time with the real deal.
And electing to just call here against the very active Ilatalo. Maybe just thinking the second chip leader on the table, getting pretty active, gonna face a lot of folds and stay under reps and get a little tricky. Normally you do want to put more chips in the pot with your big hands in a situation like this, especially if your opponent has something like queens or jacks, you want to get more chips in the middle there. So it's a little unorthodox, but as we can see, probably a situation where Ilatalo wouldn't have put any more chips in the pot. Does turn a wheel draw.
Yeah, I don't know if maybe Ilatalo here is already picking up on a little bit of strength at this point, right? The flat from the small blind is certainly not going to be weak.
It's a very strong flat.
Yeah.
From an under the gun +1 open. Not going to expect a ton of folds on this board, except maybe from some like black king queens and the like.
Sure.
And those hands are technically ahead of anyway, so I like the white flag wave here from the Swede.
Bert, watching on YouTube, asks, what is soccer? It's a game played by men and women with a ball, normally 11 players on each side. You've got to kick the ball in the net. Sometimes you have really high-scoring games that go to like 2-0.
So Ilatalo does continue turning that wheel draw. You know, some percentage of the time going to be ahead with just the ace high if your opponent maybe taking a stab with something like the king queens like we talked about, or maybe something like a queen 10 of diamonds. But then of course most of the time you're just looking to pop off that 4 or ace. And now that it's not here, I don't expect Robin to get crazy. Tell you what though, this bet of 350,000, about 35%, is very much by design. Francolino recognizing that Ilatalo is probably going to have a pretty capped range of hands, like some missed draws, some check back jacks, some 10s and 9s that probably won't be too crazy about calling a big bet. And also maybe by making it small, like you're trying to extract value from with like an ace jack, could maybe get some sort of a bluff raise some of the time here. But Robin very wisely, with so much wisdom, bearded wisdom and experience, doesn't get frisky with the ace-3 and just folds.
Uncle Father says, now can you explain offside? Yes, I can. It's where a player on the defense is across the line of scrimmage. Yellow flag in the air, 5-yard penalty.
Not to be confused with egg ball, popular in the United States. Oh, I think this is probably one of the better hands pre-flop.
Doesn't seem fair, does it? Chip leader getting 19 million.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Not poker arm.
Yeah, Paolo does have one of those combinations, right, Griff? The old king 5 seated. It's a classic. It's a classic. It's a classic 3-betting hand.
Well, this is a little bit frisky. Granted, we have the benefit of knowing how strong Wiciak is here, but Francolino now has something to think about. Oh, wow, ace-king suited.
Oh,
no. Oh, no. Francolino, 49 big blinds here, guys. Paolo is 3-betting off of a 25 big blind stack. Sorry, excuse me, 25 after the 3-bet, I should say.
This is so sick.
It just seems like such a great spot. It's a cold 4-bet. So much dead money out there. You know your opponents are very capable of 3-bet bluffing.
I mean, let's talk about, you know, Wiciak's open range at this table over the last few levels, right? We're talking about queen 5 suited in these kind of positions. So, I mean, this is just a situation where you kind of, it's impossible to get away from.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, imagine being Wiciak in this position. You are loving your absolute life right now. The chips are going in for you, no sweat. There's already a mountain in the middle. Just be cool, just be cool, just be cool, just be cool. Don't say it, don't say it, don't say it, don't say it. I'm all in. Ace is a fantastic situation here. Oh man, this is what dreams are made of.
Shoves on the other two players. A quick fold from Paolo. Decision now on Francolino.
I mean, Griff, the thing is, right, a cold 4-bet from this position is just so weighted towards extreme strength, isn't it? You know, it's just not a spot you're seeing a ton of cold 4-bet bluffing, right? Under the gun versus UTG +1, and then you're on the button with two players stacked behind you. It's just so strong.
Yeah, this is Queen's Ace King plus.
Right.
And Francolino has to weigh how he does against that range with the 1.1 million that he's already committed, and it's just, you know, you just realize you got to go for the perceived flip equity with what you already have in there, and it's just so sad.
Yep.
So Francolino at risk and way behind here. Best hope is to see a bunch of hearts on the flop.
Absolutely desperate for your friend to have the ace-5 of spades here, right? But unfortunately, running into the absolute worst of it.
It could happen.
It still could happen.
As far as flops go, James.
Only the one heart, but the gut shot straight draw, so 4 jacks immediate outs, a heart on the turn, and you pick up a ton more equity.
Yeah.
Okay.
Should I whip out the Here's Johnny for this, or what? Usually hits when I do it.
If you want to whip out your Johnny, you go right ahead.
Oh, I didn't get the chance. My bad.
Good game.
So Francolino KO'd, taking us down to 20 players. As high as Francolino cashing for 47,800 euros. Money jump time. The top 20 all now guaranteed a little bit more. 55K they've all locked up now.
Very strong performance from Francolino. We saw that great check raise earlier with the King Jack. Was clearly playing very well, very solid. Had an above average stack, and that's just the sick thing about poker, is that it can all be gone in a flash. Something like that happens, you get coolered, and it has just been Simon Wiciak's day. 14 million, 175 big blinds, it's so many chips.
Yeah, it's a real mountain right now. It's such a late stage in the tournament as well.
Yeah, ridiculously massive chip lead.
And for the first time, I'm actually seeing average stacks closer to around 40. I mean, so far this tournament, we've seen a pretty consistent 50-ish big blinds.
Yeah, he's got a 4.5x the average stack.
Wow.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Not bad, not bad.
Feeling pretty good about EPT.
Feeling pretty good. I like it here.
Quietly confident. Let's just say that. Quietly confident.
Weigel thinking, well, the last time I played around with ace-10, I 4-bet when Rubinho 3-bet me, and he folded. I feel good about this hand. I'm not going to let this chip leader just run over the table. I got to splash around a little, see if I can acquire some chips. So good spot recognition here from the Argentinian, but the Brazilian Paulo, poker arm, as we call him, that's totally caught on. Everyone else is loved. His poker tattoo on his arm. Thinking about this. And nice. Good spot recognition. That's really brave, man. I mean, we just saw someone in a 4-bet situation with ace-king suited and get it in against aces, and now, oh, and Al Rise with the Johnnies.
Oh no.
It's, I have to say, is a clear fold. Right? I mean, but are we only 5-handed? No. We're only 5-handed, so this hand strength goes up a lot.
No. Griffin, there's 6 players at the table.
1, 2, 3. Yeah, you're right. Sorry.
Because we have a player all in.
Yeah.
That's how they got you.
Yeah.
El Raiz, 25 big blinds behind.
I mean, this is the situation you hope it is, right? You hope it's a light open, which it often will be from our chip leader. You'd hope it's a medium light 3-bet, and then a light-ish 4-bet shove. I mean, it's such a unique situation. I'm saying it's a clear fold, even though I see the cards, because this is not what you expect to see after a raise, a 3-bet, a 4-bet all in. You know, there's 20 people left playing for 1.5 million euros. Jacks just shrink up in a hurry, and I am not surprised at all we see the fold.
Yeah.
What did you have the last time?
He's going to surrender one of those precious time bank cards. The ace jack of spades is going to be really happy when he watches that one back later, I think.
Yeah, he knows he's folded out a monster hand there, right? He knows he just got him to fold.
He just forgot.
Ace queen suited, ace king off sometimes. Jacks and 10s.
Sure.
Knows he's getting a better hand to fold. Because you don't even think about it with ace jack suited. You don't even think about it really with ace queen off. It has to be one of the big boys.
I also heard the magical word. I thought it was like all in, but it was another word, magical. Like, thank you.
Don't worry, the armchair analysts are here, guys. He folded jacks. Noob. WTF. Lol. Over at the secondary feature table. Andre Akkari, a little bit more comfortable than he once was, but still pretty short. Plante models himself on Ali Shaban.
Told us earlier that Ali Shaban was his all-time favorite poker player. Likes to style himself after the man himself.
He's a doppel-Shabaner.
So
Marcus.
Plante opening with king queen, and yes, Van Marcus with ace king.
Marcus fresh off a huge double up, calling that ace of diamonds on the turn, all in against Plante's pocket queens. And Nebezev saying ace 10 suited, I don't care what the action is. Take my 2 big blinds. Put me out of my misery or double me up.
Good luck.
Or double me up.
Well, it's a domination situation. Marcus has Nebezev crushed.
10 diamonds. I have the king of diamonds. 10. Oh, 10. Nah.
You didn't said 10 diamonds. Like.
I think it's going to be the king of clubs. 10 queen jack.
Player at risk here in Barcelona.
Yeah, and Nebezev is going to need to get very lucky here.
Oh, that's pretty lucky.
Okay.
Stand it back, but no, don't sit down.
No,
no. That was where that was the misstep.
I still think it's coming though. I gotta admit.
Come on.
There you go.
It's coming.
Nice hand.
And he has a lock on it. So Nebezev is going to get more than a double up here. He'll be up to 640k, but still pretty short.
You want a king as well? That's not nice.
Meanwhile, you know how we have hashtag fun facts?
Yeah.
He's like, give him a
Occasionally, we also have hashtag fake facts. The information that I gave you about Matthias Francolino was indeed a hashtag fake fact.
Oh, wow.
Apparently,
5 times your money.
And it kind of makes sense when you consider that that guy was from Uruguay and Simon Wiciak is from France. That he would be the guy who is actually a soccer player who competed in the French League 2 and is also an engineer.
In fairness, they both could pass for professional footballer build, right? They looked like they both could play.
Stop making excuses. The reality is someone screwed up, and basically this guy is the soccer player, not Francolino.
And Wiciak maybe taking a little personally that Weigel had 3-bet him light the previous hand. How dare you? I shall raise my small blind now. Normally I limp, but now I shall raise. And yeah, he's gonna have to wave the white waggle. Like flag? No? Wait, the white wag? No? No, it's not.
The problem is he's now sitting too far away from me for me to punch him.
He does hit me sometimes.
Blink twice if you need help, Griff.
Whoop. And 172 big blinds for our chip leader. Whew.
Well, Jose Santos is calling BS on our revised hashtag fun fact, saying Wiciak was not a professional footballer. Please tell me that we haven't got him confused with a third player.
I don't know what to believe anymore.
Is this the part where I tell you guys it's actually me, and you just, this whole time you've never asked?
I don't think we're at risk of that.
Well, Benny, one of our French commentators, confirms he was the Niort under-19 captain, was a teammate of Benjamin Lecomte, and played against Pogba. I mean, I'm just reading these words. They make no sense to me whatsoever.
You're not impressed by my natural athleticism, Griff?
Listen, I feel like you could be a wicked pickleball player. You got the build, you got the... You know, I feel like you have good reflexes. I just don't see you on the pitch, you know.
Doing cardio of any kind.
Well, no. I've seen you do cardio. Huffing and puffing up the stairs.
Stairs, what are those?
Sure, I actually had a moment today where I had to choose between the stairs and there was like a long ramp, like when you go down to the beach. And I went around to take the ramp. Felt really, really lazy.
Uh-oh, we got a hand brew in here.
Yeah.
Little SB 3-bet situation going on. Italo opened up from the cutoff.
3.5. 3.5.
I think technically speaking, this is still supposed to be a defend with the suited ace. If your opponent is 3-betting at the correct frequency.
It's tough, though. I mean, we're at 40-80 now, right? So continuing here, you're going to find yourself at an SPR of like 2-1. Pot's getting kind of big. I mean, why is it I'm always confident that Robin will always make the right decision?
Just looks like one of those guys. I always find the Swedes very endearing, like you can trust a
Look
Swede.
at this. It's like he's playing it as a 4-bet fold. What a boss! Spot over hand. He's saying, I think this could be weak. And if it is weak, it's going to be hard to 5-bet all in. I do want to mention, and this is very important detail.
Yeah.
The dynamic established by these two before the break, right? Weigel, Robin 3-bet with the king-jack off. Weigel 4-bet with the ace-10 off and got Rubinho to fold right before the break. So these two have battled pre-flop. We don't see a ton of, we see a ton of 3-betting, but we don't see a ton of light 4-betting in today's game, right? And he goes all in.
Yep.
And he goes all in.
Wow. And gets the fold from Rubinho. Power play by Ezekiel Weigel, who's now moved ahead of Italo in the rankings.
With the K9?
Has
dog.
Close to 60 big blinds now.
He a dog.
I think one, yeah. Can't lose 1.2 million and 2 bet time exits.
Wow, what a play. Reminiscent of the clickback wars of past.
Hey, you know, I love a good throwback. I love nostalgia.
Times past,
you know?
yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean, your sizing is okay.
Alexander on YouTube says, Weigl is my favorite soccer player.
Yeah, he can even lower.
Lower than that, yeah.
He got that dog in him. Incredible.
Got that dog in me, boy.
I mean, we know that Andre Akkari likes his esports. Maybe he's played Rocket League from time to time. That's soccer with a car, isn't it?
Yeah, that's car soccer is what that is.
Yeah.
Or car football, depending on where you're watching.
Oh, most people are saying, yes, they appreciate the fact that we're calling it soccer.
Okay, good. So, out of nowhere, from the rafters, Weigl is second in chips on this feature table with 60 big blinds and confidently opening the Jack-9 off.
The rule is what? Is the difference between the bet and the raise, or is 1.5?
Yeah, the difference.
And if Weigl can continue this great run and make it all the way to the final table of this EPT Barcelona 2023, these are the kind of moments we're going to look back on. And this is the difference. Having gears like this, I'm telling you, that's a bad man right there.
Having the gears of war.
That's a bad man. I'm not messing with that guy again. That's what Robin's thinking.
This one is mine.
The 160
This one is not good. I'm not sure how it works. If it detects, it's auto detects and doesn't change. I think. If it detects my card there, it doesn't. It changes if I put it back there. No, I know in case.
Those hands are just so interesting because it's this. It's the closest thing to a like a Mexican standoff. It's just like, who's going to blink first? It's just amazing because that's the thing, right? Like Weigl knows that sometimes Rubinho is going to just 4-bet bluff. But the problem is you're sitting there with King 9. King 9! And you have to pull the last trigger?
Yep.
Oof.
Little game of chicken.
And I think more chicken incoming. Oh, Paulo wisely. I only say wisely because this time Weigl happens to have ace-queen, but you know, we saw Paulo prepared to 3-bet the King 5 suited against the chip leader. Certainly King 6 suited is the kind of hand on the button facing a cutoff open that you're going to mix in some 3-bets, but has a bad feeling, and I'm telling you right now, Weigl would have stuffed that ace-queen down his throat for the 35 big blinds, surely.
Players are here in Mr. Monkey. They want B. We have in level after this hand chance 400.
20 players remain in the EPT Barcelona main event from a starting field of 2,120. Playing down to 16 today. Randar says, nice. This bearded Finnish guy still playing. Good luck. He's actually Swedish, but I'm sure he'll allow it.
Yeah, don't forget, guys, we did have that short stack on our secondary feature table. Did find the double ace-10 versus ace-king. However, we'll still be in the danger zone. Señor Rodríguez con el reina y 10. La reina.
Crunchy.
Pero el mejor reina aquí con el rey.
Show off.
Yep, ace-queen suited is going to be all in.
With the dominating hand.
That was clear. and it was clear this time. The other time was like, thank you, all in. This time was all in.
It was too large for your arms. It was too large for your
Action on the outer table. Shandor Hagnagi all in with sevens against ace-king and a king-high flop.
But that looks like the 2 spades or 3. Looks like 3 spades, and that is the 7 of spades. So
it is.
Big sweat.
Is it always coming 7, or will he spike a spade? Hagnagi bricks the river, and he's eliminated in 20th place. He'll collect 55,000 euros. His opponent, Daniel Oberkarov, had him covered by 5,000 chips. So it's pretty much an all-in for both players there.
Get the photo, get the photo, get the photo.
That takes us down into the teens. 19 players remaining.
It's so tough when they wear it, you know, when you see it, when you see the adrenaline dump. It's such a rush to get deep in an EPT, but then when it's over, it is heartbreaking. And we love heartbreak here. You know, this is what we create.
This is what we stream for.
Excellent run there.
Yeah, great run, indeed.
Jose writes in to say, basketball is a sport that only is good in USA. Thank you for your comment.
Oh man, that deserves a ban though. That's just not even right.
Paolo winning that pot, hovering around the 35 big blind mark. The shortest stack of the table is now Jose Rodriguez, but he's still got around 25 bigs and 60 minutes on the clock until the blinds go up again. So we're due to take a slightly extended break at the end of this level. The question is whether we'll get to the end of the level. I did, or rather the widget predicted that we'd get to 16 inside of level 28.
Always precarious under the gun King Jack 6-handed. It's basically about the bottom of your range. You know, probably King 10 you're going to start folding most of the time.
Yeah, we are 6-handed, but I agree, King 10 does feel a little bit loose, even on the slightly shorter handed tables. Rodriguez debating a 3-bet. Probably with the old Queen 10 suited. Is pretty far out of position here, though. It does fold.
Oh, yeah. Pocket fours for the dog.
Great spot just to try and flop L set. That's what they're going to try and do here.
No sailboat on the flop, instead of jack for Paolo.
Should probably expect a pretty small bet here, the kind that would lull a hand like pocket fours into a turn card.
So 33 big blinds effective on the flop. What do you think is your most common bet size here, Griff? Still 1/3 the stack depth?
Yeah. And Weigel playing it as a check raise instead.
Ooh.
And I know this must appear to be a bit out of pocket, but what you have to remember is these fours become very difficult to play on later streets, and you really freeze up a hand like an ace-queen or an ace-10 or you know, your king queens that might barrel a turn 10 and the like. So Weigel sort of semi-bluffing with these fours.
Ace on the turn. Weigel down to 6%.
I mean, the cool thing about having a check raise of the fours as well is you can always turn a set. I know it doesn't happen often, but there is or two cards at least that where you're like, this is still a great situation, even if I do get caught here. Does he want to continue the aggression? Does he want to continue the bluff?
I mean, you're representing quite a small value range. Your Jack 7 suited, your pocket 7s, pocket deuces. Guess Jack deuce suited would call from the big some of the time.
Yeah, I think so.
Maybe most of the time. Could also maybe be check raising something like ace 7 of spades, but that would probably work into calls a lot of the time. Weigel just has it in him. The dog. Paulo pretty high up in his range here with the king jack. What is this guy up to?
Yeah, I think you just got to call again. Having the king of spades is not ideal here. I guess you'd like him to have king 7 of spades sometimes as well, but as you said, probably going to be a call in the flop.
I mean, 9-10 of hearts could be playing it like this. 10-8 of hearts.
Yep.
Of spades, too. And that is pretty brutal card if Weigel pulls the trigger all the way. It's going to fill in the 9-10. It's going to fill in those backdoor hearts that we kind of alluded to. Weigel does have a heart in his hand. It is the kind of card that we're looking at what the board is and how much Paulo has left. If Weigel pulls it off, I feel like Paulo could shove. Do it. Oh, and the shaky hand. What great camera work by the team here. Just really, they're getting good. I wasn't sure about them, but they're getting good.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Weigel pulls the trigger and bets enough to put Pedro Paulo all in.
The dog. Waggling his tail.
Does he want to call it off here with Jack?
This is pretty incredible poker here from Weigel. It's so hard to call with King Jack here.
Let's break down what kind of bluffs we're looking at, right? You have the king of spades, so king 5 of spades, all those king X spade combos don't exist. That's relevant, right? You know, 5-8 of spades could take this line. Eight, 9 of spades, right? That 8's no good, just like the 4s are no good. You don't expect your opponent to have something like pocket 4s, but man, what a gear. What a gear this guy's got.
So a reminder of the action. As we see Paulo fold, he was the original raiser, got check raised on the flop.
Beautiful.
We saw Weigel barrel the turn, shove on his opponent on the river and take it down. And that'll put Ezekiel Weigel up over 6.5 million, 80 big blinds. Pedro Paulo's dropped below the 20 big blind mark.
Some choice words here from Just Music Dojo on Twitch. Donkey. Oh, you mean the sick triple, the check raise triple barrel that won the pot and just had 4s? Okay, yeah, nice, great analysis.
You're banned.
You're banned.
Meanwhile, we have just lost Sam Fournier, eliminated by Carl Shaw. He is the last player to cash for 55,000 euros. Oh no, hold on a second. There will be another. We're down to 18, so we're now on the money jump. Next player out also gets 55k. There's then like an 8,000 euro pay jump if you can make it to 17th place. And also, we're now just 2 eliminations away from being down to 2 tables, down to 16.
Fournier, based on the report I've heard, barreled it off into a trapped pocket aces. That never feels good, especially this deep in an EPT.
Yeah, I mean, no reason why that previous hand couldn't have been very similar, in fact. But the fours on this occasion do manage to find the fold.
Oh, now you're just getting cocky, Weigel.
Andy Dandy makes a good point. First time chatter on Twitch. Betty wishes he didn't waste those time banks earlier. Well, there you go. Absolutely. Well spotted. Paolo did, in fact, use many time banks earlier when on the bubble to try and allow other players to bust from the side tables. Doesn't have quite as many now in those big moments, in those big spots.
Yeah, but a nice, easy, clean sort of shove here. Or almost shove, just in case he can exploit a pay jump again.
Yeah.
You will start in 4 minutes. You may take your seats.
What is the next pay jump, hey, James?
So currently we're paying 55. I think it then goes up to 63. So it's 8K.
8K.
Yeah.
So that's like almost a year salary of all you need in poker in Brazil, right? As you said. That's a lot of money.
Day 5 continues of this 7-day event, the day added to EPT Barcelona because it always attracts such a huge field. So today we just play down to 16, tomorrow down to 6, and then down to a winner on Sunday.
I'll put in 20 so much easier, I guess.
Hopefully over the
I'll
next
put for everyone in 20s.
couple days start to accumulate some rail action. Love to see some friendly faces, supporters, family members on the rail cheering on some very, very, very deep runs here in Barcelona. Try and get some of that energy from last year going. That was fantastic.
And sometimes States' mom will be there.
Asleep on the rail occasionally from time to time.
Dylan observing on YouTube that Weigel is probably playing so aggressively because he's getting ready to make the move to retire from his soccer career and play poker full time.
Very nice.
I understood that reference.
Halfway through the level, 18 players remaining. Seven-six suited.
Haven't heard from our chip leader in a little while.
Yeah. Currently playing around 170 big blinds, 13.5 million.
I think that's going to change with the 7-6 suited.
So some hard.
Yep, it's a must play. Beautiful hand.
No red one?
Can't be missing this gorgeous suited connector.
Low, either ace.
Pedro Paolo.
I'm not even in the pot, but...
Is it just me or is Weigel glowing? Just 5 bets all in with King 9. Incredible 3-barrel.
Time they told me,
bluff.
if you're showing 1, just show 2, okay. Yeah. I'm joking, I'm joking. In private games.
Paolo starts the hand with around 25 big blinds. Is 3-betting to 420K. Queen 10 for Rodriguez in the small.
So Paulo's elected to go for a pretty small sizing, which is going to mean that we're going to be playing post-flop a lot of the time here. This is a hand that can, you know, flop pretty decently, but sometimes you're going to get some, maybe some better kings that come in there, which is too bad. But I guess it's just wanting to give yourself a little
That's what I saw.
maneuverability
Like it was
post-flop.
no sides, nothing, ace, deuce, or free, but it was diamond.
It also looks pretty strong, though, right? Paulo only has 20 big blinds behind. Maybe sometimes Wiciak would fold, but with all the chips that he has and the price he's getting, let's go to the streets. Right, Nick?
Let's take it to the streets. That's what I say. And that flop is
Streety.
9-7-5. Okay, so top pair versus second pair.
Yeah, I mean, I could see this just getting in here, really. dealing with an SPR of, what, 1.5 to 1?
Yep.
Flop mid-pair and a straight draw. Yeah, you're going to be up against those big overpairs sometimes, and it's just going to be the effective shove. And I would have to imagine Wiciak is just going to call this off. Not really thrilled by the shove. Like, would ace king or ace queen really do this? So probably expecting to be behind most of the time.
Yeah, that was my thoughts exactly. I wonder if this is a spot where he keeps it balanced and actually does just rip ace queen, ace king. Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't, but we're all in regardless. Oh man, I mean, the thing is, when you got the gut shot to go with the pair, not only can you just have the best hand right now, but you do always have decent equity, and the price is pretty significant here too. And it's a call.
Get your chips in. Paolo ahead though, near enough a 2-to-1 favorite.
35% of the time, 6-7 is going to be happy. So a very sweaty moment for Paolo, no doubt about it.
I don't think he's put in the 60K yet.
Possibly waiting to see what's happening at the other two tables.
Peek.
So where's the water here? The water thing?
I doubt he's going to do the same as Alexander Wahl, and having committed most of his chips, fold for the last blind.
I have another card.
Where's the water?
Sorry?
Or the water? What is
this one? To the left of.
Listen, poker tat sleeves aren't cheap, all right? Find yourself in a pay jump.
Paolo makes the call.
Oh, I thought she said fold. That would have been dramatic.
Well, he's in good shape right now, but needs to fade 8s, 7s, and 6s.
Oh, he wants it. Who wants it more than this guy right now? Everything. Oh, it hurts so much.
Oh, man.
Oh, wow.
It hurts so much.
Oh, wow. It's always coming 7. Paolo moves behind and now is drawing to 2 outs. Needs a 9 on the river.
9-9?
Doesn't hit. And Pedro Paolo is eliminated. Falls to the chip leader, who now has close to 200 big blinds. Paolo, the last player to cash for 55K. Everyone else does get that money jump. The next payout is going to be 63,250 euros. And of course, the next player, once they've gone, we're done for the day.
And in about 10 minutes, Paulo's going to find out that he got bluffed, too. The little cherry on top of the bust Sunday.
Oh. No, I think.
You have too many chips, Simon. Clean it up.
You were not this I'm not sure if that button is good.
Where was the button last time?
Button is good?
Sí, button is good.
Yeah, I'm small.
Yeah, he was the bottom, I think.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
Now, is Simon having some of his chips coloured up, or are we losing him from the table? No, we can't be losing a player.
No. And then there were 5.
Yes.
On this table.
Weigel, King 7, opening from the cutoff.
Now this is a man of confidence right now. This is what they call a confidence man.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned
Kevin
it.
at the cutoff? Come on.
You mentioned it earlier.
Only the dog could do that.
He was glowing after pulling off that move. I mean, not only pulling off a sick move really deep in a tournament, but you did it on the TV table as well. You got that moment forever.
I'm a big fan.
You don't even need to win anymore. You can just show all your friends that bad boy.
Yeah.
Big blind has a combination that likes to defend, especially versus the cutoff wider open. It's suited, Griff.
Oh, it's very suited.
And you know what they say about suited hands?
Let's 3-bet them.
Let's prove Nick wrong and find a 3-bet.
Close.
No, makes the call. Yeah, seems good. Just defending the correct range here.
Badunk.
King high flop.
Hey, Griff, is badunk the sound that you say in your head when you're like looking for like a big turn or a big river?
Yeah, I think it might be.
I think we've all got one of those, don't we?
I think you'll find that Griffin says a lot of random things in his head. Not all of them have meaning or import.
I say random things out loud. You don't know what
That's actually true.
in the
Yes.
head. It's just it's a carnival in here.
Hardigan just badunked on you, mate.
Yeah.
Check, check, flop on the turn. Weigel. Yeah, it's almost like he's just got a permanent grin now. He's just like, this is good.
Yeah,
I'm having a nice time.
Freaking Cheshire Cat stuff going on with this guy. I'm not going down his rabbit hole.
4 bets, 125,000.
Yeah, he's going to find the delayed C-bet.
Weigel continuing to chip up, 6.5 million now.
17. En till.
Manojax asks, Griffin, where is the robot? Unfortunately, I had to kill it, discontinue the robot. In the age of AI, it was getting too self-aware. Told me it loved me. It just got weird. So, no more robot.
Things got weird.
You could never kill me, Griffin. I will always be here. What the? Oh my God!
You said you unplugged it. Nice. My soul was crying out for it too, Griff. Didn't disappoint. Ace Queen suited for Weigel here. Under the gun. First player to act pre-flop, and in the cutoff, Rodriguez has one of the worst looking hands I've ever seen.
Where does that nickname come from, by the way?
Oh gosh, I don't know. It's like Chris Oliver, Chris Hunichin, all those guys created that term. Mark Herm, they would always say it. They call it kitchies, the kitchen sink. I don't think it really makes sense. I heard someone say it's like a knife and a fork or something, or a knife and a spoon. I don't know. It's random.
Love this hand. Jack 8 of spades, so pretty. Definitely got to defend. Does call in the big blind. Going to the flop.
Clash of the Titans here.
I think you could go either way here. I think I probably prefer a check here, Griff. I don't know about you, bud.
Oh yeah, I'm not touching this board against the big blind range. Get me out of here.
So
First flight out.
If your opponent leads the turn, does that mean you got to like kind of mandatory call again if you're going to check flop?
I mean,
it depends on the size, of course, but like, you know, if they just pump in like 250K, you got to call again, right?
I mean, I think so. Your opponent's just going to have like
6-5.
6-5, 9-5 suited.
Random nines, random
Jack four
jacks,
suited.
yeah.
275.
We're about to find out. Yeah, I think I'm always calling here. If you have a check on the flop, you got to be aware your opponents are going to sort of semi-bluff turns. In this case, of course, actually has the made hand, but I think the call is cool too. There's going to be combinations you have equity against that actually are made here as well.
Yeah, listen, you could be up against 7-6. That's block value betting, and the river could be an 8. And, you know, it's another way to win.
So what we've seen thus far from Wiciak is a very keen sense on some thinner value bets. Earlier on, got a lot of value from pocket tens on a jack high board in position.
Yeah.
I don't think he ever
500
misses.
over under. James, you can have 500. Quickly. Over under.
Over.
See how many chips he's getting.
It's over.
Well done, Nick. Great work. I love the way that
such a cheater.
Look,
Like,
okay, guys, I'm colorblind anyway. He could have been picking up $20 from his pocket. I wouldn't know the difference.
oh, great. Just fall back on your condition.
Well, if you hadn't interrupted me, I would have given you my prediction.
Are you really colorblind?
Very slightly, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Only in the ways that it counts with PokerStars chips. Yeah, it's not an unreasonable hero call either. Like we said, we gave you a bunch of combinations that might semi-bluff turn. The 4 isn't great because obviously 5-6 got there now as well, which is one of the combos that I think makes a lot of sense as a lead turn versus that flop missed C-bet.
Yeah, and look, it doesn't help that there is a straight out there, right? Like, he could have Jack 9, 9-6. Does the sizing eliminate a 7? I think, right? Probably not going to be that confident with just a 7.
Yeah, it's an interesting thought experiment, though, right? Like, theoretically, you should be as confident with a 7 as
Then
you
the
might
Jack
be with
8.
it. Yeah, right? I mean,
your opponent could have ace-8 there.
Right,
So.
right. So it's an interesting question, definitely one to think about there. And it is important that you think about these things after the fact because you got to, when you're given an opportunity where there's an interesting value bet opportunity, you need to think about what other stuff you might use and the sizing you might use for that as well.
Speaking of interesting all-ins.
Yeah, we've just gone over to the secondary feature table where Mihai Nishta is racing against Plante, who's got deuces.
Yeah, 5 big blinds effective here, so Nista has, you know, not had, we were following Nista all the way back down, I believe, day 3, playing really well and strong and aggressive, and now finding himself all in here with just 17 players left. Gonna need to win this one.
How hard are you sweating this?
From a scale from 1 to 10?
Yeah.
7.5.
Hey.
You? Like 1.5?
Wow, flex.
Well, it is only for 5 big blinds.
5 big blinds at this stage.
Well, let's see if Obelix can bring him good fortune. Right now, deuces are holding on this 8-6 tray flop. Nishte needing a king or a queen. If deuces hold, of course, we will be done for the day. We'll be down to 16.
Me too, it's gone up somehow. Good flop and I'm more stressed.
Yeah, let's pair the board for some juice.
It's the king.
Oh, it's the king.
So,
4.
Nishte just has to fade a deuce on the river.
0 now.
Close.
Somehow I
No
turned
cigar.
A lot.
So Mihai Nishte doubles up there. Meanwhile, at the other table, Marku Koplemar has just doubled up through Carl Shaw. So we had a double up at the secondary feature table, a double up on the third table, the outer table, and we're still at 17 players.
Your turn, guys. Your turn. And
Still playing 5-handed on the main stage, where we have chip leader Simon Wiciak playing 200 big blinds, 16 million chips. The second biggest stack at this table is Ezekiel Weigel, who's got 6 million, 10 million less. Impressive.
So there he is. That's our chip leader with the 200 bigs. I would love to see this wider open here from our monster chip leader.
It's coming. If this guy folds, I'm going to eat this cup.
Oh, binding.
Raised to 160,000 with ace deuce. Rodriguez in the big with ace 8.
And 23 big blinds here. I think this is going to play as a nice little clean shove against the, let's be honest, 97.6% open range of Wiciak on the button with these 200 bigs.
Yeah, I mean, the positioning here obviously so important. That button open, super wide. And yep, makes the play. Well spotted Griff, taking it down. Significant pickup in relation to Jose's stack here. So 26 big blinds now for our Mexican friend, Jose Rodriguez. Viva Mexico. 2.1 million. On to hand number 100. Under the gun, very nice suited ace here for Litalo. Folding round, small blind looking ugly. Can the big blind find one to play? It is suited. He is facing a UTG open. El Raiz here, the effective stack, 25 big blinds. I think probably could call here, especially being somewhat shorter-handed. Also, that initial opener being third in chips at their table right now when they open, so a little bit wider than some of our shorter stacked individuals.
Yeah, I don't know about 9-4.
I was going to say, I think this also is a perfectly reasonable fold as well.
Yeah, it's like close, but I think you call the 9-5 and then you start to maybe at this stack depth. It's just like
I mean, you know, probably an adjustment for the late stages of the tournament as well. For, you know, it's from a chippy BV perspective, it's probably still okay, but you always got to consider the value of your chips as we get closer to some bigger pay jumps.
Leave something for tomorrow. Started the day with like 4 million. Decent day of work. One. Wow.
So in this case, the made hand actually behind an equity, 2 overcards and diamonds,
and then the other one
is looking good for the ace-8.
It's be a very interesting turn card.
6-0.
Just the nuts.
Just drills it. Yeah, absolute nuts on the turn.
Just the pistachios. The cashews.
Must be nice.
Yeah, I don't think there's ever a slowdown on this turn. Griff just seems like such a dreamy turn to continue barreling. Plenty of stuff that you're still going to get called by. Plenty of stuff that improved as well on the turn.
Yeah, your 5-6s too, right? That just filled a straight.
Sure.
Your ace-5s.
Absolutely, and you know, sometimes you will run some queen deuce suited, some queen.
Oh, yeah, well, not queen deuce, but yes.
Don't blame him.
Oh, queen deuce is in 2 pair.
Yes.
I was thinking like weaker flush. But that wouldn't make sense because the 2 diamonds with the queen and issue there. Gotcha, I'm all caught up. I'm all caught up.
He's caught up, chat.
So Robin Olatalo just below average right now. 3.6 million, 45 big blinds. Average stack is 3.7 million with 17 players remaining, 1 away from the final 16. Will not be a redraw tonight.
Really?
As in, no redraw and play on because we'll stop at 16. But you're right, Griffin, in the sense that there will be the redraw for the final 2 tables. So new lineups tomorrow when the final 16 come back.
Gotta love those shuffles, changing up the dynamics, giving you guys a good show. Nobody getting too comfortable in one of those sweet spots. Oh man, Queen 10 of Hearts, so pretty, Griff.
Just, let me take you out on a date, Queen 10 of Hearts. Just so sweet.
Absolutely. All right, chat. Which hand would you go out on a date with? Which combination and why? Submissions now.
Jeez, to be that desperate for content, we're scraping the barrel like this.
I don't know, man. When you crowdsource stuff like that from Twitch, sometimes you find some real gold.
Well, King Jack suited, I would love to take King Jack suited to like a rock concert. You know?
We've got an all in here from
like
our
Queen 10 of
race.
Hearts. You know, just
Our race shoving over the top of the chip leaders open.
rental little rowboat with the Queen 10 suited. You know,
Getting fold.
nice sunset.
This is real Alan Partridge Morning Matters material. Which poker hand would you take out on a date?
Oh man. We asked chat earlier, somebody suggested, in fact, in chat that there should be a Joe Stapleton tournament on PokerStars. And I asked for a couple submissions. And one of the suggestions would it would be called You're Banned. And I said, what would be really cool is if at every hour break, one player was just completely eliminated at random. And they were just banned from the tournament regardless of their position. Chips were just redistributed to all players. I want to take King Jack to a rock concert. I love you, Griffin. I know what you mean, though.
Of clubs.
Of clubs, I see.
Go to the club, you know.
See, ace-5 of diamonds is a bit too spiky.
Yeah. Nah, ace-5 of diamonds is a nice queen. Queen Jack off, maybe a coffee date. That's about it.
A coffee date. Wow. Downgraded to
now,
coffee.
Aces, let me tell you. I'd give her the world. Oh yeah.
Roasted says Queen 10 because she's a solid 10.
The Queen's a 10. Nice.
Oh man.
Robin has aces, dude. This is against his arch nemesis. Like, there is a dynamic established here between Robin and the dog.
Well, Ulatalo is re-raising here.
Now, if we've learned anything about Weigel, it's that he's got moves. And the problem with having moves is that when you get that spiky, icy ace-5 of diamonds, you don't do a lot of folding. Because oftentimes you're going to be up against, well, some bluff 3-bets sometimes, and also some value hands that you still have equity against. We're too deep, right? We're too deep.
Hold
40,
your horses,
80,
Griffin. Hold your horses.
45, 50 bigs.
I appreciate we've got action on the main stage with Weigel calling this 3-bet, but we need to go across to the secondary feature table.
No.
We have to. We have to.
We don't.
Because there's an all-in. This could be the last hand of the day. Nishte racing with ace-jack against nines.
It's more than enough time for me.
We saw him double up a short while ago from a super short stack to a short stack. He's all in again, but he spiked his jack on the flop.
The tension.
Last time, no? Like the 2 or no?
Palpable.
And just has to fade a 9 on the river.
9.5.
Badunk.
3 on the river. Nishte doubles up again. Now has 2 million chips. Now has around 25 big blinds. Whereas Plant is not looking deep stack right now. Back to the main stage. They went to the flop. It was Jack, Jack, Queen. Robin continued for 350k, and Ezekiel Weigel folded.
Har ni dinner break? Vi bryter om en här. Off. Ja, nej. Off. Ja, nu är det va?
You can watch that bearded wizard tuck Swedish all day. Beautiful language.
Oh, just stunning.
"20 minutes left on the level. We are due to take a slightly extended break at the end of this level.
I could eat.
Yep. Does anyone know what's on the menu tonight? There seems to be a limited rotation because the lamb stew's back tonight.
I never had the lamb stew. Was it good?
That's right.
Yeah, it wasn't bad.
Okay, 8-4 off. Why not? Jack-9 for Weigel.
I really like this as a raise. I think the check is fine too, but maybe doesn't want to tangle with the other big stack here. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I just think because Wiciak is, you know, there's a 0% fold in his range with the stack size and everything. You're going to get a lot of clean folds and then some weird, tricky, maybe some limp raises and stuff. Jack-9 flops so well.
Yep.
So certainly a candidate sometimes to raise, but I think I like this check here.
Is it true to say, Griff, at this point, probably a lot of the suited hands are just going to be checkbacks way more frequently than the unsuited variety? Like as in, you know, as you said, like, you know, as soon as the hand is suited, it has much better playability and position.
You don't want to get yourself out of the hand. Yeah.
Right.
And this 100K bet, Weigel might think, you know, even if I'm not ahead right now, which is certainly possible, certainly my 9 of spades could be live. My jack and my 9 could be live, but I'm just, you know, I don't want to be on a dead draw here.
Well, heading back to the secondary feature table now.
One more all in.
No all in yet.
All in. Well, if you don't sing the song, it's how's it going to... One more all in.
Griffin calling out for blood.
Oh, yeah. Season
Starts the hand with just shy of 4 million. Has 9-6 off under the gun. And folds.
Remember that guy had 2 big blinds? He's still in there. He's going to be all in soon. Oh, and Plante only with 15 big blinds.
Yeah.
Brutal level.
Yeah, interesting. He was the one saying, "How much are you sweating this flip?" I'm not worried at all.
Yeah.
Nishte looking at Andre and gives him a walk.
Oh, wow.
You know, Andre doesn't care about ICM, so...
Wow, so look at these stacks here. We have a 240K stack on the button, which is just 3 big blinds. Andre Akkari with just 6 or 7 big blinds. So we are going to see an elimination in the next 17 minutes.
I said you folded.
Mark my words.
Okay. Griffin doesn't think we'll hit the dinner break.
No chance. Nobody gets dinner. Nobody eats.
Was that player under the gun about 5 big blinds deep as well?
Well, you're trying to win the tournament.
Is that right? Yeah. We'll see again in just a moment. Just double check. Our now big blind, I think, is quite short as well.
In the tournament while maximizing my...
No, the lacrosse player has chips, no?
No, sorry. I misread the stack. Excuse me.
He's got a lot of chips. He's all right.
I think
he's good.
Would he have 2.4?
He's fine. Just 5.5 million. He's good. He's healthy.
No, not that player. The player that's now in the big blind.
then I really won't care.
No, he's got 3.8 million.
Yeah,
Okay,
what are you
he's
talking
fine.
about? Look at all that stack of red.
Colorblind.
Clean it up, Nick.
Colorblind.
Yeah, but you know the big chips have to be in the front. So if you see count the amount.
Oh, there's the all-in. Nebyshev shoving with deuces, and he's going to get called in at least one spot.
How much, please?
And we're going to be off to the races here.
I'm actually really not crazy about this shove. You have a couple more hands to find something a little better. You're flipping at absolute best always with these deuces.
Nice head.
But hey, listen, when you have 3 big blinds, you're free rolling anyway, right?
Yeah. Yep.
And he is technically flipping.
Oh, hang on a second. This is getting complicated.
Yeah, this is going to be... You're about to get raised, pal. This is technically a raise.
Yes,
80 to 160 to 240, right on the line.
Wow.
So 680 incoming. And Sid and Striker's doing the right thing here. I mean, you know, it's just 2 more big blinds. You're not always going to get ISO'd by night.
Right.
You could have maybe ISO'd yourself, but then you just like, what, you're just going to put in like 600K? So I think he's going to be happy to see the ace-king because he's annoyed that get this, but it's because he has a big hand.
So the re-raise gets the fold, which means Nebyshev is all in and racing with deuces against.
Ace-king of strawberries.
The ace-king of Curtis Knight. And if deuces get cracked here, we are done for the day. The flop is king high. Knight now with the advantage, and Nebyshev needing to hit.
Could it be good night from Barcelona already?
Well, 1 deuce has been folded, so he is down to 1 out, and he needs to hit on the river. Only the deuce of clubs saves Nebyshev. He's done. And just like that, we are down to the final 16.
Play more?
Play will now conclude. They'll redraw for seats to the final 2 tables, come back tomorrow, and play down from 16 to 6.
Bro, I stayed 14 years for day 4.
Yeah.
Good luck. You know, if you bust,
I've lost 6,000 in a row.
for me, but I was rooting for you.
Oh, it's okay. No, I'm happy to.
I believe you.
The good luck high five from the dealer. Very nice.
Every hand.
We know why.
Would you
I think there is still a hand in progress, by the way, at the main feature table. And that hand needs to play out to its conclusion. We've had an early position raise from Weigel. I say early position, we're only 5-handed now.
I was thinking, this is not bounty.
No, I'm pretty happy.
Weigel raising to 175K, and Ulatello has called. And we have an ace-queen-4 flop with 2 clubs. Let's see the hands of the 2 players in this hand. It's ace-9 versus 10-7 of clubs.
Ooh. So it just would have been a raise from the cutoff and a flat from Robin in the big blind. And pretty action-y board here. Again, as far as dynamics are concerned, I would have to say this is one that has stood out more than any other over the course of this day. Of course, the incredible 5-bet shove with king-9 of diamonds from Weigel earlier in this level. The 4-bet in the previous, at the end of the previous level. So Weigel might just want to try to barrel Robinho sometimes here, but also might just decide to take one off. And you know, you've made the next day. You know, Robin's a very talented player, might get sticky with an ace or even a queen.
I want to see 770 on this turn.
There is the check.
Checks it back and bricks the river.
Wasn't going to get a fold from ace-9.
So Robin Olotalo has a lock on this hand. What will be the last hand of the day? We just got down to 16. The clock has been paused. 13 minutes left on the level. They'll play out the rest of the level tomorrow.
Now Robin thinking, what can I bet here to get a call from a queen? Of course, we know 10 high is going directly into the muck. But it's always kind of cool to think about what this sizing is targeting.
Good game, guys.
Bet and a fold, and good game indeed. Bag and tag and come back for the penultimate day of this 5K main event, the day when we play down to the final table, down to the final 6. Congratulations to the 16 players who will be coming back tomorrow, including Robin Olotalo, the last remaining former champion, and Andre Akkari, the longest lasting team pro still in contention. Here's how things ended on the main stage. Look at Simon Wiciak's stack. Close to 200 bigs, and as I said, still 30 minutes of the 40-80 blind level to play out tomorrow before the blinds go up. So I'm guessing we can look at the stacks of all 16 players remaining, get an overview of the tournament, and of course tomorrow they'll be spread over the 2 feature tables, so we'll be able to follow the action a lot more closely. Andre Akkari is the shortest stack with 8 bigs, but look at online qualifier Mercia Fluta, Santiago Plante, Marco Coplamar, they're also pretty short. When the blinds go up, they'll really feel the pressure. Could see some early eliminations tomorrow. Top half of the leaderboard. Confirmation that not only is he chip leader, but chip leader by a massive margin. Simon Wiciak. So, we'll be back tomorrow with the penultimate day of the main event. In the meantime, check out what's happening here at EPT Barcelona via the PokerStars blog. Join us at 12:30 local time. That's 12:30 Central European Summer Time for the penultimate day of the EPT Barcelona main event. Until then, from Griffin Bencher, Nick Walsh, Maria Ho, Joe Stapleton, and me, James Hartigan, it is good night from Barcelona. Thanks for watching.
You ain't gonna stop me killing it. Want me on your team just a little bit. Take a look around, you can see they're all feeling it. Yeah, I'm feeling it. You ain't gonna stop me killing it. Want me on your team just a little bit. Take a look around, you can see they're all feeling it. Yeah.
It is not looking good for Andre Akkari. River card is a jack.
Oh my goodness.